Before we go into the actual text and talk about the whole philosophy of the 33 steps, let me give you a little bit of background about myself. Up until the age of 11, I was raised in Africa. It was a very, very liberal existence. Basically, I played on the beach. In fact, I cannot remember any school that I went to before I was 11. I'm sure I must have gone to some schools, but I've forgotten them. That's how much impact they had upon me. I cannot remember the name of a school, any of the children that were there, the classrooms, the teachers. School was not my trip until I was 11 years old anyway. So I was hanging out on the beaches of Africa, and then I was sent to an old English boarding school, one of those real old mausoleums that have been there since the beginning of time. It was really strict, and it was loveless and grim, and had loads of rules, and an enormous amount of restriction. I stayed at the school from the age of 11 to 17, and by the time I got out, I was keen, real peachy keen, on discovering freedom. I thought to myself, hey, I've had freedom in Africa, then I had restriction. I've done restriction, I've graduated from restriction, now give me freedom again. So part of my journey in life has been discovering freedom. In my 20s, I decided that freedom came from money. I didn't know any better then, so I hurtled out and tried to make a pack of money as quickly as possible. In those days, in England, it was the back end of the swinging 60s, and things were really hopping and bopping. So if you were a lively lad, money came your way, and I made oodles of it. I was in the jeans business making $20,000 a week, and that was in the olden days when a buck was still worth close to a buck. At that time, I was about 21 years old. But having loads of money so young was almost fatal. I went down the ego's path of self-destruction, drugs, sex, rock and roll, and all sorts of nihilistic activity that was guaranteed to kill you before you got to 30. Having done that and got the T-shirt 10 times over, I got to the ripe old age of 28 and decided, hey, wait a minute, there's got to be more to life than this. And that's what got me into my spiritual quest. I think for all of us, we have to have at some point the desire. Sometimes the great wonderful goodness that is the invisible universe around us delivers to us a change, a special turning point. In the film business, they call it a plot point, when suddenly 20 minutes into the film, something different happens. Well, some people have a plot point whereby they get terribly sick. For others, they have a plot point whereby they whack a tree, like at 70 miles an hour, say. That usually turns them around. Or there's a divorce, a death in the family, a bankruptcy, or something weird happens. Generally speaking, when the ego's ticking along and is very pleased with itself, it doesn't want to consider, and it won't allow you to consider, spirituality, different belief patterns, ancient wisdoms, consolidation of power, and personal disciplines, or the kind of stuff that is involved in the sacred quest. Usually what happens is you have to burn out all of the ego's options first, and then whack a tree. So when you read in the newspaper that 4 people whacked a tree last night, know that they're basically seeking their infinite self. Of course, listening to this study course and following the simple instructions is a lot safer. But some people are in a hurry to discover themselves, so they whack a tree instead. It's basically their desire to reach God. That's what they're doing. So you don't have to get too emotionally upset. It's just the process of arriving at God. They just did it rather quickly. Well, I did my arriving at God by 28 because by then I was really bored, really fed up and totally psychotic. I mean, I was totally dysfunctional. One day I did a very clever thing. I got rid of everything. I got rid of the Rolls Royce, the staff, all the hangers-on, and I gave what was left of my business to my partner. I had an apartment in London on Chelsea Embankment, which is a pretty kind of la-di-da area. I remember thinking one day, I want to leave. I want to be free. No more BS. I want things that are true and real and good. In the hallway of my apartment was a very expensive set of mirrors. So I rang up a friend of mine and said, send a guy with a van. I'm going to give you a gift of some mirrors. So he came along and unhooked all the mirrors and hauled them off. Then on the day when I left the apartment, and you've got to think in terms of this apartment being worth about $400,000 in today's money, the morning I left the apartment, I closed the door. I didn't cut off the telephone. I didn't cut off the electricity. I didn't write to the bank and explain to them why they weren't getting their mortgage. I didn't owe them very much, and I had loads and loads of equity in the apartment, but I didn't care about the money. I didn't even eat the food in the refrigerator. Nothing. I left all my clothes and all of the furniture, bar the mirrors, of course, and I left the apartment like I was going round the corner to the 7-Eleven. I walked down the street and I made a right along Chelsea Embankment, and not far from the building was a little drain, and I unclipped the front door key of the apartment and dropped it down the drain. That's how much I wanted to change. I was leaving. And as I walked out of there and left, that was the beginning of my spiritual quest. I decided, hey, Stewie, it's time for something different. So anyway, luckily enough, I found a spiritual teacher who started teaching me about Taoism. What's so beautiful about Taoism is that it teaches you to detach. Not only to detach from the world emotion, the emotion of your family, the emotions of the people around you, but you learn to detach from your own emotions so that you're not so much a victim of what's going on inside of you. The beauty of this philosophy is it teaches you to observe your own reactions. It's almost like standing above yourself and watching what's going on rather than owning the whole opera. You can observe your urges, you can observe your disquiet. You're not so much a victim of your own stuff. Some of the material in this introductory session I originally touched upon in a book I wrote some years ago called The Force. In that book, I explain the whole idea of the infinite reality in all things, and I introduced the reader to the idea of the Taoist philosophy. The Tao is an interesting thing. It's a Chinese philosophy that comes from about 500 BC. It is actually written Taoist, T as in Tommy, A-O-I-S-T. So it's written Taoist and pronounced with a D, Taoist. That always confused the hell out of me, in the early days anyway. It came about because the people that studied the Chinese language in the early days tried to translate the Chinese sound into an English letter. And they never really did make up their mind whether it was Dao or Tao. So in the end, it's pronounced Dao and actually written Tao with a T. So you've probably seen the Tao Te Ching or Tao Te Ching in your local bookshop. The wonderful thing about it is that people buy the book and read it. It's all very flowery, and they haven't got a clue what it means. And I must say, when I first started, I didn't either. But the beauty of the philosophy is that unlike a lot of religions, it doesn't have any rules. So it was naturally attractive to me. It has very simple concepts that are very inspiring and definitely take you from the world of ego, glamour, and illusion into the spirituality of the infinite self. So I was very influenced by Taoism. The world of the ego is one of agony, pure agony for most people, because even when the ego is being kept happy, it's never really happy. You can give it a new car, you can give it a new snowmobile, some sexual experiences, you can get it drunk, you can stuff it full of food, and it wakes up the following morning and it nails a list of things to your forehead. It says, hey, sucker, get me this and get me that. I feel insecure. I want more of this and more of that. So the ego always leans towards dysfunction. You cannot possibly come to any kind of serenity in what the Eastern mystics call Maya, the illusion, in the ego-driven world. Of course, when you think about it, this physical plane is a glorious experience. From a spiritual perspective, we don't really have any negative energy on this plane. We only have the illusion of negative energy. Let me explain. All negative energy comes from the ego. In other words, what we call the negative experience is any contradiction of the ego's opinion. So anytime that something happens in life that contradicts you, you'll consider you have suffered a negative experience. So you want to live a pain-free existence, and you fall off the sidewalk and break your ankle. And there's a contradiction. You want a simple lifestyle with plenty of money, and the check bounces, you get laid off from your job, and there's another contradiction. You want a reasonable flow, reasonable happiness, reasonable gratification, and your spouse gives you a hard time, your kids drive you crazy, the boss is harassing you, and here are a few more contradictions. You want to be cozy and warm, and it's pelting down with rain. So what we as humans call negative experiences are really only contradiction of the ego's opinion. Emotional pain is all self-inflicted. It doesn't make it pleasant, but once you can see that it comes from the ego's decisions, you can begin to heal it, and heal it quickly. So in my method, there are no real absolutes. In other words, it's an illusion to say we've got to be cozy, we've got to be safe, we've got to be rich, We've got to be healthy. We've got to live forever. That's another one of the ego's special legislations, isn't it? You may live forever, and you may not. The point about living forever is, there is no point in living forever if you live in a tick-tock prison. There's no point in living forever if your life is a complete dysfunctional mess. It's better that you live a week or two as a realized, free, totally serene, loving human being than living 80 years in the mayhem of the ego. How long you live is irrelevant. It's the quality of life while you're alive that matters. If today was your last day on earth, the only tragedy would be if you hadn't experienced life properly, if you'd never allowed yourself to actually live it. What's the point of life if the whole of it has been one of pain, anguish, dysfunction and worry? That's useless. But if you've managed to reconcile yourself, if you've looked within, if you've reclaimed this infinite power within you, then all of a sudden you can say, yeah, Stu, I've done it. I got there. I got the t-shirt, bro. I'm happy to go into another dimension. I'm complete. So when we look at people's lives, it isn't really the length of their lives, it's the quality. Yet looking around our nation, we can see that the quality of people's lives is going down the gurgler. They're getting worse and worse, sicker and sicker. So you've got two options. You can sit around and get ill, or you can do something about it. So the very first part of this journey, in my view, is desire. What is your desire? What is your desire to consolidate your power? What is your desire to become free? What is your desire to perceive the world in a different way? Can you let go of where you find yourself today? You don't have to go crazy like I did, because I'm a bit of a lunatic. I go over the top on everything. And you don't necessarily have to walk out of your house and leave. But in the end, it's the level of your desire. Because spirit never comes down to fetch you. Spirit doesn't wander around saying, anybody here want to get realized? Anybody here want to transcend? It's not whistling in the marketplace trying to drum up business. It sits there passively and waits for you to come and get it. So you have to reach up. Imagine yourself listening to this session and you're actually putting your arm up and reaching up and saying to that infinite God force inside of you, whatever which way you may want to describe it, Buddha, the Christ consciousness, Krishna, the Tao, whatever, reaching up and saying, hey, I want to change. I want to go beyond where I find myself. Because if I don't, I'll bore myself stupid. You gotta want to, and that's the first move. I wanted to, I must say. I had a lot of desire and a lot of tenacity. A lot. I've heard that in some surveys of people that buy these audio programs, it says that they never actually listen to the program. They leave them on the bookshelf so they can look as though they're learning. And of the people that do listen to these programs, many don't follow through to the end. Maybe these people don't really have a desire to change. So, bro, sister, if you're listening to this program and you have got the desire to change, you better get to the end of it. Otherwise, I'm going to zing round to your place and box your little spiritual ears. Because in the end, the laziness of the ego, the self-indulgence of the ego, the importance of the ego will kill you. So at some point, you actually wind up being in a war with yourself. If you let the ego win, then you're bound to fail. So, if you say, I'm going to impose a discipline upon myself, I'm going to listen to these sessions for 30 minutes every day while commuting, say. It's pointless chatting to a friend for 30 minutes in the car, because that's your discipline gone. Then your mind thinks, see, she's weak. She didn't follow through with her commitment. So sit your friend in the front seat and say, hey, listen, shut up for a while. I'm reclaiming my infinite self. I'm listening to session 6. And you follow through. Because in the end, if your word isn't law to you, then your mind knows it isn't. You say you're going to do something and you don't. What happens is the mind gets stronger. The ego gets stronger. it dominates your life even more. It harasses you more. So if you're coming along this journey with me, make the commitment. And if you don't want to make the commitment, then throw the program out the window. Or better still, give it to someone you don't like. But if you're making the commitment, if you want to be in the show, so to speak, you've got to commit to taking the time to listen. Taking the time to get to the end. Because as we go through these 33 steps, it's going to set you free. It'll liberate you from lots of unnecessary weight. So some of the concepts set you free immediately, and you'll get it. And some of them set you free later on. 3 months from now, 9 months from now, 5 years from now. When you comprehend what they mean, what they really mean, you'll see things in a deeper way. It's almost like an onion. You can take off one little peel, and you see the next skin below it. You take that skin off, and you see the next one, and so on. You're always going deeper and deeper within yourself. So stuff that you heard 10 years ago, sometimes you hear it again, and suddenly you see it at a whole different level, in a different light. So that's what this thing's all about. It's about desire to evolve, desire to become something different. Certainly, I had desire, as I mentioned before, being brought up in Africa and going through a very rigid English education, and then into a very rigid English society. I really cranked up inside of me the perception that I didn't fit. And of course, there are millions and millions of people around the world that don't fit. In my books, I call them fringe dwellers. The fringe dwellers are not hobos or hippie travelers necessarily, and they're not anarchists that are trying to blow up City Hall. They're just people that know there's something else other than the ego and TikTok and control and the institutions. They're people that know and believe in a different reality, an alternative idea. The fringe dwellers are not necessarily attacking anything. They just don't fit because they've sort of worked their way out of restriction, so to speak. They've worked their way through the popular emotion and the popular beliefs, and they've worked through TikTok and all of that stuff. They live in a different world. And yet, they may still be driving a bus for the city bus company. But in their hearts, they've moved to the outer edge of this human evolution, to the outer edge of the popular emotion that most people consider normal reality. I'm certainly a fringe dweller, and probably you are as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been attracted to these teachings. If you don't know you're a fringe dweller, sit down and have a little think about it. I'm sure you bloody well are. You know, like, you're weird, man. You're totally weird, and I'm totally weird. And there's millions of us, weirdos all over the planet, that are actually different in our consciousness. What happened to me is probably what happened to you. As I tried to fit, as I tried to mold myself into the three-piece suit, to mold myself into the English class system, the whole social structure, and trot off to Royal Ascot and get a top hat and all that, and go to the races, and there's the Queen moseying up the track in her little carriage, and everybody's so la-di-da, I couldn't do it. I couldn't fit. I would laugh and think to myself, what the heck am I doing here? The bottom line comes down to, hey, if you're a fringe dweller, if your mindset doesn't fit, then just agree to not fit. Why struggle? Sure, you've got to do things at work. Sure, you've got to show up at Christmas time and do all that away in the manger stuff. But in the end, in your heart of hearts, what you've really got to do is design a bridge that is going to take you from this side, where it's all TikTok and restriction and not fitting, across a river of consciousness to the other side. And that's where the infinite self dwells. Once you start to look at the world as energy, once you start to look at yourself as energy, once you have the desire to perceive, you will automatically write a different evolution for yourself. Think of it like this. Most people that are into consciousness, that are into working on themselves, accept the idea that life is created by them. If you're imbalanced, things go wrong. If you put out a lot of negative energy, you get a lot of negative results. These are not particularly awesome, shattering concepts for people. Most people are beginning to accept or they already accept, that they create their reality. However, think of this. If you're inside the popular emotion, if you believe what everybody else believes, if you tick-tock along the way they tick-tock along, you're bound to wind up inside the group evolution of your people. You're bound to wind up where they are going. Because if you're not thinking differently, if you're not acting differently, if you don't have a different perception of life, you've got to be putting out what everybody else is putting out. And you'll wind up where everybody else is going. I've asked people in my seminars and lectures, how many of you are prepared to do nothing and just sit and be dragged along in the collective popular evolution? Because if you're happy to do that, you're going to wind up where everybody else is going to wind up. Of all the places I've played, and I've played hundreds of cities, I can think of only one person that ever put up their hand in response to that question. And I said to him, fine, if you want to sit there and go along with the popular emotion, the popular evolution, good luck to you. But most everybody wants to go to something different. But if you think the way that you've always thought, if you do the things that you've always done, if you act in the same way, if you have the same emotions and beliefs, you're bound to wind up where everyone else is going. If you don't fancy that, you've got to change. You've got to select a whole different belief pattern, a different emotion, a whole different way of operating. Discipline, silence, respect for the spirituality within you. You can't have it both ways. You can't just sit and do couch potato and go, yes, oh, that's a lovely idea. Oh, yes, smashing. Oh, yes, very positive. Very nice. Oh, lovely. And do nothing. You've got to be action-oriented, and you've got to want to. You've got to have the desire to change. And that, of course, is the key. Wishing to evolve. Wishing to change. You've got to remember also that you're not on your own. I believe that the whole of the planet is basically one consciousness. That we're all little microscopic bits inside that consciousness. The whole of the human mind, in my view, is like one great hologram. Each of us, one dot in the hologram. You and me. If I change, it helps you. If you change, it helps me. Bit by bit, this whole consciousness thing has spread all over the world. It's kind of crossed religion. It's kind of crossed institutions. It is the journey back to God. You can call God anything you want, because I'm sure he, she, or it doesn't give a damn what you call it. But the fact is, consciousness flows out and changes people. So we all wake up. It helps us. We are moving the evolution of this planet forward. So if you incorporate a couple, 3 new concepts in your mind, and you raise your energy a little bit, you consolidate yourself, then that helps other people, especially the people that you come into contact with, that are going to feel your energy, that are going to see the difference. But I also believe, in the general sense, as your consciousness raises, the collective consciousness of all of our people becomes more aware. So we're all pushing energy in the same direction. We're trying to create a more loving, more conscious, better put together society for all our people. Hey, it may take a little while. It may take everybody 500 years to go beyond being so asaholic. But hey, what difference does it make? If you're infinite, it can take as long as you like. In fact, it's cool to think to yourself, at least we're moving forward. At least something's happening. At least we're making some kind of effort. That's the whole point of these 33 steps. To generate a new energy. To generate effort. To accept the discipline. Self-discipline. So that you perceive and look and also understand that you cannot create a brand new energy, go to a brand new place, and still hold on to where you find yourself now. In other words, if you want to flow down this eternal river of perception towards your infinite self, you've got to let go of the branch that you're hanging on to and just let the river take you. That means you have to face your insecurities. You have to face your fears and really look at yourself. Sometimes to look at yourself is extremely painful because what you see is like piles and piles of caca, loads of it. And you think, my God, I'm grim. I'm totally asaholic. I need to join Asaholics Anonymous. I'm so asaholic, it's absolutely painful. Then as you get into that and see how asaholic you are, you can love yourself. You can look in the mirror and say, man, this is one of the world's greatest asses, but I love him. I love her. And I'm going to change her. And that's what's so great about this process. Think of this. If you were perfect, if you were totally angelic, if you were marvelous, I mean totally over the top, perfect, saintly, whatever, you wouldn't be here. The whole point of our evolution on this earth plane is to come down here with all the crud and all the muck and all the violence and all the sickness and the fact that everyone is so dysfunctional and ill, and we have to accept it, accept the restriction. Just getting into this physical body is a very restricting experience. You wake up in the morning and there it is, 180 pounds, much too fat, and you have to schlep it around all day and haul it about. Just being in the physical, that's grim. You got to haul it around. So we accept the restriction. We accept the negativity. We accept the ego. We accept evil. We accept all of these things in order to transcend them. Because if this place were perfect, we wouldn't show up. We wouldn't incarnate into this body. We'd look at it and we'd think, nah, it's much too yawnsome. It's too boring. I'm not going down to the physical. It's just like watching paint dry down there. There's nothing going on. So you are what you are, and you have what you have. And it's all up in the air. It can go either way. But you've got to want to drive it towards that infinite self. You've got to want to come. You've got to want to let go and make the journey. At this point, I want you to come to the next session, okay? No ifs, buts, or maybes. Just get on with it. Good on you. See you at the next session, and don't take long, because I like my spirituality on the hurry-up. I can't mess around waiting for you, and you can't mess around waiting for yourself. We're going to get this concept, and we're going to get it quick. That's what I like about Taoism. It's short. It's the only philosophy in the world that's only 81 paragraphs long. When I saw that, I thought to myself, bro, this is perfect. I like a philosophy that's only 81 paragraphs long. Tiny little paragraphs at that. Almost like a poem, really. Perfect. Nice and short. Next session. Let's go, bro, sister. Let's go. Ciao. Congratulations on making it to the second session. Before we get into the actual 33 steps, let me talk to you a bit about the overall concept of the infinite being within. As I said before, I was very influenced by the Tao Te Ching. And what I liked about the Tao was its purity, its simplicity, and the fact that it's not a religion. It doesn't have rules, regulations, and hierarchies. The Tao Te Ching was written about 500 BC. In theory, by a person called Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu means old man, so nobody actually knows who the author of the Tao Te Ching was. It has been postulated that the Tao Te Ching is a mixture of several different writers' work, because you can see different styles and different ideas in the text. However, as I said, it's very, very short. I'd like to read you the first few lines of the Tao and then explain them to you. I'm going to use Arthur Waley's translation because it is really the definitive translation. The Tao Te Ching, verse 1. The way that we have been told of is not the unvarying way. The names that can be named are not unvarying names. It was from the nameless that heaven and earth sprang. The named is but the mother that rears the 10,000 creatures, each after its own kind. When I read that, my first reaction was, what the hell is this guy talking about? So I asked my venerated teacher one day, I said to him, Boogaloo, how do you get in touch with this Tao thing? And what he said to me was, you can't really understand the Tao or the infinite self intellectually. It's beyond the mind. It's like a riddle, really. The only way to comprehend it is through heightened awareness and feeling. He said, try this discipline. He suggested that I rise at 4 a.m. in the morning and walk in silence for an hour in the forest. So I began the discipline, rising daily, walking in all weathers. In England, if you know England, well, there's plenty of weather here. And I would walk silently through the forest in the dark, not really having a bloody clue what I was doing. But the funny thing is that having done that discipline daily for 3 years, I eventually got what the Tao was all about. The first line of the Tao says that you cannot put a name to it. And that's a fact. It's a truth. The Tao is the essence of all things that sustain the 10,000 creatures. It is the underlying beauty that comes from the grace of the God force flowing through all things. That grace, that life force, some people call it the etheric, you can actually see it. Get yourself in a relaxed state and stare at the top of a tree, preferably at sunset. After a minute or so, move your gaze to the area of sky to the right of the tree. Stare approximately where 1 o'clock would be on the face of a watch. Now, without moving your eyes from the point in the sky that you're staring at, move your attention back to the top of the tree. Remember, don't move your eyes, just adjust your attention. Doing this, you engage your peripheral vision. You'll see the enormous flame-like spirals of energy firing out from the tree in all directions. If you can't do it first time, leave it and try again later. A good time would be after one of the fasts that I mentioned in one of the later sessions. Once you see the energy, once you know that the God force runs through all things, once you understand it is the unifying power, the raison d'etre of everything that exists, you'll begin to understand the infinite nature of this dimension, of this evolution. And gradually you'll come to understand the Tao and what the infinite self can do for you. But in order to do that, you have to release from the ego's tight, limited perception and accept the infinite power within you. It comes to an understanding that says, when you are prepared to release and detach and let go, you gain everything. It took me a while to make the turn, to adjust from the crazies that I used to hang out with, and to arrive at a more powerful, placid, serene lifestyle. My quest and my path was fraught with disciplines of every kind. So, in order to do that, I had to put into my quest, or my path, disciplines of every kind, in order to control myself. So I took on nutritional discipline, the discipline of walking in the forest, the discipline of attending meditations and meetings, reading, studying, and taking time aside each day for silence. 25,000 people were attracted to my spiritual teacher over the years, and at each level of the teachings, the disciplines got harder and harder. After a period of about 3 years, almost everybody had dropped out, to the point where in the end, there were only 72 people left, one of which was yours truly. Eventually, there were only 3 of us left. It was that tough. The reason why the disciplines were so difficult and the people dropped out was that the teaching called upon you to be extremely disciplined and extremely spontaneous. So my teacher would phone and say, there's a meeting next Wednesday evening in southern Spain at 7 o'clock. Be there. There wasn't any question of could you make it financially, did you have the time off, could you get to Spain, was it comfortable, are you happy with the idea, is it convenient? It was just a matter of be there. If you didn't want to be a part of the teaching, you didn't have to show up. But if you went and you were even 1 minute late, you were tossed out forever. So you can see how we got rid of people really quickly. There were no ifs, buts, or maybes. There was no slack. And what I learned was that spiritual growth and getting to a higher awareness is not necessarily convenient. That's why most people never make it. They want to perceive a higher place, but they want to do it from the considerations of the ego and all of the limitations of an ego-based consciousness that often has the energy of a slug in a puddle. It's not doable that way. What Lao Tzu was talking about in the first few lines of the Tao Te Ching was that the world of the infinite self, the world of the Christ consciousness, the God force, the Buddhahood, runs through all things. It is everywhere, but it has no definition. It is only the ego that defines, discriminates, quantifies, measures, and creates an edge or framework so that it can understand things. But the eternity, the life force, the etheric, the grace of God, let's say, that is flowing through a plant, a tree, an animal, your human body, the water that flows through the streams, doesn't have a definition. You can define a tree because there is a precise and definite space around the tree where it is not. Here the tree is, and here's the space around it, where it isn't. But the God force is omnipresent, meaning it is everywhere, so it can't be defined. And of course the God force, if it is present, must also be God, because God is everywhere. The God force and God must logically be one and the same. You can work it out. There's a law in physics that states that no two particles can occupy the same space. So if the God force is everywhere, and God, he, she, or it, is everywhere, then God and the God force must be one and the same. Because you couldn't have a particle of God existing in the same place as a particle of God force, because no two particles can be in the same place. So either you have to have a particle of God force and a particle of God side by side, and then both of them would not be omnipresent, because there would be places where they were not everywhere, or they would have to be superimposed upon each other, which is not possible. So the God force and God are one and the same. So to reach the infinity within you, you have to first change your mind about definitions. What the Tao says is, it is because of definitions that we limit ourselves. So the Tao says, nothing is high or low. Nothing is intrinsically short or long. No journey is short or long. One could say, well, this journey is a long journey because it takes you 4 hours to drive from A to B. But it's not long compared to, say, sending a satellite to Mars. And that isn't long compared to sending a satellite to the outer limits of the Milky Way. So the first understanding or the first perception that we have to think about is that the infinite being has no definition. That can be a little unnerving for the ego, because the ego likes the idea of my body, my people, my house, my car, I am here, I'm not everywhere else. But in fact, what we're looking to do is to expand our heart to where we can understand that sense of infinity within us, and where we can see ourselves in the perception of being eternal. Meaning that you existed before you came to the earth plane, you exist now in the physical form, and you will exist after you leave the earth plane, or after your body quits in the earth plane. So the idea of infinity is a very beautiful concept, but it's a very hard concept for the ego personality to grip. I can say to you, think about infinity, and perhaps you can vaguely imagine something going on forever. But if I say to you, what does infinity feel like? You'll probably not have a precise feeling inside of you. You may say, oh yes, Stu, I think I know what infinity's like, but thinking you know is only the first rung on the ladder. So what we're looking to do is to first of all get you to accept the idea of the infinite self intellectually. In other words, we're selling the ego personality. Then gradually through discipline, meditation, seeing life in a sacred way, opening yourself up, moving beyond fear, coming to a more compassionate understanding of this planet, you will eventually experience infinity as a feeling. Then you'll be able to say, yep, I feel eternal. I feel immortal. I feel infinite. I am everywhere. The other thing that's very important to grasp early on is that spiritual growth is not necessarily convenient, and it's not necessarily comfortable. Not only because you have to discard an awful lot of beliefs and definitions and the things that you hold sacrosanct at the moment, but also because you have to naturally enter within yourself the reality of who you are. as you begin to look at yourself, that creates a little bit of discomfort. It's difficult to learn to control the ego and discipline the mind without it reacting. The idea that something or someone is going to descend upon you one day and raise you up. You know, a great guru is going to touch you on the forehead. Jesus or some angelic being is suddenly going to lift you to a higher plane. I'm sorry, but I just don't buy that. And I'm sorry if that contradicts your beliefs, but energy seeks its own level. Even though something or someone can inspire you or show you the way, in the end, the only way you can sustain a higher energy is to create it from within yourself. In the laws of physics, a subatomic particle can for a millisecond borrow energy and move to a faster orbit around the nucleus. However, the particle can't keep that borrowed energy indefinitely. So whatever energy is borrowed in this second, a split second later it has to be paid back, and the particle returns to the energy level it had before. I think your energy and spiritual growth follows the same rules. You can be inspired by a hymn, a fantastic sermon, some great words out of a book, but you can only borrow that inspiration. In the end, raising your energy involves discipline, involves working upon yourself. There's no particular time when you can say, I've done it. It's a perpetual process of unfolding within you, forever and ever. That is the only way that you can sustain yourself indefinitely at a higher level. The very first step of the 33 steps is called I am God. Now you may think, who's this little twerp saying I am God? Here's what I mean. I mean that you have to accept the idea of the God force being within you. Obviously, if the God force is everywhere, it must be within you. But most people either have no concept of God, or they externalize God and create an image of God outside of themselves. So they project away from themselves and they say, this person is God. These ideas are God. My mind is God. Money is God. Sex is God. Whatever. The God force is within, and you have to internalize that God force and accept that it is flowing through you. When God is outside of you, you can't really use it. You have to internalize it for it to become a truly awesome power in your life. Here's another concept that comes from I am God. I believe that the infinite you that dwells inside you had a vision of what it was going to be getting into in this lifetime. I don't believe that you came here by accident, that suddenly you plopped into this little diaper and thought, what the hell am I doing here? I believe that your evolution here on the earth plane is so powerful, so sacred, so dynamic, that the infinity within you had an overview. In the ancient teachings, it was said that the divinity, the higher self as some people call it, could see the first 13 years of life. Not every minute detail, but it could see the family you're going to be born into, your father and mother's strengths and weaknesses, perhaps the absence of your father or mother, the fact that you were raised by your grandparents or in an orphanage. It could see the genetic code and what physical disciplines or traits would develop. It could understand the mindset and the emotion of the tribe or situation that you found yourself in. That higher spiritual self, the infinite self, had an overview of how this life would actually develop from the initial programming that you would receive as a child. This idea is quite radical compared to modern religious ideas, but it doesn't necessarily contradict them. It just says that the infinity inside you had a perception. In my life, I've confirmed it to myself, to a certain extent anyway. Because as you develop awareness and perception, you can see that people are not just mind or personality. They're not a set of tribal beliefs. They're not just a physical body. They are a feeling. I can watch people going up the street, and looking at the etheric, I can see the feeling. As I watch the feeling, I know a lot of things about them. If I was their higher self, which I'm not, but if I was, I could at least be able to tell them, from my own limited perception, hey, you have these tendencies, these possibilities. This will happen in the next 3 months, 12 months, 10 years possibly. But my perception is minuscule compared to the infinite perception inside of you. So if a human can train themselves quite simply to watch people's feelings and comprehend them, how much more or how much greater would that infinite power within you be able to see what tendencies lie ahead, what difficulties and what strengths? So I believe that you had a vision of what you were going to get into. And I believe also that your next point of power in understanding this I am God routine is to accept where you are. Because fighting against where you are, bemoaning your circumstances, crying over the fact that you're not as privileged as someone else, crying because you are privileged and therefore spoilt or something, being upset because you don't have all the physical strengths or knowledge that you need, is ridiculous. You have to relax and accept, remembering that almost everything is reversible. Everything can change. And what you can't change, you probably don't need to change. You can just go beyond worrying about it instead. So say to yourself, this infinity inside me, that part of me which is God, loves and respects this evolution. Loves and respects where he or she finds themselves and their circumstances. Now, the circumstances of your life right now might suck. They might be absolutely grim. But in sitting down and not fighting, not resisting, not creating negative energy, negative feelings, negative emotions, you begin an instantaneous healing process. So, if you're surrounded by a bunch of incredibly negative or incredibly grim people, called relatives or mere friends or workmates, rather than fighting that ugliness, rather than fighting your misfortune, rather than being aggravated by the circumstances, love them. Love the circumstance. Look at these people, look at the job, look at your circumstances, look at your family, your tribe, your home, and say, thank you, God, for sending me these teachers. These are my teachers. They're driving me crackers. And what they're teaching me is to not react. What they're teaching me is to transmute negative energy into positive energy, to transmute hatred into at least neutral energy, or if possible, love. These are my teachers. Thank you, God, for sending me teachers. Thank you for allowing me to be here on the earth plane. What an incredible experience. Isn't it fantastic that free of charge, I'm surrounded by 55 assholes that are going to teach me a lot about myself? So if you want to reach that infinity within you, you have to move away from the more rigid definitions of the ego. And let's face it, the ego is very self-indulgent, isn't it? It wants everything to be perfect. It wants to be recognized. It wants it easy. It wants it safe. It wants it cozy. It wants to be paid more than it's actually worth. It wants a lot of stuff that isn't reasonable. And you're going to have to walk away from that, and suddenly you're moving from the definitions and the unreasonable agony of the ego to at least a neutral position, saying, this is neither good nor bad. These people are driving me crazy, and that's neither good nor bad. These conditions seem uncomfortable to the ego, but in effect they're neither good nor bad. They just are. Even if the conditions from the ego's definition are grim, from the infinite definition, it's all part of your learning experience. It's part of your challenge. It's part of being here. So, I am God says, I'm eternal. I'm beyond the definitions of the ego, beyond death. So therefore, I'm also beyond fear. Fear is a manifestation of the ego. Negative energy is only a contradiction of the ego's opinion, remember. I'm going to be talking more about that later. So the first point that we have here is to internalize God. So if you're driving along in your car right now and you have a concept of God that's outside of yourself, mentally bring God home. Bring God back inside your heart, even though you can't necessarily feel the infinity within you. At least imagine it there. Visualize it there. That doesn't transcend anybody's beliefs. You can still be, for example, a Christian and still believe in Jesus and feel Jesus inside of you rather than Jesus outside of you. If you have a concept of God outside of you, it disempowers you. Because what you're saying is, I do not have a command of my destiny. You're saying that you can't put out positive energy, a different reality, and make a difference and create a change. You can't get action-oriented, and you can't believe in prosperity and get more money. So with the God force within, you can power your consciousness to get you the things that you want. Naturally, the first point of spiritual maturity is accepting where you are, who you are, what you are. And the second part is knowing that you create your destiny. Okay, a part of your destiny was already pre-written when you got here. In your genetic code, in your tribal heritage, in the things that you learned. But most of it can be changed, adapted, modified for the better. So by internalizing the God force, you can begin to comprehend that the God force within you can be expressed outwardly, can be directed into your life to change it. So you have a power. It isn't someplace else. It isn't up on a podium somewhere, and you're this little person down here that has absolutely no power, no volition, no ability. The God force must come inside of you. And once you accept infinity as an idea, then your power begins to grow. You are the God force within. Say that to yourself as an affirmation, 3, 5, 7 times a day. I am the God force within. I can't necessarily feel it, but I'm imagining it in the meantime. The second step of the 33 steps is expanding your inner awareness. You have an awareness that comes from the 5 senses, and you have an awareness that comes from logic, your intellectual knowledge, and the awareness that comes from your experiences in this lifetime. But beyond that awareness is an inner awareness, an extra sensory perception. Let me tell you how it works. Once you've internalized the God force, once you accept that you are a part of an infinite energy that is inside all things, then you're connected to all things. Think of it like this. External reality seems outside of you, but that is an illusion created by a limited point of view. A trans-dimensional being watching the earth plane, watching people's thought forms, and feeling the earth would see the earth as one molecule of matter, thought, and feeling. It would see all of our evolution inside the one molecule. From beyond the earth plane, there would be no internal and external. There'd only be the one energy, all of it internal. So you're connected to all things, seen and unseen, here and not here. Strange, eh? Everything expresses, to a lesser or greater extent, the God force. The machine playing this lesson has some part of God force in it, because there's God force in the molecules. That is not as much God force as in something that's alive, like a worm. And a worm has less God force than a bird, because the bird is more complicated. And you are more God force than an animal. And some humans have a greater amount of God force than you and I have. There are levels. But you are connected. You are the worm. You are the bird. You are the machine. You are the car. You are the air that we breathe. Once you understand that, and once you understand that everything is alive and emits a feeling, then you can understand that you are a feeling as well. You are a thumbprint of energy that is the collective emotion you've developed in this lifetime. You're not so much what you think. You are what you feel. Those philosophies that say, think and grow rich, are not necessarily wrong, but they don't quite go all the way. You have to feel and grow rich. You're a feeling, and everything else is a feeling. So bit by bit, you can begin to place your awareness into things to discover how they feel. How does a seagull feel as it flies? How does this tree feel? How does this situation at work feel? How does this business proposal that the guy in the bar's just offered you feel? Is it crooked? Is it safe? Is it legal? Is it comfortable? How do things feel? In understanding that, you expand. Going on from understanding that you're feeling and understanding that you are the God force within, you have to accept that you can direct that God force. What that means is, whatever you concentrate upon is what will eventually manifest in your life. So if you believe in disease, you will imbalance your emotion and hasten the disease within you. If you constantly say, this job is a pain in the arse, the infinite energy within you takes it literally and you get hemorrhoids. If you say, I believe in lack, then opportunities miss you. Money falls from your wallet. Somebody steals your car. Ernest Holmes said, where your mind goes, energy flows. And old Ernest was right. We know that. Whatever you concentrate upon empowers you. So if you've been concentrating on negative or adverse things, if you've been concentrating on being overwhelmed, if you've been concentrating on difficulties and dysfunctions, you can be sure that they will be in your hall of fame, so to speak. Here's a statue to dysfunction. Here's another statue to frustration. Here's a statue that honors struggle. Let's bow down to the god of struggle and give that 15 minutes of your reality. As you decide to change, you're going to discipline your mind. How you're going to discipline your mind is, you're going to police your dialogue and cut out depreciating statements that destroy your energy and make you sick. If someone asks you how you feel, don't answer, horrible, grim, life's a nightmare. Answer, fantastic. It doesn't matter if your life isn't fantastic. That's only the ego's point of view anyway. The spiritual reality that is your life is fantastic, and it's a very great privilege to be here. Next, you're going to gradually, over time, stop accepting things that destroy life force and affirm negativity. You're going to stop accepting things that destroy your balance and affirm weakness. So at first, your mind will be very strong. You will say, I believe, and the mind says, no, we don't. You will say, I feel good, and the mind says, no, I don't. You say, I think it's going to work, and the mind says, no, it won't. That's the beauty of this battle, of this journey. And you can push against the mind, not wrestling with it so much, just quietly disempowering its negative influence. So when it comes up with a negative thought, you can replace that negative thought, saying quietly to yourself, I don't accept that negative energy. I don't accept that fear. I am love. I am positivity. Everything flows through me. Everything comes to me for my highest good. And so you start to replace inside the mind the energy that has possibly created so much destruction in your life. An important thing to remember as you become more aware is that daily life, the circumstances of life, are actually external symbols of the inner you. So when you're walking down the street and something strange happens, you stop and watch. Let's say a black cat hops across your foot and does a somersault and crosses the road and pees up against the pub wall. Ask yourself, what does this mean? The fact that you are coincidentally there at that particular moment to witness the cat's antics means the symbol is yours. It's the external world talking to you. It is showing you things about yourself. So by internalizing the God force and by understanding that you have to quieten the mind, you begin to see how the universe is trying to take you by the hand and lead you on. The external-internal dialogue comes from serenity. It comes from silence. From the ancient legend of Camelot, we know that Arthur took the sword, Excalibur, from the Lady of the Lake. That Excalibur is power. It is silent power. It's not the ego's power. It's a silent power, and it came from the placid lake, meaning that the power comes from the serenity of your emotions. You don't have to be perfect to be serene. Tell yourself that 7 to 10 times daily. I am serene and balanced, whether life is perfect or not. You see, we're trying to get you to stop struggling against yourself. As you accept this gift of serenity, then bit by bit your emotions calm down. As your emotions calm down, the power comes up. It's not an egotistical power that you can wield to maneuver people. It's a silent power. It's a power that you will internalize. It's a power that you will use to heal your body. It is a power that you will use that will show you an evolution, a transcendence that is not normally available to people. But you have to learn to guard the power, to guard your energy and guard against the ego trashing it. It's a paradox of the ego that on one hand, it's babbling away, trying to build itself up, trying to generate gratifying experiences, trying to maintain its importance, and then in the same breath, it generates negativity to trash itself. Only the ego would believe that in moaning and groaning, things might get better. Essentially, it's calling for its mother to help it. I'll cry. I'll moan. I'll demonstrate the injustice of it all. Save me. Help me. If I bitch a lot, will you give me something for nothing? Will you commiserate? What you're going to do from here on out is you're going to discipline your mind. When you find yourself buying the negative emotion, getting out of control, you're going to stop and mentally change the program. Remember, don't buy the emotion, buy the solution. Expanding your awareness comes from understanding everything is feeling and asking yourself constantly, how does this feel? It's like a muscle that perhaps you haven't used for years. But as you begin to ask, it will show you. Do this. In a silent moment, ask that infinity within you to show you something in the next 24 hours that you've never seen before. A perception, perhaps. An intuition. A different way of looking at things that you've looked at 100 times before. Then watch carefully, and something unusual will pop up, and you'll see that the external and internal universe is talking to you, that it loves you in its detached way. Step 3 is the courage to go beyond. As mentioned in the last session, this is no more or less than having the courage to let go. Naturally, the ego is very resistant to letting go. It not only wants to hold on to its sense of power, but it likes to dominate your life and the lives of others, because it feels insecure. So, it may be frightening to let go, but the fear is just a manifestation of the ego. In my view, it's more frightening to stay where you are, isn't it? One has to learn to trust and be able to trust. As spiritual beings, we're flying blind, but that's what makes the whole of this process so fascinating. Let me read you a quote from the little booklet, Weight Loss for the Mind, that comes with this 33 Steps series. We have to embrace infinity inside a mortal body. We have to believe in a God we can't see. We have to learn to love in a dimension where there's so much hatred. We have to discover freedom where control is the state religion. We have to feel safe in spite of our concerns. So what we're really talking about here is blind trust. You have to have the courage to embrace the idea, accept the idea, and believe it before you have any real proof that this infinite self is there or that it will work for you. You have to be able to regenerate within yourself that sense of believing. In order for the power that's within you, the power of that infinity, the higher self, to come into your life. If you can't let go and trust, if your ego personality is fearful or constantly blocking off the inner power with its intellect, with its resistance, then the awareness, the extrasensory perception that you're naturally entitled to will be stymied and held back. We're used to overriding those little messages, aren't we? It's a part of how the ego plays its game. That infinity within you is like a divine celestial wind, which, if you can quieten the mind, will blow gently in your direction and assist you. People ask me, is it intuition? Yes and no. It's more than intuition. Spontaneous intuition is how it manifests in the early stages, while your mind is cluttered and while it dominates you. Later, it comes through as all-knowing, instant information derived, as said, from a heightened sense of feeling. It grows as you focus and discipline, and as you know and believe that you're infinite. Once you can see the 9-to-5 humdrum tick-tock world for what it is, the power joins you. It teaches you hour by hour, day by day. It constantly shows you. It will show you the people that you need to be associated with. It will show you the belief patterns that you need to discard and fling off your cart. It will show you when it's time for a career change. It will create a depth of perception for you. However, you have to agree to listen to it. Next, you have to have the courage to be different. Back to the fringe dweller idea. That may get you some flack from the people around you, but so what? Anything is better than being stuck. Next, you have to have the courage to accept and weather the pain and the aggro the ego will go through. It isn't going to like what's going on, and it will protest with very logical, good-sounding arguments trying to turn you round. When that happens, stiffen your resolve and perform some discipline the ego won't like. Throw yourself in the river at 4 a.m. every morning for a week. That should fix the ego pronto. In conclusion to the courage to go beyond, I'd add the courage to be vulnerable. As you change and grow, the ego will feel assailed and threatened. If you have no resistance, you're fine. If you have a lot of resistance, it will hurt. Imagine yourself as a small animal in the forest. It has no defense. It has no power. It is vulnerable. Allow yourself to become vulnerable, and you can come off the macho, dogmatic, insistent psychology that most people suffer from. And you enter into the spiritual beauty of moving and flowing without necessarily knowing which way to go or how you'll get there. Believe, believe, believe. Step 4 is the courage to accept spirit as your inner guide. It's closely linked to step 3, the courage to go beyond. One deals with releasing and becoming vulnerable. The other deals with moving effortlessly from intellect and reaction to subtle feelings and detachment. The process is not difficult. When you have to make a decision, rather than making the decision intellectually, shall I, shan't I, will I, won't I, and thinking through your options, try to, more and more, use your subtle feelings. Open your heart to what Spirit is telling you. Ask yourself questions that you don't know the logical answer to. Once you find out that more often than not your inner guidance is right, you're gradually open to accepting Spirit as your guide. And as you unclutter your perceptions from the chatter and noise of ego, your inner guidance will become perfectly correct. It will always know. Practice constantly. Let's say you want to phone your mother. Is she home or isn't she? Visualize your mother and push your feelings out towards her and search for her. Is she home? If your feelings say no, don't call her. If your feelings say yes, call her. At the beginning, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. All that matters is that you get used to bypassing the intellect, bypassing the personality, bypassing regular knowledge, trying to access a deeper knowledge. Acting upon the information you receive is courageous. The problem is that in our childhood, because of education, the influence of peers and so on, we tend to, little by little, by the age of 7 or 8 usually, to get rid of this inner knowing that a child has naturally. So half the time, you don't listen to what the inner you is saying. And the rest of the time, you couldn't give a damn because your personality has already made up its mind. So, half the time your inner self says, turn left, and you ignore it. And suddenly there's a load of buffalo coming down the main street, and after they've trampled on your foot and you're hobbling for months on end, the little voice goes, left, left. And you go, yeah, maybe. And you head off left. And there's this neat little garden and a bunch of wonderful people saying, where have you been? The coffee's cold. We've been waiting for you for months and months. What happened to you? What's that bandage on your leg for? We resist. The ego personality cannot accept that something else is more important, cleverer, more knowing than itself. However, when you think of it, all intellectual reasoning is mostly guesswork. Taking information from a past performance or experience, one tries to guess what might be the best for the future. But that's very hit or miss. Inner knowing works best. As you begin to trust this guidance, call it a spirit guide, Jesus, Rami, call it whatever you like. As you start to trust this power, it leads you step by step. It will take you where you need to go, to the next person, to the next opportunity, to the next place, to the next money-making idea. It knows because it is everywhere and everything is feeling. So it is all-knowing. As you concentrate upon it, it becomes stronger. A door opens inside of you. I've had people say to me, well, trusting is frightening. Yes, I suppose it is. But that's the nature of this journey, this quest. The fact is, it's only the personality that is frightened. The real you, eternal, immortal, can't be frightened. It can't be sick. It can't be confused. It lives in a perfect dimension of exquisite beauty. So if you have a fear of letting go, then start talking to your personality. Talk to it like a child and say to it, hello, little ego. I know you're scared of letting go. I know you're scared of quitting this little job in case there isn't another one. But we're eternal. We're abundant, infinite. And I know there's something better up ahead. So don't worry, little ego. We'll be fine. In the end, this journey away from ego into spirit is like journeying through the fog. You're only ever going to see a few steps in front of you. If you can see down the path, 6 months, a year, 5 years, 20 years, here's my pension, here's my retirement, you're deeply in TikTok. You're deeply in the world of the ego because it sets up those rhythms to keep itself comfortable. So Monday's wash day and Tuesday's meatloaf and Wednesday's days of our lives and on from there. One of the ways you're going to know if you're growing, if you're actually moving ahead towards the infinite self, will be the fact that you have more choices. Things will be less definite. You won't see so far into the future. What you'll know is, hey, I feel fine right now, and my energy's rising, so I'm sure it's going to be fine next week, next year. Here's an exercise you can do, and I'm sure you can invent half a dozen others. Whenever you have some free time, try blindfolding yourself. And of course here, I'm presuming that you aren't already blind. If you are visually handicapped, you don't need this exercise, as you'll know it through and through. Okay, for the rest of you, do this. Spend a whole evening blindfolded. You might want to choose a cold dinner that night so it's simple to fix, but fix it blindfolded. Walk around the house blindfolded. Turn things on and off blindfolded. Motor through the evening totally without sight for at least 3 hours. As you deal with the fact that you can't see, you'll notice how frustrated you get. Sometimes you might even be scared or fed up with it. What you're basically doing is you're training yourself to feel out your path, to feel where things are. And you're going to develop feeling confident, not seeing. Feelings will guide you. You have to feel the top of the stairs. And you're not going to chuck yourself down them, hopefully. You're going to make sure that you're not putting your hand on a hot stove. You're going to get used to trusting yourself, trusting your feelings. Let's face it, if you can't trust yourself, who can you trust? An alternative to this exercise of blindfolding yourself at home is to blindfold yourself in a forest. It's amazing how 10 or 15 minutes of that, and you can actually begin to feel the presence of the trees and the obstacles. Try it. So, the courage to go beyond and the courage to accept spirit as your inner guide is not necessarily being an incredibly courageous person. It's just being courageous enough to step away from the handrail of life, which delineates the mindset of TikTok, and walking a little way into the unknown. Personally, I find the unknown interesting. You meet people, you travel places, deals and opportunities come up that you never expected. It's interesting. The unknown is really, really interesting. It keeps you awake. Here's a couple of exercises, disciplines if you like, that you might try that will help you. First, you have to learn to push against the ego's comfort zone. So if, say, public speaking terrifies you, then agree to give a speech. If heights bother you, go parachuting. If dark bothers you, walk in the forest at night. Each week, devise one thing that you will use to challenge yourself, to push the envelope of your comfort zone as a part of your strengthening in life. Discipline yourself to remain mentally in the now. Don't allow the mind to daydream, and don't worry about the future. Sure, you can make plans for things that will happen in the future that need to be organized today, but don't future think too much. Stay centered in the eternal present. Step 5 is accepting negativity as a learning experience. Embracing the infinite self is changing one's attitude to negativity in general. Negativity is a term that's cropped up in recent years which describes the negative experiences of life. Most people react to misfortune. They react to it in a predictable way. The ego has rules and regulations. It has needs, desires, opinions, beliefs and fears. Anytime the ego experiences negativity, it will react. It will react from arrogance. It will react from pompousness and righteousness. Or it will react from its sense of insecurity. It may react from a sense of injustice, or just because its status quo is being assailed or its power is being diminished in some way. Let me give you an example. Take poverty. Poverty is a good example of what the ego usually thinks of as negative energy. Poverty in the Western world, more often than not, comes from a lack of concerted energy. Given our welfare system, our social security, and the fact that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of help wanted ads in the paper every day, if anybody desperately needed a job today, if their life depended on it, they could get one. Albeit, they might be serving hamburgers, but they can get a job. So the idea that somebody has to sit in the street with their hand out, starving, is not on in Western societies. I was in Dublin the other day, and there was a woman on the sidewalk with her little daughter, who was 3 or 4 years old, begging. And I thought to myself, what is the need for using this small child as a sort of an emotional lever to get money from people? It seems so odd, and it seems so hopeless, and it seems so unfair on the child. Ireland will have the same welfare system and the same social security as everywhere else. And yet here was this woman using her child as a money-making business to crank emotion to get people to react. When you look at a person begging and you react at their lack by expressing emotion within you, you're expressing the opinion of the ego. What most people do when they look at something like that woman is they're coming from their own indignation. The ego is very self-indulgent and very pompous. It says, look at all these poor people. They should have cars, they should have VCRs, they should have a home. They should have all the things the ego feels are vital. In our system here on this planet, you have to create energy if you want things. So if you want to create wealth in this lifetime, what you have to do is think in terms of creating more energy, making yourself more valuable to other citizens on the planet so they're going to pay you for it. When you look at the world in a finite ego sense, we judge it and we make it wrong. In other words, the ego's opinion is that life should be cozy and effortless and somebody should plonk some money in its hand. But that isn't necessarily the case here. If you look at things from the ego's view, then a lot of things on this planet are going to seem to you preposterous. But the beggar in the street is not just ego, personality, and a body. He or she is infinite, and inside that body is an eternal evolution. You don't know that poverty isn't something this person needs to understand themselves, to grow, to come to the conclusion that, hey, if I sit in the dirt here, I don't really get very far. What I really need to do is stand up, brush myself down, and put out some energy. Our society is organized in such a way politically that we underwrite weakness. That's why we have a whole system for cranking indignation in the media. It's a political expedient. We're forced to invest in enormously complex systems for making sure that nobody's ego gets out of whack and that nobody has to put out very much energy. We underwrite their silliness. We underwrite their weakness. However, when you look at negative energy, you're only looking at the contradictions of the ego. So the ego says, I want to live forever, and the body dies. We consider that a negative event. And we say, Harry died. And we take a moment to remember Harry. But Harry isn't dead. He's infinite. You'll never be more alive than the moment after your heart beats its last beat and stops. All the people that died in the war aren't dead. All the people that have suffered aren't suffering. They're still alive. That's the infinite perception of negativity. Understanding that we don't actually understand. And there's something beautiful in that, isn't it? When you say to yourself, I really deeply understand that I don't understand. In other words, you might say to yourself, why were these children massacred? Or why did this terrible event happen? Or why are there so many political prisoners in Asia? Why do we need this evil? Sure, we're trying to change things, but there are infinite reasons beyond our understanding. So because they're beyond our understanding, we just have to be compassionate and understand that what people are going through, whether it's a positive event from the ego's viewpoint or a negative event, is a part of their evolution. What we have to do, if we want to grow spiritually, is get out of the emotion. That doesn't mean you aren't going to help people. It doesn't mean that you aren't going to be a kind person. It just means that you're going to detach from being flip-flopped around by every political or social event that enhances the ego or detracts from the ego's opinion. What we're looking to do is understand death, pain, cruelty, restriction, discrimination, illness, misfortune and poverty in a different way. Not from the self-indulgent survivalist attitude of the ego, not from a righteous emotion, but from a more distant emotion, where we understand that there are 5 billion or more spirits evolving on this physical plane inside physical bodies. And there are certain experiences that these spirits need to pick up that are a part of this evolution. As you understand that, you can step back and look at life from a more angelic stance. Sure, I would prefer that the world didn't have poverty. I would prefer that the world didn't have wars and strife. I would prefer that there wasn't any agony or pain. And I'd prefer that there wasn't so many military regimes and restriction upon citizens by their government. But that isn't part of this planet's evolution where it finds itself along the timeline of human history. So we can't go any faster than we're going. We've already evolved enormously. If you take the mind back to, say, 1,000 years ago, to the year 1000, let's say, you can see how far we've evolved in just this millennium. We have human rights, high-tech medicine, the social contract, our sense of caring. A lot of energy now is being put into conservation and looking after the planet. We've got a long way to go, but we've got to give the planet credit for how far it has progressed already. If you get too hung up in the political and social issues, if you get too sucked into causes, you get very firmly stuck inside the definitions of the ego. This isn't good or bad necessarily, but if you're trying to embrace the infinite self, what you're going to have to do is detach. That's the central part of this philosophy. Detachment isn't callousness. It's not that you're going to say, hey, I don't give a damn about these people. It's just that you have to understand that their evolution is important. It's sacrosanct. Just because a person is in the gutter drunk doesn't mean that they shouldn't be there. One would hope better things for them, but maybe they have to fall to a very low level in order to pick themselves up. Maybe they don't want to work themselves back up again just yet. Maybe in this lifetime they have to experience what it feels like to do nothing and degenerate. So when you see people doing pain, you have to accept that we don't really understand it. So if 5 people whack a tree, you can't get sucked into the energy of it all. All you can do is say, interesting evolutionary experience, remembering that they are immortal, so they're not dead. collapses the way our people understand that they have to change their game plan and raise their energy. We've all had hard times. Everyone has had rough patches in their lives. It's true, isn't it, that when you went through the rough patch, there was a moment when you turned it around, where you started to grab the bull by the horns and think, hey, I'm not going to take this anymore. You started to generate enthusiasm, energy, action, learning, healing, fixing, looking at yourself and saying, wait a minute, I'm a victim of my ego here. I better do something about it. So when you look at people, you have to look at them from that kind of compassion, from the more distant understanding that as humans dwelling within the infinite self, we cannot know what people need. We cannot understand why things are the way they are. What we can understand is that given the human evolution, given where people are at, where their ego is at, their perception, this is what's going on at this time. So we'll do our best to spread goodness, but what we won't do is infringe upon people. We won't try to pick them up and fix them if they haven't asked us for help. We have to learn to disengage from the world, and I'll talk more about that later. The whole point is, are you going to see the world from the insecurity, from the pompousness, the arrogance, the dogma, the self-indulgence of the ego's view, or are you going to understand negative energy, misfortune, disease, death, whatever, from the infinite self? Now, some people might say, how can there be a God if there is so much evil on the earth plane? The fact is, God isn't involved in the evil. God is detached and just watching it. God isn't saying there should be evil or there should be good. God is just in a detached space watching, loving, and being there for us, but not interfering, allowing each of us to work through what we want to work through. And you know what you need to work through. Certainly, someone can give us a hand, but in the end, you have to buy your own healing. You either buy it with money, because you go to a counselor or a practitioner or healer of some kind, or you buy it with energy. You put out energy and heal your life. Raising people's energy by picking them up from above doesn't work. It's almost like if you reach down and pick a person up, their legs lose contact with the ground. They lose contact with where their energy is actually at. What is true, what is real, what is feasible, what is doable today, given their energy. So when you pick people up, you take them off the ground and their little legs are flapping in the air. Now you're responsible and you've got to hold them up. And you've got to keep holding them up. And God forbid if you ever let them down again and say, hey, I've helped you for 6 months, now you're on your own. At that point, they're going to get extremely pissed. And they're going to say what a rat you are. You're going to think, hang on a minute, that doesn't seem just. I've been helping this guy all this time and now he's saying what a rat I am. The fact is, you reached down and picked him up. He wasn't necessarily ready. So you infringed upon his evolution by trying to accelerate his perceptions, trying to accelerate his energy without him asking for it. Some people at my seminars have asked me, Stu, you're teaching, you're helping people raise their energy, aren't you infringing upon people? But you have to understand that teaching somebody is a completely different thing to going in and interfering with their life. I don't come knocking on your door and saying, hey, listen to these programs, read my books, etc., etc. You choose to listen. Somebody lent them to you or you bought them, but you made the decision. So when people come to you and ask you for help, help them. Be kind, be generous, be gracious, be a big person, and give of yourself, give of your energy. You don't necessarily have to give money, but give of your energy. You can give advice, love, expertise, but don't pick them up. So when they say, what should I do? Answer by saying, what would you like to do? How do I fix this problem? How would you like to fix the problem? How am I going to get out of this mess? How would you like to get out of this mess? In this way, you get them to see that the only way up is when they are enthusiastic about their life and their evolution on this earth plane. When their desire to achieve and perceive and grow is greater than the ego's self-indulgence, obstinacy, and its destructive ways. So, accepting negativity is the concept of, hey, we are in an infinite evolution. We're looking at a group of dead bodies whose infinite being has departed and is still alive. So there is no death. All the agony we experience emotionally and psychologically is all agony of the ego. When you understand that, a very big door opens inside of you. If the ego didn't have dogma, positions it had to defend, you couldn't have negative energy. Someone would come to you and say, I'm going to shoot you in the head, and you'd say, fine, I'm infinite. Do what you need to do. Meanwhile, I'm going to carry on here, working in my flower garden. If the ego didn't have an opinion, there couldn't be fear. There couldn't be all of these people hurting each other. So, understanding negative energy in a different way is important. Negativity is part of people's evolution. If you want to step out of the popular emotion, if you want to step out of the tribal mind and its predictability, then you're going to have to leave people alone. And you're going to have to understand that their evolution is their evolution, and there's nothing wrong with negativity. We would prefer the world to be better. But if it were perfect, we wouldn't be here, because we would have nothing to work on. Okay, let's go to the next session, and we'll talk about human knowledge, belief patterns, strengths, weaknesses, and the masters that walked the earth plane. Thank you. Step 6 is, we learn about the world through its belief patterns and go beyond it. As I said earlier, what we think we know, we've actually borrowed from somebody else. When you incarnate, the subconscious mind begins to record all of the sensations and inputs that you were given. It records feelings, emotion, and language. But more importantly, it records also all the subliminal information that is a part of your childhood. So bit by bit, you suck up like a sponge the tribal belief pattern that is offered. Those tribal belief patterns aren't going to contradict the ego, because the central point of the tribe's identity is its ego self. What is a tribe if it isn't a collection of personalities that come together and belong to one genetic group or one social group? So the tribal mind is laced with a lot of negativity and fear and dysfunction. It's also laced with the agenda that the collective ego of the tribe would have you accept. If you're not very evolved, the tribal mind is a good place to be, because it offers you the familiarity and safety of a collective consciousness, a collective strength. But once you start to reach for your individuality and your infinite self, the tribal mind will bug you. It's too restrictive and controlling to hold you. On the journey from ego to spirit, you're going to have to review and possibly ditch many of those old beliefs. Tribal beliefs teach restriction and fear. Don't do this, you'll fail. Don't do that, people won't like it. But mostly what the tribe wants you to do is to sustain its status quo. The programming that our children receive is the programming that says, put yourself to one side, sacrifice yourself, support the tribal good. And the wage earners, of course, are forced to pay for the tribal good, the common good. The tribe needs your money to sustain its power base. When you incarnated into this earth plane, with all its structures, institutions, all the regulations, the whole modus operandi, government, taxes, the educational institutions and so forth, all of these things were already in place. So your infinite self had a vision of this and accepted it. However, once you've sucked up all that information and you've trained to be a good little drone and you've followed the rules, you can eventually understand them for what they are. In our society, we tend to think that the rules are cast in stone. This is the way it was always done. This is what everybody says. This is how to dress. This is how to behave. This is hip. Everything else isn't hip. The personality needs to elevate itself above others, and the tribe attempts to elevate itself above the other tribes. But it wants individuals to conform. It doesn't want you being different. Conformity is boring because it creates a society of people that are grouped together in a glob-like evolution. Understand it like this. If you're thinking what everybody else is thinking, if you do what they do, if you use their language, dress the same way, believe the same things, and tick along, you don't really have an individual spiritual reality. You have a collective reality. I don't believe we get into an individual spiritual reality until we break away from the tribal mind and the tribal emotion. Yes, you're an individual, in that you're an individual within the tribal mind, but you're not a true spiritual individual. Part of the sacred path is to become an individual, to stand on your own, to have your own individual identity, beliefs, and methodology. However, the tribe doesn't like you doing that. Our systems are based on control. The whole idea of Congress, government, taxation, the police state, and the local controls are all designed to milk the taxpayer and impose control. It's illegal to disagree, and we're programmed to feel embarrassed or guilty if we push against the status quo. The status quo is not a particularly benevolent institution. It's a self-perpetuating institution, writing rules to sustain itself. Conformity is also a part of the desire of a nation or a tribe or an organization to sustain its psychic integrity. Imagine a couple of thousand years ago when there wasn't much medical knowledge, no real understanding. You could comprehend how the tribes were riddled with fear. When a person dropped dead, they couldn't do an autopsy and say, yeah, well, he ate a bunch of crud and died. They tended to think that misfortune, contradiction of the ego, famine, disease, death, and so on were manifestations of the wrath of God. That God was pissed off with the tribe and therefore sent mayhem down upon them. So when the goat died, it was considered a real bad thing, because obviously people needed the food and they were up for using the goat. Their ignorance put them into a very emotional relationship with their fate and with the God force. So, if the crops were good, God was pleased. A bad crop, pestilence, disease, another tribe coming down from the hills and kicking them stupid, they were all manifestations of the wrath of God. They didn't understand it. They didn't understand microbes, bacteria. They didn't have antibiotics. They didn't understand how the blood pumped around the body. They had no knowledge, none. Period. Full stop. So you can understand how what they really needed was to feel safe within their community. They needed the people around them to support them, to defend them, to care for the crops, to tend to the animals, to raise the kids. So anyone threatening that psychic collectivism was naturally considered an evil force that had to be banished or destroyed. So the idea came up that if you didn't believe what the tribe believed, then somehow you would lower the tribe's energy and God would be displeased because of your lack of faith or action. Maybe you didn't follow through on the Great Hippopotamus ceremony. Or every year in June when they threw 2 virgins off the cliff, you'd disagree and say, no, I don't fancy chucking virgins off the cliff this year. If you disagreed, it broke down the integrity of the tribe and generated fear. Even in our society today, where we do have the knowledge and we understand the physical existence, we still have this sense of having to conform. Especially if you want to rise up in society within the institutions or the status quo. It requires you to slot in and follow the system. There's very little opportunity for rocking the boat, and there's very little opportunity within the institutions and the old-style corporations for real creativity. One of the things that makes me laugh is watching men go to work for the institutions. They're all wearing this funny little coloured piece of cloth around their necks. Take a look at this funny piece of cloth, because nobody knows what it's for. It serves no purpose. The funny little piece of cloth, often made of silk or coloured cotton, is tied around their necks. The neck is where the air goes through into the body. You'd think that tying something around your air passage wouldn't be conducive to well-being or comfort. Yet millions of men go through this ludicrous symbolic act of strangling themselves every morning, tying a coloured cloth around their windpipe. I mean, it's really weird, man. I suppose originally it was some kind of napkin or serviette that was supposed to stop food falling down your shirt. But the original meaning has been lost. Now it serves as respectability and reliability. The theory is that crooks and incompetents don't wear ties. Yet nobody in the mainstream has ever put up their hand and said, excuse me, what's this thing for? Yeah, if you work in a corporation, if you work in an institution, you are required to strangle yourself with a piece of cloth. It's a way of joining. If you suddenly decided to hang it out your pocket instead of around your neck, or you decided not to wear it at all, you'd be considered some kind of weirdo. The whole point of the collectivism of the tribal mind is control. And one of the things they had to control, in the olden days especially, was the women. Not just because of psychic integrity, but the future of the tribe relied on the women. The women had to crank out chubbies for the tribe and give birth to warriors that would defend the place later on. So the control of women was enormous. It's only recently that women have begun to win equality. Forgive me, ladies, if this sounds offensive, but in the olden days, women were considered the same as cattle. In other words, the more women the tribe had, the more babies they could have. So the more warriors, or more females, to generate more babies. So women were a commodity, and they were thought of as part of the wealth of the tribe. So the system needed to rigidly control the sexuality of women. It was only when the pill came along, and all of that broke down, that women could do whatever they wanted. They could raise kids on their own and have sex without worrying about it. They didn't belong to men anymore. You can see how a lot of the remnants of the medieval tribal idea of femininity are still a part of our society. There's still that underlying feeling or idea that a woman ought to shut up and go have babies, and she's not supposed to be commercially successful, become a millionairess, or have any alternative ideas. The tribes controlled through fear, regulation, and punishment. And none of that's really changed today. From protecting the psychic integrity came religious intolerance and control. The tribes weren't keen on anyone forming their own religion. Everyone had to support the psychic integrity of the communication that the tribe had with God. If you internalize God, as I asked you to do in step 1, or if you have already done so years ago before you listened to these sessions, then you'll understand that you don't really need a third party outside of you to intercede between you and God. If you want to talk to God, all you have to do is quieten the mind through meditation or prayer and feel it out. In the olden days, the idea was that you were too weak or too hopeless, too statusless to have a dialogue with God. So systems were developed whereby you used a third party to get in touch with the Great One. Once you had third parties interceding, then all the rules, guilt and obligations came into play. So nowadays we have a system where millions of people on the earth plane believe that the God force is with them and they're basically spiritually free, while others who still don't believe the God force is within them feel that they need someone to intercede on their behalf. Control nowadays is an old-fashioned idea. It doesn't mean that you can't be a part of a church if you want to be. Some people enjoy the camaraderie, the friendships, the music, being taught by a knowledgeable holy man or woman. So fair go, if that's what you're into. But remember, this thing isn't designed to set you free. None of the tribal belief patterns will ever set you free. That's why I was so attracted to Taoism. Because it's not a church, it's a philosophy. It's just an idea to liberate you. In Taoism, nobody's going to come along and impose any guilt trips on you, or make you pay 10% of your money, or load you up with a lot of do's and don'ts. It's not to say that all tribal ideas are silly. Some of them make sense. There were ideas about health and hygiene, how to grow food, how to interrelate peacefully with other members of the tribe. But a lot of it was to do with conforming, control, and making sure you didn't rise above the pack, or woe betide, leave the tribe. So, we come into the earth plane, we accept the tribal belief patterns as being the way they are, and they will gradually change over the next few hundred years, of course. Then, we have to release most of them. You have to go beyond the discomfort of becoming an individual, doing something that's different. One of the exercises I gave some people in one of my seminars once was to put on a chicken outfit and go to work. Throw away the little piece of cloth, I said, and put on a chicken outfit instead. Don't explain to anybody at the office why you're wearing a chicken outfit. Let's say you work in a bank. Just walk in, sit down, and start cashing people's checks. When people ask why you're wearing a chicken outfit, say, what chicken outfit? The point of this exercise is to get you into believing in yourself. You aren't your clothes, you aren't your image, you're a divine energy inside a body. I am what I am. I'm a divine spark inside a body that happens to be wearing a chicken outfit. I even had 3 guys from an Australian commando unit in my course. They went to their military barracks dressed in ballerina outfits. They walked past the guard of the barracks and he saluted them. You've got to give those lads a bit of credit for really believing in themselves, for saying, I am what I am, and I don't have to conform to keep you happy. A lot of the issue about conformity is the ego seeking approval. We conform to win approval. If I do this, will you love me? If I have sex with you whenever you want me to, will you love me? If I say these nice things, will you consider me holy or spiritual? The fact is, most of it is partly imposed from above as a controlling influence, and partly imposed by you through fear of breaking out of the status quo, and through fear of being judged by people. If you've never broken out of the status quo, then tomorrow do something crazy. Go to work in your swimming trunks, or do something odd or different. Don't put your tie on. Spend all day walking backwards. When people say, why are you walking backwards? Say, I like to see where I've been. Just start to do things that break up the rigid conformity that the mind has and the fear that it has of breaking away from the mold. Remember, if you can't break away, you're stuck forever and ever. Amen. You're bound to trot along in the destiny of the people. You cannot create an alternative reality and a true spiritual evolution for yourself until you agree to break away. Over the next 2 weeks, invent half a dozen ways that you will use to break up your normal rhythm of life. For example, go to a restaurant and order your dinner backwards. Start with a coffee, go to the ice cream and the main dish and finish up with a starter. Pick types of food you never eat. If you hate jazz, go to a jazz club. If you hate broccoli, order bunches of it every time you sit down for a meal. Remember this, the routine that you are familiar with day to day is a part of your ego's authority over you. By doing things differently, you begin to challenge its authority. Step 7. All human knowledge is affected by human weakness. Weakness is endemic to our human situation. The ego is dominated by the idea of death. I'm going to talk about death later on, but the idea of sustaining, saving, holding on, restricting, being careful, not taking risks, and the ego's sense that it doesn't know what's going on makes us weak. We all have that weakness inside of us, not just the fear that the ego experiences, but the self-indulgence. One of the things that will bug you enormously as you trot along this spiritual path is the copious amounts of self-indulgence that we all labor under. The ego is grim when it comes to its self-indulgent attitude. It constantly wants to make itself important. It constantly wants things for nothing. It constantly wants reassurance. It needs attention. It's always seeking to gratify itself. It's not surprising that we soon become victims of the ego. The ego feels insecure, so it nails a list of demands to your forehead. You wake up in the morning exhausted, having gone out the day before and done all this stuff to keep the ego happy, and it still isn't happy. It says, here, sucker, here's another list of stuff I want you to go get. You know, get me this, get me that. So the weakness inside the mind is something that we have to work to go beyond. And of course, a lot of that weakness comes from the ego's fear and its sense of not knowing, which causes a terrible disquiet. However, as you embrace the spiritual path, you understand that you're in flow. You're only ever going to see a few yards in front of you. So one of the ideas that I want you to grab is that you can feel secure even when you don't know. It's only a bad habit that says you got to know. You don't. When you become spirit, you become more open. And then you can just accept things and flow. When people say to you, what do you know? You can say, nothing. Don't know, don't care. Then you go beyond the weakness of the ego, whereby it won't move until it knows. You're going to have to move not knowing. Feeling your way along, asking yourself constantly, hey, how does this feel? Does it feel right? If it doesn't, make adjustments. So when you can come out of don't know, don't care, you're free. Instantly, you go past one of the great human weaknesses, needing to know. If you're balanced today, you'll be more balanced tomorrow, because your energy is going up. If you're abundant today, you'll be more abundant tomorrow, because your energy is expanding. Simple. Once you realize the nature of the weakness of this existence, it becomes a huge triumph and a great thrill to go beyond that weakness. In the end, that's what this journey is all about. In my view, self-indulgence is one of the biggest blocks to spiritual development. It's arrogance. The idea that someone owes you a living, someone owes you importance, respect, someone owes you opportunities is silly. To become a spiritual being, you're going to have to be self-sufficient. So if you believe that someone out there is going to provide it all for you, you can't come to an understanding of this physical plane because you've got to dominate it to go beyond it. You've got to go through life to go past it, so to speak. So you have to generate enough energy to sustain yourself. If you can't earn loads of money right now, then begin by reducing your needs and increasing your energy, increasing your activity. Rather than saying, I've got to have this, I've got to have that, what you ought to say is, I've got less money, so I'm going to consume less. Maybe I'll live in a cheaper dwelling, get a cheaper car, eat less, spend less money on beer. You come to a place of balance inside whatever money you do have. On the spiritual path, nothing is guaranteed. The only guarantee is energy. If you have energy, that's your guarantee. If you haven't got energy, you'll become imbalanced. Things will start coming at you. It's simple, really. From self-indulgence comes self-importance. It's fine to feel confident, but don't drift into that nauseating self-importance that so many people suffer from. And don't get into status trips. Where you are in the pecking order, who's up, who's down, who's hip, who isn't, who's spiritual, who isn't spiritual. All of that is just snobbery. When you look at our world, full of racial discrimination and snobbery and people posing, seeking attention, all that Hollywood stuff, it's grim, isn't it? It's really grim. It's a lot of weakness, seeking to be heard, seeking to promote itself, seeking to make themselves people, seeking to make themselves special. The Tao says, to be always talking is against nature. He who boasts of what he will do succeeds in nothing. That is why he that possesses the Tao does not linger. Clever stuff, that Tao. The initiate doesn't care to be special. He or she is happy to stand at the back, happy to be silent. He or she is happy to slip in and out unnoticed. You don't need all of that razzmatazz and glamour. All you need is contentment, creativity, love, comprehension, gratitude, and sacredness. Those are the real things in this lifetime. Everything else is just hype and BS, isn't it? When people yearn for things, it makes them weak. You know when you fall in love and you desire the other person, you yearn for them. The very fact that you're desperate for them often means you can't have them. Your stifling need makes that person uncomfortable and they back away. When you yearn for some particular goal in your life, in leaning towards it emotionally, in pushing for it, you affirm that you don't have it. Actually driving the very thing you want away from yourself. So control that yearning and say, hey, I'd like to have a new car, but I can't afford it at this time. But I feel abundant. I feel the car as a part of my energy. I'll have it later, or maybe something even better. Then work in a concerted way towards the goal. In this case, getting the car. Don't yearn and don't moan. And take a moment every day before you go to sleep or before you rise in the morning to give thanks for what you do have. This is beautiful. These children are beautiful. This home, it ain't so great, but thank you. Thank you, Great Spirit, for providing a shelter. Thank you for these clothes, these friendships. Thank you for these economic opportunities. The other human weakness, which we ought to discuss, is guilt. Guilt was invented by the tribe as a form of control. If you didn't follow along, people would say you're a rotten person, because you wouldn't trot according to the rules. The fact is, most of the things you might feel guilty about are just rules that other people invented. In the eternal Tao, there are no ups and downs. There is no good and evil. There is high energy that sets people free and expresses love. And there's low energy that restricts, controls, and manipulates people. But it's only energy. There are no absolutes, no definitions, no judgments. I don't believe metaphysically that there are any completely innocent victims. I believe that if you put out restriction, weakness, manipulation, and lack, you pull to you negative experiences. In the totality of things, the victim and the aggressor are one and the same energy. If you've done things wrong to somebody, yes, you could have chosen a more righteous way of acting. But on the other hand, you didn't. And they put out a negative energy and pulled you into their life. And you trotted across town at your expense to mess them about. So they ought to say, thank you, God, for sending me a teacher who's messed me about and infringed upon me. I've learned. Guilt is worthless. If you've messed up or failed in this lifetime, grant yourself absolution. Then draw a line in the sand and say, from now on, I'm going to act in a more honorable way. The important thing is that you somehow have to be able to close off that guilt and realize that there isn't any real sin. There's low energy actions and feelings, and there are high energy actions that love and liberate, inspire and release people. But that's all there is, and we come to experience both types of energy, both types of action in this lifetime. Naturally, as a spiritual person working on themselves, you're going to try to choose as many high-energy, liberating attitudes and actions as you can. But if sometimes you go the other way and fail, you haven't really failed. All you've done is gone up to the other end of the scale, so to speak. Understand that whatever you did in the past was a part of your learning. Bit by bit, you will strengthen, become more, and go beyond. Sometimes you may have to fall apart to do something that's really infringing or grim because that's what you needed at the time. And that's what you did. So you can absolve yourself and move on. The other weakness that affects people is poor self-image. A poor self-image usually comes from childhood. You can work on it by concentrating and loving yourself. If you would take quiet time and meditate, if you acknowledge yourself for the things you have achieved, if you have the will to improve yourself, to raise your energy, exercise, become more organized, then bit by bit, the self-image starts to build. The whole point of this journey from ego to spirit is one of acceptance. If you aren't comfortable or you have a poor self-image, the first thing you need to do is to accept it. The second thing to do is gradually go past your shame, past your guilt, and work your way to where you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, hey, this person's okay. You can reconcile what's gone before. This person is moving up. So understand these weaknesses are part of the programming and they're here to be transcended. To recapitulate, don't bitch about your weaknesses. Either work on them or ignore them and concentrate upon your strengths instead. If you concentrate upon your strengths, usually your weaknesses will fall away and become less dominant in your life. There is an enormous power inside of you. It is an infinite power with all the knowledge and wisdom of the God Force. Never forget that. It will take you from weakness to strength. This brings me to the next step. Step 8. The masters were supernatural because others weren't. Here we realize that the masters who walked this planet in ancient history were masters because the people who were around them at that time were metaphysically weak. So if you go back several thousand years knowing the tribes were ignorant and suddenly an immense energy pops up like Jesus or Buddha, an energy so far ahead of the common people, it's not surprising that they made these masters into gods. There had to be. They would naturally look up to anyone that had perception and understanding. If I could transfer you back to like 500 BC, you would instantly become a god with the knowledge you have today. To those people anyway. The Christ consciousness, the Buddhahood, the flow of energy that these masters tapped into is available today. It isn't something that's disappeared. The energy is here. The extrasensory perception, the ancient wisdoms, miracles, it's all available now. Energy doesn't disappear, it just changes. In 500 BC, when Lao Tzu sat under his little tree and wrote the Tao Te Ching, he could have had electricity to light his paper. The electricity was there. All of the energies have been since the beginning of time. Okay, it took us 2,500 years to discover electricity and to harness it, but that energy, like the energy of the masters, is perpetual. If in your prayers and meditations you start to call upon that energy, call upon the name of your teacher, call upon your God, upon the God force within you, you can begin to tap into that power. Most people don't realize that. We haven't really begun to understand what a human can do. We're still a bit stuck in the old stuff. Most of our metaphysical, spiritual and religious beliefs have come from at least 2,000 years ago, whereas we've moved tremendously in technology, science, medicine, chemistry. Our metaphysical knowledge is still Neanderthal. You have the same amount of power that the masters had. You can sit in a meditation and vision the way that Jesus or Buddha would have visioned, the way that Lao Tzu or Mohammed would have tapped into that energy. You can feel beyond today's knowledge, to wisdom that is not normally available. You can touch into what the Theosophists called the Akashic Record, which is basically the collective unconsciousness wherein is stored all the knowledge we have ever had. You can align to that. If you're learning to play the guitar, listen to the best guitar player there's ever been and imagine yourself inside their consciousness. Put yourself into the mind of that guitar player and become him or her as you practice playing the guitar. If you want to be a great footballer, watch the reruns of the greatest footballers that they've ever been and enter into their energy. Put their boots on, so to speak. It's all there. The energy of Einstein, Beethoven, Mozart, Isaac Newton, Edison, Tesla. All of that knowledge and energy is still available. Rather than looking at the master's energy as something on a pedestal that you can never reach, what you need to do is internalize the energy, internalize the Christ consciousness, the Buddhahood, the light, and make yourself a part of it. Align to where there is brilliance. Align to the power and feel it inside of you. If Jesus could put his hands upon somebody and heal them, so can you. That is the exciting part of this spirituality within, is tapping into all of the inspiration, the wisdom, and the knowledge that has been forgotten. Then you can recreate it and offer it to other people. Come with me now to the next session, and we'll talk a little bit about how discipline helps to center the mind. How will you consolidate and double your power as quickly as possible? Come, we'll have a little chat about that. Nine is power comes from discipline. When I was 28 years old, and I first got into understanding the Tao, understanding the possibility of an alternative philosophy, an alternative perception, what drove me on more than anything else was the desire to comprehend the unseen world, the unseen realities that permeate our reality, to really understand what our maximum potential is as humans. I remember one day going through a neighborhood in London called Putney. There was a small church there. For some reason, I parked my car and went in. The church was completely empty. I just knelt down at the back and looked up at the altar. The church was old and very beautiful, as many English churches are, and there was an organist playing above me in the choir gallery. I remember thinking, who am I? What do I want in this lifetime? What are my goals? I pondered for a moment and realized that what I really wanted was knowledge. So I put my arms up, looking up to the heavens, so to speak, and said, God, make me wise. Give me wisdom. I didn't ask for glamour, power, enormous amounts of money, or even an easy life. I asked for wisdom. I have to say that was one of the most impacting days of my life when I asked for that, because it wasn't long after that I met a guy who was teaching some special meditation courses. They were theta brainwave meditation courses. Having met him and then met other teachers, I went on from there. Bit by bit, I did get a certain amount of wisdom, and I'm still getting it. So the God Force is still supplying on the deal that I made in that little church in Putney many, many years ago. Blessed little cotton socks. The center point in all of this is your desire for wisdom greater than your need to accommodate the ego, the personality? In the battle for control of the mind, you have to have discipline. So step 9 is the realization that your power comes from discipline. The ego will always go to the self-indulgent side. It has uses because it keeps you centered and it gives you identity, but the ego is basically weak. The personality that contains your memories in which the ego dwells is also weak because it's self-indulgent and seeks gratification. True power, true knowledge, the ability to transcend this physical plane and peer into these other worlds to become part of a bigger evolution comes only from discipline. Why? It's not as if God is sitting up there somewhere, bless it, saying, I want you to do this, I want you to do that. Because God is not involved in an emotional perception of our evolution. The importance of discipline is not to win anyone's approval, but to understand that you can't control the mind without it. So you have to start making yourself do things that help you establish control. The discipline of serenity, quiet time on your own. The discipline of working on your physical body, which we'll talk about in a later session. The discipline of disengaging from all the antagonistic, adversarial positions that you may find yourself in. You have to settle those because it's hard to go beyond the ego and the earth plane if you're constantly at war with other people. The discipline of order in your life. The discipline of rising early. The infinite self within you is the God force, and it's pure. It's unencumbered with considerations and attitudes. The intellect clutters the infinite self. The Taoists revered nature because they said that in nature we see the external manifestation of God, of the God force, the Tao, in its uncluttered state, free from intellect, free from the definitions of the mind. So in the Tao, the grace of God is seen through the abundance of nature, the animals, the wind, the water, and through the ever-changing seasons. So I went out at 4 a.m. each night to discover what the Taoist meant. I walked every night at the same time. No matter if it was raining or snowing, sometimes it was a beautiful night, sometimes it wasn't, I walked in silence. There's a special kind of walking that comes from one of the monastic orders in China. It's what I call tiger walking. Rather than walking by putting your heel down first and then your toes, as we normally walk, you walk by pointing your foot and putting the outside edge of your foot down first, and then your toes, and then the heel. It's very graceful, but it's not easy to do. When you're walking, it forces you to concentrate while you're doing it. It's a kind of discipline. So I would do this tiger walking around the forest at 4 a.m., sometimes in absolutely atrocious weather. But what I decided was that as a discipline, I would ignore the weather. I wasn't going to let my personality whinge and moan because it was windy or hailing or whatever. I was going to do weather and have no reaction. So I'd wander off and I'd do my tiger walking for an hour, and then I'd come home, have a cup of tea and meditate for 24 minutes. That's my recommended time. 1 minute of meditation for each hour of the day. In the final session of this 33 Steps program, there's a theta metronome, which is oscillating at 4 to 6 cycles per second. The little bips are designed to help you with your meditations. They allow you to enter into a low brain speed, a meditative state, regardless of whether you have any experience of meditating or not. Even if you're a very experienced meditator, the theta metronome helps you because it slots you in down there at the theta level very, very quickly and holds you in that trance state. So I've included the metronome in this series because I thought it would be a tool to help you and to assist you reach the inner part of yourself wherein the infinite self dwells. You should make meditation a part of your daily life. Discipline that's imposed from above isn't as good as self-discipline. In the end, you have to become self-disciplined, and you have to impose upon your self-discipline, because otherwise you don't exert complete control. Another of the disciplines that I took on was vegetarianism, which I did for 7 years. I did the walking in the forest for 3 years, and I've meditated pretty much every day of my life since I first got started. Another of the techniques or disciplines that are useful, which I believe comes from the Hindu tradition, is just before you go to sleep at night, review the day backwards. What you do is run through all the experiences of the day and just look at them. You don't comment on them or ponder on them. You just watch them happening as you run the time clock from bedtime back to dawn when you got up. It's a way of unraveling the day and allowing those experiences to be released from your mind. And I believe it cuts down the need for lots of trivial dreams where the mind is processing stuff that happened during the day. It's like moving backwards in time, and it's a discipline that you do just before you fall asleep. It's where you stop to notice your life. Life will not just be passing you by because your affirmation is that you're going to want to notice it. So try this backwards thinking process at night and go back through your day. Reviewing the day's events unclutters the mind and allows you to go to sleep in a very pure state. Much of the inner communication you have with that infinite self is initially at night. So if you go to bed calm and serene and uncluttered, you can reach that infinite self more fully and be more aware of what it is telling you. If in reviewing the day there was some particular problem, rather than trying to think it through then as you're falling asleep, say to your infinite self within, I want to review this situation during the night, and I want you to give me the answer to my problem in the morning. Next day, either when you wake up or later on, ideas or solutions drift into your mind. The process is quite wonderful and magical, and it's amazing how it works, but it does. So give your problem to the infinite self and let it show you the solution. Not only does that help you with your problems, but it helps you establish a dialogue or communication inside yourself with that infinite self, beyond the intellectuality of the personality that's doing the day-to-day living. Another discipline that I imposed upon myself, which I'm going to mention in detail in step 14, is the discipline of not criticizing and not judging too much. By criticizing and judging, you constantly lock yourself into the ego's world, into its definitions, and you deny yourself the infinite world. The point is, you need serenity, and part of how you disengage from the emotion of the world and your personal emotions is by disengaging from definition, from criticism, from judgment. In order to be able to do that, you need time on your own. You need time to feel settled, to really look into your heart and to ask, who am I? Another thing that I want you to try is this. Light a candle and sit in front of a mirror. Stare at yourself there, looking slightly downwards, because it's more restful for your eyes. Stare at the center of your throat. Now, without blinking, try to watch yourself in that mirror. Play the metronome if you like. And bit by bit, as you relax and you melt into the mirror and you let yourself go, you will see images and feelings coming out of the mirror at you. At first, they may be a little freaky because you think, my God, what's that? But allow them to be. What you're really seeing is an externalization of your inner mind, your subconscious mind. So perceptions will come up and bit by bit, you'll have visions. Eventually, other worlds will open up and you'll be able to look into the mirror and you will see other dimensions. Sometimes those inner worlds actually appear to be coming out of the mirror towards you. Just watch them and don't let them freak you out. The mirror exercise, silent walking, meditation, nutritional discipline, exercise will all begin to assist you to understand the multi-dimensional nature of this reality. The other thing that you may want to do is start thinking of yourself as a multi-directional being. We tend to think of reality being in front of us, which is the direction that our eyes are focused. But start to ask yourself, what is behind me? What is to my left and what is to my right? What is below me, down through the ground or underneath? What is above? And you start to think of yourself resonating in 360 degrees in every direction, above and below as well. And as you start to enter into that perception, the infinite self will show you things. It'll show you the spaces between the leaves of the trees. It'll show you the silence in the talking. It'll show you the breathing in and breathing out of this experience that we call humanity. You will ask a question and suddenly a bus will go past, and on the bus will be an advertisement for shampoo, say, and the text of the advertisement will answer your question. You'll begin to get into an interactive dialogue with life around you. The infinite self is there to show you, to teach you, to lead you on to more and more energy. But discipline is vital, because you cannot wrestle the personality into a place where it is quiet and serene without discipline. Step 10 follows automatically from 9, and it is the need to center the mind. Centering the mind is one of the major disciplines in discovering yourself, because it is how you get in touch with your subconscious, where all your motivations and urges and your initial programming are stored. If you don't get in control of the mind, it's like having 40 chickens in a truck, and they're all constantly flying about. There's feathers everywhere, and a tremendous commotion going on. Somehow, you've got to sit your chickens down in little rows, and centering the mind is how you do it. It's not necessarily only a meditation process. You can center the mind while you're walking along. It's just a matter of being focused upon yourself rather than distracted. If your mind perceives something, hears something, and it reacts, it will tend to drag you off one way or another with an emotional or intellectual response. But if you just get into the habit of just watching, so as you walk down the street, don't comment, just watch. That way you're not reacting to everything, and you're not reacting to things that are said to you with joy or anger or frustration or happiness. You're just watching. What you're looking to do is to complete this process of detachment by teaching yourself to not react, to become an observer of life, but more important, to become an observer of yourself. The classic example that I talk about in my lectures is rain. Rain is a great way of centering the mind. People don't like rain. They don't like cold water running down their neck. So we react to rain negatively. However, when it's raining, you can go out there and use it to train yourself. You can just walk in the rain and say to yourself, I'm doing rain. This is neither good nor bad. So next time it's absolutely pelting down, get your coat on, or preferably, don't put your coat on. Just walk out in a pair of slacks and a blouse, a shirt or whatever, and walk in the cold. And experience the wet, experience the cold, and don't react. And just say to yourself, hey, I'm doing rain here. Train yourself. There are lots of day-to-day circumstances where you can train yourself to just observe. Imagine a friend that's really driving you crazy, telling you something. You're sitting there having coffee, and they're driving you crazy, and rather than letting them drive you crazy, step back emotionally and love them, and watch them, even though they're being completely ridiculous. When you're stuck in traffic, rather than getting angry, observe yourself stuck in traffic, along with 500 other people that are stuck in traffic. So what is happening today? We're doing traffic. Once you can practice this, and once you can practice this detachment, you can do mother-in-law, you can do check bouncing, you can do, getting laid off from work, you can do all sorts of stuff. It's just a matter of training the mind not to trigger emotions. And you get into control, you accept. So if you walk out in the parking lot and the car's not there, you can say, oh, I'm doing tiger walking because the car's gone. And you start to walk. Become an observer of life. Remember, you are not your emotions, you're not your body, you're not your personality, you're a divine, infinite energy that is operating through the body and the mind. And the whole point of centering is to become an observer of life, to go past having to react, the same way as everybody else in the tribal mind reacts. Beyond centering the mind, there's the meditative state. And I can't see any way that you can reach the infinite self without quiet time and meditation. Because you have to look at the subconscious mind. And if you don't look at who you are and what programming you received and how that has resulted in the circumstances of your life, then there isn't any real way for you to understand yourself. Most people on the planet are just external. They live only in the external world. They are external personalities, if you like. They don't think about their urges and desires, they just react to them. And they usually react with resistance. So in a certain situation they may get scared, and they immediately react and think, I better do something. So they'll eat chocolate, drink, take drugs, anything to stop the experience of being scared. But rather than trying to dampen down the experience of being scared, you can observe yourself being scared. And you could look at her and look at him and say, oh, look at her. She's doing scared today. Because it's okay to be scared sometimes as a human. So rather than reacting to beat down or push down the fear, just observe it. Most fears are irrational anyway, aren't they? So in meditating, you begin to get in touch with what your fears are, what your programming is. So you'll understand the strange idiosyncrasies of the way that your inner mind, your subconscious mind, is put together. So you'll look at a guy in the supermarket with a green coat and an umbrella, and suddenly that generates fear in you, and you don't know why. Yet in a meditative state, you can go back to the time when you were 5 years old, and a guy with a green coat and an umbrella scared you in the supermarket. And suddenly you understand that there is no real rationale to being scared about a guy with a green coat and an umbrella. So through meditation, you begin to understand where your external life actually comes from. Certain words, certain sounds, certain smells, certain sentences, parts of films, all of these things can trigger reactions inside you that you then externalize by eating chocolate or calling your mother or whatever. So meditation is the way that you begin to get inside the true reality of what you are. All your questions have an answer back deep inside the subconscious mind. It takes a while to reach in there and pick it all out, but the process unravels and the knots become less and less complicated as you begin to use meditation as a discipline. Let's talk just for a moment about brainwaves so that you can understand this whole meditation thing. In the waking state, your brain is oscillating at approximately 14 cycles a second and above. It doesn't mean that your whole brain is oscillating at that, but it means that it is predominantly oscillating at that speed. It's known as the beta state, which is the normal waking state. Down from that is the alpha state. A lot has been written about alpha. There are loads of books and courses you can go on to learn to generate alpha. It's a light meditative state. It's also the wave band of intuition, where dreams take place. Alpha oscillates at 7 to 14 cycles a second. It's very regenerative and very restful and great for stress reduction, like meditation. And it just allows you to have that physiological relaxation. However, below the alpha state is the theta wave band, the 4 to 6 cycles a second, which is the wave band that is on the metronome provided in the last session of this program. Theta is really the trance state. When your brain is firing theta, you'll be able to feel the physical body, but only minimally. It's almost as if it's not there. You really just melt from being a physical being to becoming universal mind, completely infinite. What I found so fascinating about the theta state is that it doesn't take very long to learn how to generate it, especially if you use the metronome provided in the last session, which is the metronome that I've used for the last 20 years. Meditation is an excellent discipline because as you go into this controlled, relaxed state, what you're really doing is disempowering the ego. You're telling the personality, listen, sit down and shut up. Sure, at the beginning, it's going to come up with this little thought forms, like, hey, we need to service the car and that kind of stuff. It'll distract you. It will try to push against your serenity by dribbling thoughts into your mind. But as you control, as you say, I don't accept these thoughts. I don't accept this distraction. I'll handle the car later. I'm changing my views. I'm changing my focus. Thank you for telling me about this fear, but I don't accept that fear as a reality in my life. When I need to act, I will. As you push against the mind and you start to talk back at it, little by little, the thoughts will melt away and you will enter into a state of pure mind, pure consciousness. That is a very holy and spiritual place, the place where you enter into the infinite self. Not just your mind, not just your subconscious, but through that to the total molecule that makes up the global mind, and beyond that to the molecule of consciousness that is the cosmic mind, which of course would be the mind of God, the mind of everything that exists, past, present, and future. Click, a door opens, and you enter back inside your rightful spiritual place. Meditation also begins to change you physiologically. The chemicals in your brain react to emotion. So a person that's hysterical will actually begin to generate chemicals in the brain that will make them more hysterical. If you're slightly psychotic and you allow yourself to wander around like that for a period of time, the cocktail of chemicals in your brain changes to reflect your mood. It's only been discovered recently, in the last 10 years. The chemical makeup of the brain is a byproduct of your moods and feelings and attitudes. Initially, moods and attitudes were thought to be only a byproduct of the chemistry. But now we know that the cocktail in your brain is partially created anyway by how you feel. So the sick get sicker, and the people that are getting well change the cocktail in their mind and they get better. So if you're very negative, the cocktail changes to reflect that negativity, and you become more negative. If you start to enter this infinite serenity, the chemical cocktail of your brain starts to become more serene. The endorphins begin to fire. You become happier. The serotonin level changes. Calmness descends upon you, and all of a sudden you begin to create a complete, settled being by changing the physiological chemistry of the brain. So by taking on the meditative discipline, and by doing it for 24 minutes a day, you'll begin to affirm, I am in control. I am controlling myself through silence. I am going beyond these emotions, these ideas, these fears, these reactions of the intellect. I am in charge. And so what you're doing is exercising the force of your will over your personality. Sure, you operate through your personality, and you need your personality, but you aren't only a personality. You're a consciousness that can direct will upon the personality and change it. So, find a comfy spot and meditate, preferably in the morning before the rest of the world has got up, and play your metronome and sit still. At the beginning, it will feel a little bit frustrating because you'll experience nothing in particular. Your mind will react. But little by little, you're going to see things. The first things you see are colored blobs in front of your eyes. Let them pass. Then symbols will come to you. Then you'll begin to peer into what seem to be other worlds and other dimensions. Words will drop into your mind that don't necessarily come from your personality. A whole teaching begins that is available to you in there. It takes discipline, it takes tenacity, and it takes time. But there's an enormous amount of information if you want to turn within and access that library. The master, the supernatural master, is within. But it's through the ego, deep into the subconscious mind, and then on into the higher realms, these cosmic realms. That is where you'll find the energy. It will teach you and show you. Sometimes what it shows you is very practical. Things about your health, finances, relationships, say. Other times it shows you general patterns of the world's destiny. A greater understanding of this evolution, perhaps. The overall destiny of our people. Sometimes it shows you a heightened perception of the position in which you find yourself at this particular time. It's a very heroic time to be on Earth. There's a tremendous amount of creativity and change and possibilities, and you're part of that. This is truly a wonderful time. In the discipline of meditation, you liberate yourself. This isn't something that's going to happen in 10 or 15 minutes. It's a process that you're going to do for the rest of your life. You may not necessarily do it on the same spot for 24 minutes every day, because sometimes your meditation might be just 5 or 10 minutes while you're commuting to work, or whatever time you have available. And some days you might be too busy to mess with playing the metronome. But you need to pause and reflect every day. Anytime you have a spare moment, start tapping within and watching the silence and beginning to eke out the information that's in there. It can be in a field, under a tree, stuck in traffic, whatever. So step 9 is power comes from discipline. Step 10 is centering the mind. Without these 2 steps, you haven't got much of a chance, because you'll get inspired for a little while, but bit by bit, the personality will win back all the ground that it's lost, and you'll find yourself where you were before. So in centering, pondering, reflecting, you continue to power your journey towards the infinite self, and it will graciously teach you. It's happy to. It has all the information there. All you have to do is want to access it. Everything is explainable deep inside the mind. Step 11 is believing that you are the energy, being it. So you've got to believe that you are already a part of this power. You have the energy of the initiate within you, and you're it. There's a tremendous difference, isn't there, between hoping you may become it, hoping you may become a great actor, hoping that you may make $1 million, or marry the person of your dreams, and actually belonging to your dreams. So you have to believe in an infinity that you can't touch, see, smell, taste, or hear. But you can gradually learn to feel it, and that's what's important. Because the infinity within you is beyond the subconscious mind, it oscillates faster than our dimension, faster than the personality, faster than the subconscious mind. It is outside normal perception. So here you're required to become aligned to an energy that is outside of your perception. Understanding you're it, even if you can't see it. After many years of using the theta metronome for meditation, I started having fleeting glimpses of these other worlds. In the end, it became easy to get there, because I'd tracked a path in, so to speak. And so I would gradually see the near-death tube that people who have survived medical emergencies talk about. In the trance state, you can simulate death. So eventually, once you've cleared out the crud of the ego, that tube appears. It's a highway between here and there, the other worlds. Beyond the tube are countless dimensions of evolution. Some are bathed in the God Force. When I first saw that God Force, I was completely overwhelmed. I've never seen so much beauty, so much reconciliation, all at once. It's almost as if all of the inconsistencies of my life were healed in that one moment, in that one vision, bathed in the light of this exquisite force. The most startling thing I discovered was that the love that exudes from the light of God is impartial. It is not an emotional love as we understand it here on earth. The God Force has no needs or desires. It just is. So celestial love is everywhere because the God Force is everywhere. But that love asks nothing in return. It has no emotion. It has no criticism, preference, or judgment. My reaction to that impartial love was one of extreme happiness that came from a sense of belonging. Now things for me on earth had finally had some meaning. The energy at the end of the near-death tube is the same energy that flows through all things. It doesn't have a comprehension of what you need. It doesn't know whether you have the job you want or you don't. It's like electricity. Electricity can light a church, it can light a brothel. It can light a torture chamber, it can light a kindergarten. It's a power that seeks no particular end or result for itself, or for you, but you can direct it into your life. And that's nothing more than visualizing it moving into the circumstances of your life, breathing in the people, breathing in the circumstances of your life, and as you exhale, directing this invisible power towards them. People respond to it instantly. It's no more than pushing that energy out, unemotionally, in the form of love and light. It's you pushing energy so other people can become stronger and more free. But first, you have to internalize that power, as I said in step 1. You have to belong to your goals and dreams. If, say, you want more money and you can't internalize that feeling, if you don't feel abundant, if you don't act abundantly, if you don't come out of graciousness and generosity, if you're not open and warm-hearted, then the universal law just reflects back to you your cold, tight feelings, and you get nothing more than you have now, and probably some will even be taken away from you. It doesn't matter if right now, from your point of view, in your current economic or social standing, you're not a big person. But deep within, you've got to start to feel big. Feel yourself larger than life. This silent bigness exudes confidence. So stand tall for people. Be there. Don't be pushy with your dialogue and catchphrases. Don't show off. Stand inside your silent power and stand tall. Silent power is a real energy, a valuable energy. It's not just verbal diarrhea of the mind. So, do this. Visualize yourself there in your hometown, standing across it like you're 300 or 500 feet tall. You're a big energy standing over this town. The little things of day-to-day life don't bother you. You don't mind a little rain. You don't mind the mother-in-law coming round. You don't mind a few people giving you a hard time in the supermarket. You don't mind the guy in the post office that was rude to you. You don't mind if a car cuts you off in traffic. You're bigger than these things. You're standing in an evolution that's bigger than the petty world of tribal sensations. Beyond the personality, beyond the mind, standing big inside the infinite self. In our world, we move along a straight timeline. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. In the infinite self, the future is now. That is why it's so important for you to believe in yourself now and to believe in this power now. If you're going to move towards a goal, you've got to see it in your mind's eye and you have to act it out and know it is granted now. And it has to be granted in your feelings. So if you want a new car, you can't put it in some distant future place in your mind. That's hopelessly difficult to achieve. You have to feel that you have it now. That's why I say to people, hey, if you want a Rolls Royce, go into the showroom and sniff it. Get inside the car and start sniffing around. When the car salesman comes to you and says, excuse me, sir, madam, can I help you? You say, I've got to sniff my car before I buy it, because I've got to know what this leather feels like. I understand this is some of the finest leather in the world. I want to know what it feels like, so excuse me for a moment while I sniff the car. As soon as the money materializes, I'll be back with my check and you can give me that little silver metallic one over there. You've got to believe and you've got to feel. When things are distanced from you, you'll never achieve them. The mind says, nah, we can't have that. So if abundance is your issue, feel abundant. Somewhere in one of my books, I talk about going into a 5-star hotel if you haven't got any money and go into the most la-di-da place in town and just sit there and have a coffee and drink it slowly. Don't spend a lot of money, but join. Join with the millionaires. Be there in that marble palace, the hotel la-di-da, and declare yourself in. Join on an energy level. Because it is by joining in your feelings that things come to you. By joining serenity, serenity embraces you. Never mind if your life is a mess right now, and you have loads of problems or whatever, still be serene, quietly working your way through things. You've got to feel the infinite self, even if you're completely victimized by your personality and your ego. You've got to feel abundant when you haven't got any money. It sounds like a contradiction, but it isn't. Because the minute you start to feel abundant, your energy moves up. That's what we're trying to do here, is ratchet you up to another place. Leaving, waving, saying goodbye, and going to another evolution inside your feelings. Understanding that the infinite self is there to guide you, so you're not on your own. And remember, you don't have to know where you're going. You just have to know where you're putting the very next step. Say to yourself as a discipline, several times a day, I'm eternal, immortal, universal and infinite. I am what I am. And as you say these words, watch how they resonate throughout your entire being, through the personality, through the mind. And then you'll begin to see the world in infinite terms. Finite, beyond limitations, beyond restriction and manipulation, beyond where you're infringing upon people and you're allowing them to be. And bit by bit, that infinity comes up from within you to grace your life. You have to understand that the God force, this incredible supreme wonderfulness that flows through all things, it doesn't infringe, it doesn't mess, it just allows you to be. You can be as silly as you want for as long as you want. God doesn't come down and say, listen, you little twerp, get your act together. When you're ready, the energy's there. It's the same with the infinite self within you. It's ready. You just have to embrace it. Believing in the righteousness and sacredness of this journey, believing in goodness, seeing abundance, seeing beauty, constantly moving towards serenity, towards goodness and away from ugliness. And as you do that, you enter into a tone poem that is the ebb and flow, the warm, gentle wind of the divine light within you. Allow this cosmic poem to flow through your life. So step 11 is believing you're it and being it. It requires you to believe in the unbelievable, to observe the unobservable, to become a part of things which we cannot normally become a part of. It asks you to step through a door to another world. Come with me now to the next session, and I'll show you that place inside of you where that mysterious doorway exists, and I'll give you the keys you need to open it. Let's discuss principles that will assist you to consolidate these ideas in your heart. The spiritual world is your true place. It has been waiting since the beginning of time, waiting for you to return. Let us step towards it. Come. Step 12 is your word as law. Establishing your word as law is important. The mind is used to getting away with a lot of promises it never keeps. You tell yourself that you'll do this and that, and then you don't. You say you'll pay your friend on Saturday, and then you forget or duck out of it. It's important to establish your word as law unto yourself, as your affirmation of developing authority over the ego. If you say to yourself you will do something, then do it. Don't make promises you won't keep, and don't make promises to others if you can't or won't follow through. Become immaculate, be honorable. Don't commit if you don't have to. You can always stall saying, I'm not sure, call me in a week. People are used to that. Making your word law, you develop power. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Most people are not used to their word as law. They're used to wimping out, ducking away if conditions don't suit them. That weakens them. For the mind knows you're full of BS. As you start to work upon yourself, your energy moves faster. In my book, Miracles, I suggest that the total energy that you express as a physical body, as a mind, as a personality, as a spiritual being, is an oscillation. It's an oscillation that's moving very, very quickly. In my book, I selected a hypothetical oscillation of 20,000 cycles a second as a possible oscillation for the average human in TikTok. There's no way for us to measure or quantify how fast people are actually oscillating. So I picked a figure out of a hat. I said that if an ordinary person is at 20,000 cycles a second, a person that's begun to work upon themselves might oscillate at, say, 25,000 cycles a second. And a person that's very light might be 50,000 cycles a second, and the initiate might be 100,000 cycles a second or above. You're basically a wave state that is oscillating. That's what you are. As you move your energy up faster and faster, your ability to materialize things becomes more and more instantaneous. At 20,000 cycles a second, a person will have an idea or visualize or think about something, and they'll wait 19, 20 years in order to get what they're hoping for, and then it may still not occur. Once your energy starts going faster and faster, whatever thoughts you have in your mind, whatever feelings you indulge in, become reality extremely quickly. You think about the burning bush, and there it is in your hallway, burning. So one of the things you have to do is realize that you're grasping an immense power. Any errant thoughts, and suddenly a great turd is falling on your head from a great height. So your word as law requires you to understand your power. Understand that as your energy goes up, you're going to get whatever it is that you put out. So it's best not to use your thoughts and dialogue in a flippant way. You're not going to make promises you won't keep. If you say to yourself, I'm going to give up chocolate, don't say that and then half an hour later sit there and munch through an entire box. If you make a discipline, a law for yourself, you will follow through. If you don't feel confident with following through, don't make the law. Don't say you're going to give up chocolates if you're not going to give up chocolates. When you're good and ready, you'll give them up. Until then, wait. Embrace your word as law, and you'll see a defined benefit in your life immediately, as things you need will pop up effortlessly. But you have to mean what you say. So choose your words carefully. Be purposeful and police what you think and feel. If any crud comes into your mind, pounce on it quickly and change it. Also, don't give people a load of BS. Don't talk gibberish. Mostly, don't talk about yourself. Listen to others instead. Talk about them. Don't promise things you can't deliver. Don't agree to things you don't want to do, that you know you aren't going to follow through on. Become verbally disciplined. Don't show off. Don't boast. Don't exaggerate. Just stay inside what is true and real. Next, get into a dialogue of truth with yourself. In other words, don't buy all of the waffle of the mind. The mind says we're doing fine, and you know you're not doing fine. The mind says we're looking for a job, and you know you're not looking for a job. When you say to yourself, my word is law, then you establish a dominance, an authority over the mind. And you know that when you say something, you're going to follow through. Here's an exercise that will strengthen your will and help you along a bit. Pick a spot outside your house, or in the park, wherever. Find 12 stones. Go there in the early morning and tell your mind, I'm going to move these stones ceremoniously every morning from 7:01 a.m. for 7 days for 15 minutes. Then pick up the first stone and ceremoniously walk across the garden and place it down. Bow and say to the stone, thank you. Then walk across the garden, pick up a second stone and take it over to the other side. Place that down next to the first, and gradually get all the 12 stones across the garden. Now pause for a moment and pick up the first stone one more time and take it back across the garden to where it was originally. Transfer all the 12 stones back again to the original side. It seems like a pointless exercise. It's supposed to be. The mind will ask, why are we moving 12 stones across the yard? And you'll tell it, shush, we're getting stoned. The fact is, you're strengthening your will and establishing yourself as the lawgiver in the realm of your consciousness anyway. You're saying, this is my law. At 7:01 a.m. every day for 7 days, I will ceremoniously move these stones. That has the effect of not only establishing the discipline, but it establishes your will as the dominant force. And it forces you to go beyond the discomfort that the mind may go through. The mind won't want to mess with it. These actions are outside its normal legislation. At this point, you dismiss the discomfort rather than accommodating the ego, which would prefer to stay in bed. Set a discipline for yourself, like moving the 12 stones, and do it for 7 days. My word is law. If you haven't got a garden near you, move 100 books on and off your bookshelf, but do it exactly at 7:01 every day for 7 days. In establishing the idea of my word as law, you improve your ability to materialize things that you want. You understand that when you come up with a thought or a feeling, when you express verbally, gradually that thing is going to appear in your life, because you can materialize your consciousness. The boundary between your internal world and your external world melts. Your definitions go. You see yourself as the infinite self. There's no more inside reality and outside reality. There's only one infinite consciousness of which you are part. The ego tries to separate you. It seeks to define itself by creating separation. As you move towards the infinite self, what you're doing is joining the inner energy. Not just the inner energy of all the people on the planet, but the cosmic energy in all things. In that joining, you will be able to pull things to you and materialize them from a great distance. The ego has to go get things. It has to find things. It has to struggle to materialize things. It has to force things to happen. It has to sell itself. Rather than forcing things to happen, see the whole planet as inside of you, as a part of you. When I say to you, stand tall, be a big person, I mean expand your mind, expand your feelings to incorporate everything. You're an infinite being, and you are everywhere. Be everywhere. Be everything. Once you're everything, through your connection with the infinite self, you are connected to everything. Then, materializing things is easy. So you'll have an idea, and suddenly there you are on a train sitting opposite somebody, and you think, my God, he's good looking. I wanted a soulmate, and here I am sitting right opposite to my soulmate. Instantly. So the speed that things materialize in your life is a good way of understanding how fast your energy is going. But with it comes discipline. Be careful, because if you say to yourself, this is a bunch of crud, plonk, the great goo-goo bird drops one from the sky on your head. If you say this is a pain in the rear end, the next thing you're going to be doing is buying hemorrhoid tablets from the chemist. So, you're going to use your word as law and clean up your dialogue. Don't talk or think in terms of things being hard, things being evil, things being ugly, things being difficult, impossible. Constantly clean up your act and say, hey, I feel great. I'm eternal, immortal, universal and infinite. I feel abundant. When people say, do you see the ugliness over there? You say, no, I see the bird flying above. Isn't it beautiful? When they say, do you see the depravity over there? You say, no, I don't see the depravity. I see the chubby legs of the children running across the playground. Watch your thought forms and don't make promises you can't keep, especially when you're in a dialogue with yourself. Step 13 is acceptance. I talked to you about disengaging from negativity in step 5. Now I want you to develop an individual spiritual evolution by stepping away from the tribal mind and the resistance you have within your own mind. This is a continuation of the process of disengaging. Through it, you calm your yearning. It's simple. You just have to get it. Because of ego, the tribal mind is always uncomfortable. People achieve momentary happiness, but they don't have the permanent ecstasy of the God force inside of them. They can't feel it. Instead, they consider happiness the act of gratifying the ego. So they indulge themselves, relentlessly feeding themselves with circumstances and things that will keep them happy. What fleeting happiness they achieve through gratification is soon destroyed, for the ego's discomfort comes from its perpetual insecurity. Giving it things doesn't make it feel secure. It only distracts it. You know that. You buy some new gizmo and you're thrilled with it. A few weeks later, it's in the back of the cupboard and you're on to the next thing. It's a perpetual wheel of discomfort. The ego grumbles, groans, moans, and constantly yearns for things to be a different way. Society is full of people that are crying out for something or someone to lift them up, to fix it for them, to provide for them, to keep them happy. Everybody wants someone else to guarantee their security. Responsibility is shifted away from self, where it hurts, to someone else, family, friends, the corporation, the government. The process is called transference. It's nothing more than the ego screaming to be set free from the agony that it's inflicting upon itself. That's why people say the world is ugly, because they are perpetually uncomfortable with themselves, perpetually insecure. To transcend to the infinite, you have to take responsibility, and through meditation and quiet time, you'll see that the pain you suffer comes from your reaction to circumstances, not from the circumstances themselves. By changing your reaction, you enter into a spiritual consciousness, one of beauty and contentment that is not available to most people in the world. You start by seeing this place, this earth, this life as beautiful. And you've got to see yourself as beautiful. You've got to know and trust that all is well with the world, that the current evolution is the way the current evolution is supposed to be. It's a nonsensity to presume that life should be different than the way it is. It may become different, but right now it is what it is. You've got to know and you've got to trust that all is well with you. You have to be satisfied where you find yourself, satisfied with yourself. Yes, you can change things, but if you're dissatisfied right now and you're entering into the infinite self, you create a consciousness that is eternally dissatisfied, eternally frustrated, eternally angry, let's say. So acceptance comes from disengaging from the world and understanding that you are not your emotions and you're not other people's emotions. When they express anger, fear, frustration, that's just the reaction of the ego. If you're dissatisfied, it's like having a perpetual itch that you can't scratch. You got to make these circumstances right. So wander around your house and say, this is right. Wander around your workplace and say, this is right at this moment. Tomorrow it may change. Wander around your life and say, this is right and holy. Tomorrow, the energy will be more. But right now, it is perfect. The circumstances of my life are an external manifestation of my thoughts and feelings. I can learn from them. I accept it. This way, you stop fighting against yourself and you accept. The way it is the way it is. You're free. Once you get that, you're free. Say to yourself 3 or 4 times a day, the way it is the way it is. It's fine. It's not perfect. I will change it for the better. But it is the way it is. I accept that. Once you come out of acceptance, it's all over. You got it. You're free because you're no longer in the emotion. So, they'll pay you or they won't pay you. If they pay you, you eat. If they don't pay you, you go on a fast and lose a little bit of weight. If they show up at 11 o'clock, you'll get a ride to the ball game. If they don't show up at 11 o'clock, you can wait till 10 past. Or cancel going to the ball game. Or you can walk. Your husband's having an affair, or he isn't having an affair. If he is having an affair, you've got two options. You can bring him home, scrub him down, and tell him not to be so stupid, or you can toss him out and find another one. The fact is, once you understand the way it is the way it is, you won't have to fight circumstances. You can work on changing things, but the first point is to accept. Once you've got that, then there's only one of two options. They either will or they won't. It's either going to happen or it isn't. You're either going to make it to the ball game or you won't, and you'll go to the cinema instead. There aren't any absolutes. But the mind decides it has to be like this. It must be like that. It has to be 8:15 and 10 to 9. It has to be pink and blue, and people have to accept me and do these things. That's just the ego's agenda. You lent your lawnmower to your neighbor, and in your mind you're saying, I've lent him my lawnmower, I want to borrow his motorbike next Saturday. You develop an agenda. Then when you ask to borrow his motorbike and he says no, you feel offended. Hey, the way it is the way it is. Maybe he's not a generous character, and he doesn't want to lend you his bike. So you shrug and you walk away and you say, I would have liked his motorbike, but I'll take the bus instead. Look at the world and be satisfied. See it as eternal. And understand that you don't have to push against the way it is. All you have to do if you don't like things is walk away. Generally speaking, it's too much effort to change things. You've probably tried it with your relatives. You can't change them. You've got to love them as they are. That's what unconditional love is all about. If I love you unconditionally, I accept you. If you love me unconditionally, you accept me. Now, that might be easy to do when you're being nice to me and I'm being nice to you, but what if I'm treating you badly? What if you're treating me bad? Then you have to become a big person and not be sucked into emotion when people treat you badly. That's the test. The main point is, you're never free until you disengage. So allow life to be the way it is, and the way it is the way it is. Tell yourself that 7 times an hour if needs be. There's a famous story in the Tao about a farmer. The farmer's son broke his leg. The villagers came to the farm and said, My, that's a great misfortune. Your son has broken his leg and cannot help you in the fields. The farmer replied, It's neither fortune nor misfortune. A day later, the government troops came to the village looking for men to go into the army. They had to leave the son behind because his leg was broken. Then one day the farmer's horse jumped the fence and ran away. The villagers came to him and said, What a great misfortune that your horse has run away. And the farmer replied, It is neither a fortune nor a misfortune. 2 or 3 days later, the horse came back with a dozen wild horses following it. Suddenly the farmer had 13 horses, not just the one. The villagers came to him and said, It is a great fortune that your horse came back with 12 more horses. And the farmer replied, It is neither a fortune nor a misfortune. So remember, nothing is long or short, nothing is hot or cold, nothing is good or bad. Because you have to ask yourself, good in relation to what? Bad in relation to what? Once you accept and disengage, you're free. That's important. Part of this acceptance takes us to step 14, which is judge nothing and quantify as little as possible. When we judge and when we criticize people personally, what we're doing is defining reality and engaging the ego. Light couldn't exist if there wasn't darkness within which it could shine. Goodness can't exist if there isn't evil with which to compare it. So everything is relative. Chapter 2 of the Tao says, It is because everybody under heaven recognizes beauty as beauty that the idea of ugliness exists. And equally, if everyone recognized virtue as virtue, this would merely create fresh concepts of wickedness. For truly, non-being and being grow out of one another. Think about that. If you don't judge and don't criticize, what you're saying is, I'm infinite. I will let people be. I have no knowledge of this person's evolution. I can't comprehend whether he is good or evil, right or wrong. He may certainly be acting in a way which I do not choose to act, but I cannot lay down the law and say, it should be like this or it should be like that. Not infringing upon people means not interfering, not offering them information they haven't asked for, not offering them healing that they don't need or want or haven't requested, not meddling in their lives, allowing people to be as silly as they want for as long as they want, in the same way as the God Force allows you to be as silly as you want for as long as you want. Don't judge. Okay, there are certain situations where you might be called upon to evaluate. Let's say you are the personnel officer in a corporation and you have to pick one person instead of another. That isn't judging one person individually or personally, it's just evaluating your options. Evaluating, say, 2 applicants for a job. and picking whichever applicant is most suited. That isn't judging anyone positively or negatively, and you aren't judging the applicants personally. There's a difference, isn't there, between judging and selecting. You're not judging the Thousand Island dressing because you didn't choose that and you picked the oil and vinegar instead. Selection is not a judgment. It's making a choice without an emotion, without discrediting the choice you didn't make. And that's different to judging. When you're dealing with other people, allow them to be. If you don't like who they are or what they are, walk away. Or try to change the situation as best you can without infringing upon them, usually by your good example. Or talk to them in an affable manner. Ask them questions, leading them along to where they will see the higher ground through their own perception, own volition, where they freely choose that direction. One word from you could send a person into a totally different direction in this lifetime. It could change their whole evolution. You don't know what they need, what their deep inner spiritual self has decided. They may need high energy, they may need low energy, so that they can properly understand high energy at a later date. In addition, let me clarify the difference between judgment and observation. Judgment is when you engage your opinion and your emotion, judging others for an action or what they say. Observation is nothing more than commenting on what you or others might observe. So you might casually remark in a restaurant that the service is rather slow, as it's taken an hour, let's say, for the soup to show up. You haven't judged anyone personally, you've just observed. That's okay. Gradually, you'll learn not to quantify things too much, and to just experience life rather than to define it. If you watch a movie and you start to quantify it, discuss it, and put it in a little box, your perception of it changes. I was walking along in Philadelphia one day. It was freezing cold. I had a pair of jeans on and a shirt. There's a meditation I learnt years and years ago where you visualize a little flame and you put it into your heart. You allow that flame to expand and it warms you because you're thinking of the spirit of fire. So the heat is there. I was walking along nice and warm. Then the person with me said, "Aren't you cold?" And the minute they said that, the flame went out. I was freezing. In Philadelphia, it can get pretty cold, as you know. It was minus Christ knows what, with the wind factor of whatever. And because they imposed the reality upon me, saying, "Hey, you ought to be cold," my perception changed. Right up until they opened their mouth, I was perfectly warm. So they changed my reality. So you want to be careful that you don't quantify or impose upon people. Don't say, "This meal is very good, this meal is very bad." Just eat the meal. A bad meal should not be an emotional upset. It's a gift. It allows you to realize what constitutes a good meal. It helps you make selections, so be grateful. Once you don't have to define things, once you don't have to quantify things so much, you can just concentrate on experiencing them. You're not putting life into little boxes. So you can go from the ego's world to a state of just resonating with this infinity within. I am and I experience. I don't see high or low as low. Nothing is cold, warm, dry or wet. I just experience it. Hey, I'm doing rain. I have no reaction. I'm experiencing happiness. I have no reaction. I'm not yabba-dabba doing and swinging off the chandelier. I'm just content in silence. I fly a lot. I've been 97 times around the world, so I've done a lot of airport in this lifetime. I like to sit and watch people while I'm waiting for planes. Try this exercise. Go to a crowded spot, a shopping arcade, an airport, whatever, and just sit and watch people. But rather than watching them intellectually, watch them from inside the infinite self. Close down your mind and feel them out. So don't say to yourself, "That's a pretty dress, that guy's so tall, she is so short, isn't that child cute?" Don't engage the mind in defining and judging, just observe. Do it for 15 minutes when you go shopping next Saturday. You'll discover how dramatically that changes your perception. Suddenly you'll find yourself coming from compassion for people. You'll enter inside their spirituality, inside their infinite self. You'll be resonating with a feeling of belonging, a feeling of love, a feeling of caring for them. Not caring in the sense that you've got to look after them, but just enjoying the heroic nature of their humanhood, rather than putting them into little boxes and thinking, "That's an Afro guy, here's an Oriental woman," etc., etc. They're just eternal spirits, schlepping bodies around, just like you and me. It's a great little discipline to do, and it's interesting because you learn a lot about people just by observing. Once you don't judge, a higher sense of awareness comes forward. You begin to touch upon all that subtle information that would not be normally available to you. Twice a year, I present a men's gathering called Wildfire in the mountains of New Mexico. During that weekend event, I take the guys out into the town, and I have them touch the subtle energy, the etheric energy, if you like, of passers-by. I show the men the height of their perception comes from the lightness of being. Through etheric knowledge and a few simple techniques, their perception jumps several 100% in just a couple of hours. By touching, perceiving, and not judging, the men understand. A door opens into another world. You can do it. You don't necessarily need me. Try this. As people walk past, visualize yourself with an extended arm. Push your imaginary hand quickly into their heart and grab a molecule of that person and pull it back to you. How does it feel? What do you perceive here? Who is this person passing by? Ask yourself, what is the overriding emotion of this individual? Bit by bit, once you've run 100 or 2 of these over a little time, you become very, very perceptive, and eventually you won't need to mentally touch people, mentally look at people. You won't have to mentally work out people. You'll look and you'll know. Once you know, you can never say. So remember, don't judge, don't criticize. Know it's okay to evaluate, it's okay to select, it's okay to observe, but don't criticize personally and try not to quantify things. Just experience them. Step 15, hold on to nothing. This is a tough one. You'll have to concentrate here. You're an infinite energy inside a body. The things you have around you are not really yours. They're just material manifestations of the infinite goodness. So your car, your house, your clothes are all on rental from the God force. None of them is yours. When you depart this earth plane, you're going to have to leave them all behind. By placing a lot of emotion into having, you heighten not having, because you define what you have. Everything else falls into the category of, I do not have. You want material well-being? Yes. You want experiences? Yes. But the whole function of abundance is not to have money, it's to use it. You come to the earth plane as an energy. You've got a body to operate in, and you have to generate money to sustain that body. But that is different from generating money for security. There isn't enough money in the world to do that for the ego. That's why millionaires pound on relentlessly, often losing what they've already made in the chase for more. It's partly a power trip, but it's partly a security trip. You need to be generating money to buy experiences, yes, but you want to get to the end of your life with zip in the bank and look back and think, my God, look at this huge pile of experiences, because none of your memories is ever lost. Everything you've ever done is all part of your eternal memory. So what you're looking to do is not to acquire things, not to focus on the concept of having, because that'll make you poor. You have to come from the concept of experiencing. You have to invest in yourself. And you do invest in yourself because you're investing time and probably money in listening to these programs. So I know you invest in yourself. Release owning and not owning. If you own some real estate, fair enough. But you don't want the real estate to control you. You don't want things that you have to become a burden to you. If you buy a really fancy car, that sounds great on the surface, but in reality you've got to polish it, insure it, worry about it. How much energy do you want to put into a car? It's better that you have an old clunker that you can leave anywhere with a little note on the window saying, please steal me, I need the insurance money. If you have this fantastic Ferrari, you'll be constantly worried about who's kicking his headlights in. It can become a trap. When you don't hold on to things, you're free. Don't hold on to the relationships of your life. I'm with this person, I'm with them today, but I don't own them. If they're here, they're here. If they're not here, they're not here. I'm doing this job, but tomorrow I might be doing something else. When you don't hold on, you're free. Going on from hold on to nothing, step 15, takes us automatically to step 16, which is don't defend. You could easily add to that, don't explain yourself, and don't apologize either. But anyway, let's start with don't defend. The energy of the infinite self is the energy of the initiate. Nobody's going to understand that. Once you begin to get it, you're not going to be able to explain it to anybody, and you certainly aren't going to be able to show it to anyone. The very fact that you do try to show it to someone or you try to explain it means it is not it. It's invisible. It's silent power. It's knowing without speaking. It's acting without requiring confirmation or observers. It's doing without effort. Maybe that's a bit dissatisfying for the ego, but that is the reality of this power. You can't wield it. If you wield it, you become satanic. If you try to show people, it's egotistical and it will fall from you. It'll disappear through your fingers, like King Arthur's sword, Excalibur. The sword came from the Lady of the Lake. It came from the yin, from femininity, silence, quietness, the placid lake. Then because of confrontation and wars and because of misuse, the Excalibur fell from Arthur's grip and returned to the lake. The infinite power is a silent power. If you have to defend yourself, if you have to explain yourself, you're lost. But at the very most you can say, I know nothing. What are you doing? I'm doing nothing. Why are you getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning? I just like it that way. I'm best in the early mornings. You can't be an exhibition of power because then your desire for power comes from an egotistical standpoint. If you're not wielding power, if you're not trying to establish observers, if you're not falling for the common trap of having to have people observe your spirituality, observe your holiness, observe your goodness, then you can be invisible. You can have an immense knowledge, an immense power, and when you're walking along, people don't know whether you're the greatest initiate that ever lived or the guy that works at the 7-Eleven. You can be inside yourself without promotion, without attempting to elevate yourself, without seeking observers. You don't have to defend the power. The power is indefensible. So don't get into arguments with people. Don't get into discussions with people. Don't talk about yourself and don't talk about the path. Keep it to yourself. Make your life mysterious. Don't let the energy escape. It's like having a bunch of butterflies under a hat. They're beautiful and colorful, and they create energy. But if you lift your hat and you show people, the butterflies fly away. So from here on out, you have to learn to internalize what you know, as well as internalizing your life. Internalizing your life is the process that I described earlier on, where you start to see external life as signs, symbols, messages, and signposts. It's a dialogue. But as you internalize the power, you can't hold onto it. You've always got to let it flow through you. It's a golden wind, and you sure as hell aren't going to get out there and try to develop converts. You don't need to promote. If you have a perception, act dumb. Stay silent, and the power doubles and redoubles. So, don't defend, don't explain yourself either. When people ask, what are you doing, just smile and say nothing. In defending and explaining, you're apologizing. You don't have to apologize for the fact that you've decided to take life in a sacred way. You don't have to apologize for the fact that you are silently walking from ego to spirit. You just don't have to apologize. Okay, if you step on somebody's foot, you can say, I'm sorry for stepping on your foot. But what I mean is, don't apologize for your actions. Don't apologize for your beliefs. And don't apologize for the way that you may be developing a different perception. Because as you take on these 33 steps, you will become extremely different extremely quickly. Because it's not the way that ordinary people operate. So, you don't have to sell anybody, and you don't have to convert anybody. By explaining the power, you belittle it. By showing it, you're saying you don't believe it. It isn't real, it isn't true, it isn't me. So don't bother with any of that. Just silently work on yourself and know that you're growing. The point where you feel you are not growing is when you are growing the most. When you engage the ego, when you think you're doing fantastically well, when you've got your saffron robes and you're clanking your little gong and everybody's watching, that's when you're not growing. That's when you're right in the currency of the ego. Establishing observers and admirers, people to watch you and say, isn't she beautiful, isn't she amazing, isn't he spiritual, is a weakness. The fact is, take the power inside, don't defend it, don't apologize, and don't explain yourself to people. Just do what you do. The point here is to make your journey sacred and silent, which takes us automatically to step 17, which is constantly purify yourself. To constantly purify means that you understand that you will hourly and daily be assailed by the ego's perception, by its traits, its urges, its desires. So you can't just take on a concept and that's it, because it takes you a while to belong to the idea. You can understand a concept, can't you, like your word is law intellectually in 3 to 5 seconds. But to actually feel it deep within, that takes longer. So in constantly purifying yourself, we're looking always to be vigilant against the negativity of the ego. Be careful with your dialogue and don't express negative energy in the way you talk. Even if you feel negative, don't voice it. Be careful with that and purify your feelings. When you feel crazy, pull back and relax. Take a moment to be with nature. Take a moment to be with yourself, to figure out what is really going on. When you feel angry, take a moment to analyze, what are you angry about? In the little booklet that comes with this program, there's a chapter on anger. It shows you how to process emotion, particularly anger. All you have to know about anger is that all anger comes from loss. There isn't any other form of anger. So when you're angry, rather than experiencing the anger as a feeling and exhibiting anger, you silence yourself and you observe the anger and say, hey, wait a minute, I need to purify myself. Why am I angry? Ask yourself, what have you lost? You may have lost something tangible, like your car or your stereo system, or you may have lost something less tangible, like an opportunity, a job, a daily rhythm, a friendship. Look at what you have lost and then agree to lose it. If you like, you may set upon a plan to get back what you've lost. But generally speaking, when things disappear from your life, it's just the universal law liberating you of stuff. Most of the stuff you lose isn't worth chasing after. To purify yourself, you have to spend time on your own. And you have to constantly sift through your thoughts and feelings, asking yourself, hey, what are my motivations here? What are my urges? What are my feelings? How do I actually feel? How do I get to the bottom of these issues within me? Then, of course, you're going to have to come up with some kind of physical, emotional, mental, philosophical, and spiritual discipline for your life. And I'm going to deal with that in one of the later sessions. By purifying yourself and staying inside the energy, you're not going to trash that energy by suddenly doing something weird like eating a whole bunch of junk or going out for a week or two and drinking yourself stupid or getting stoned so you can't operate. You're not going to take your energy into places where it'll be trashed. You're not going to trash your energy by fighting with people. If a confrontation looks like it's developing, start to walk away. There isn't a fight that's worth having. The initiate walks away. Only the fool stands and fights. Sure, you can defend yourself if someone comes at you physically, but the best form of self-defense is your feet, which you use for walking away. A lot of people have got hurt when the ego's indignation forced them into a confrontation. Don't mess with that. Each year in the mountains of New Mexico, north of Santa Fe, at a place called Sipapu, I present a series of trainings called Warriors in the Mist. In that training, we learn martial arts, but we're not learning martial arts to attack people or to be confrontational. We learn it just to resonate a stronger energy and to develop confidence, as well, of course, for health and fitness. It's very much like the Shaolin in China, that were a religious Taoist group that had martial arts as a part of their discipline and their culture. Martial arts is a good thing because it helps you feel strong and capable. If you resonate powerfully, silently, you'll never be a victim, because predators pick on people that are not strong. They don't pick on the powerful, silent types. So you can be strong without ever getting into a confrontation with anybody. And you can be the greatest martial arts exponent that there's ever been and never be in a fight. So, going back to purifying yourself means you'll be constantly vigilant. You're not going to take yourself into places where your energy will be wasted or where there's something degrading going on. You're going to set good boundaries. If something's happening that isn't a part of the spiritual noble ideals that you've laid down for yourself, then avoid it. If you have friends that are rat bags and sleaze bags, don't judge them. Just observe them to be sleaze bags and walk away. You don't have to have them as friends. You make choices that constantly take you towards purity and strength. Stay out of places that you know will drag you down. Stay out of relationships that you know will drag you down. Always select the highest energy, the strongest place. When walking into a place like a restaurant, ask yourself, where is the power spot here? Then take it, if it's available. If not, take the second most powerful place. By being a policeman for your energy and guarding it, you're also going to be sure that you don't waste it. So much energy is wasted in dead ends, or you trash it on futile things, worrying and so forth. So purification is observing what works and what doesn't. They say that 80% of your money comes from 20% of your actions. So you'll have quality actions that bring you money, and you'll have loads of other actions that are just tooling around keeping you happy, or just where you're pretending to be busy, important or active, but it's not actually getting you anything. So as you purify and watch, you see what works and what doesn't. If there's certain people that drive you crazy, avoid them. If you think, every time I see Harry and Shmary, I get into an argument with them, so I think I'm going to avoid Harry and Shmary from here on out. It's simple. If you go into a place and it feels strange, leave. Trust your feelings. Leave. If you're in a restaurant and there's something odd about it, walk out. If as you walk into the restaurant, say, the waitress is fighting with the chef, leave. It's a warning. Watch the energy around you. If it's balanced, stay. If it's imbalanced, walk. If you're standing in line and the person behind you feels odd, move. Let them go first. Stand at the back of the line. But begin to move away from imbalance and towards strength. The infinity inside of you is very beautiful and very important. And you're not going to trash your energy by taking it into places or into situations where there's copious amounts of sludge. And you're not going to do things that will lower your energy. Dysfunctional behavior, food problems, heavy drinking, drug taking. Sure, you can have the odd drink and party down a bit, but a little bit of this and a little bit of that, not copious amounts of sending your energy down the gurgler. Remember what I said before. The faster your energy goes, the greater your experience in this lifetime, the greater your awareness, but also the greater the possibility of you falling from a great height. So when you have the energy of a slug in a puddle, and you're plodding along at 20,000 cycles a second, in a way, you're powerless, but you're fairly safe. Once you raise your energy, and you're going faster and faster, if you fall out of balance, you're going to fall extremely out of balance extremely quickly, from a great height. So guard your energy, and don't allow things to get out of control. If something looks like it's getting out of control, nip it in the bud. Act quickly. Fix it. Do something positive that's going to re-establish your dominance over your life. You see, at some time, probably a long time ago, you made the decision to evolve. The reason you made the decision was because you had used up the energy of where you found yourself. You said to yourself, I want to evolve. It's almost as if in some sacred place there's a scroll with your name on it, saying, destined to evolve out of the earth plane. If that is your destiny, why mess around on a sidetrack? Purify. Stay on top of things. Walk slow, control, and watch. Don't allow things to trash this journey. This brings me to the 18th step, which is respect all living things. Observe the beauty in all things. What I'm saying here is, as you develop a spirituality within, you're not going to come from the grabbing, rapacious attitude that many have. You're not going to consume more than you need to. You're not going to trash things just for the sake of trashing them. You're going to have respect for the neighborhood and for the people. Of course, all living things includes humans. It's easy to respect people when you know them and love them, when they're your friends. But it's much harder to respect people that you don't know. And it's particularly hard to respect people when their energy is a bit grim. That's the challenge. Now, you have to understand why their energy is grim in order to respect them. The reason why people act in a dysfunctional way, or in a criminal way, or in a way that is hurtful to others, is because they are victims of their own personalities, of their own egos. They're victims of a society that teaches us all sorts of strange concepts about importance, glamour, and material wealth. Grab what you can, cheat, rob, pillage, steal. That's just part of the disease of this evolution. If you look at it from a finite point of view, it can really bug you and scare you. But if you look at it from an infinite point of view, people that are rat bags are just people that are learning to deal with their egos. They may cause a tremendous amount of mayhem in our society, but deep within, they're infinite. Deep within, they're eternal. Deep within, they have the God force within them. So respect all living things means extending to everyone at least a neutral respect. You don't have to go out of your way to please people necessarily, and you don't have to go out of your way to commiserate. You can leave people alone. But at least respect people as much as you can, and particularly go out of your way to be kind and respectful to people when they're treating you badly, or they're treating you in an antisocial way. That means putting away your normal reaction and coming from the love of the infinite self. I can't say I'm perfect at this myself, but I'm trying, and I've worked on it a lot. And I don't think anybody could ever become perfect at it constantly, unless they were a saint. But it is a marvelous thing when you can become magnanimous towards others, even if they aren't magnanimous towards you. That's your test. The other part of respecting all living things is respecting nature and animals. When I first got on the path, I decided I'd like to be a vegetarian because I didn't feel good about eating meat. It wasn't just a spiritual perspective. It was because meat is often pumped so full of toxins and hormones and antibiotics. I thought respecting all living things would include respecting myself, so I became a vegetarian, and I did that for 7 years. However, vegetarianism is a very difficult discipline to sustain indefinitely, because there are certain nutrients in meat that are very hard to obtain in a completely vegetarian diet. And I found, flying from city to city, going from hotel to hotel, I couldn't sustain my energy being 100% vegetarian. So after 7 years, I eventually decided to include a little bit of meat in my diet. And so I still have some meat each week, in very small amounts. But I'm definitely not vegetarian anymore now. But it helped me in the early days when I first started training. However, respecting all living things also extends to projecting a love for the animals, projecting a care for them and not killing them unnecessarily. I don't personally agree with hunting. I can understand if you're a tribesman and you have to hunt to feed your family, but most modern hunters don't really need to go out into the forest and start blowing little animals' heads off. But that's just my personal opinion. And if you're a hunter, well, God bless you, and I hope it goes well for you. In respecting all living things, it assists you to become a big person, extending that love that you have and extending it out to everybody. So when you're feeling a little bit grumpy and you're walking down the street, it takes almost a superhuman effort, doesn't it, to be nice to people. However, if you're coming out of that infinite being within, you need to be nice to people as a discipline. You need to respect as part of the discipline of this quest. That means being polite, respecting people, not discriminating against them, not harboring hatred or animosity, no sexual discrimination, racial, disabilities, whatever. None of that is on. You have to become an equitable being. Most discrimination comes from fear. We fear those things that we're not used to. So we tend to think this group over here are more dangerous than that group over there. And so that scares us. All discrimination comes from a sense of importance, where people believe they're more important or better, or more creative or more socially acceptable than other people. We live on a planet that is an incredible mixture. Yes, there's a lot of evil, and yes, there's an awful lot of grim people that are a long way from making the journey from ego to spirit. But we have an infinite amount of time to evolve. Our planet has at least another 4 to 5 billion years before it will be used up. You can be assured that if you're infinite, if you're eternal, if you have patience, you can know that things will get sorted out in the end, and that people will come to a sense of sacredness gradually. Another thing that comes from this journey is that as you discipline yourself and develop control, you become automatically humble. It's not something you can fake, is it? You're either a humble person or you aren't. But the wonderful thing is that once you stop talking about yourself, showing off, demanding observers, cackling on about your achievements, pushing to the front and so on, humility becomes automatic, and it's part of that respect. Remember this, the ego has a tremendous amount of violence in it, not just physical violence, but also an emotional, intellectual violence. The ego likes to hurt people, likes to make them less, to put them down. It likes to attack, and it likes to make people uncomfortable because it's uncomfortable. So part of respecting all living things is to not project an emotional, intellectual violence, as well as, of course, not projecting a physical violence. So don't trash people, even though you know that what a person is telling you is absolutely ridiculous. You know they're round the bend, and you know that perhaps they won't be able to pull it off, whatever they're trying to explain to you. Don't trash them. Try to build them up. Say, that's a good idea. You might have to make some slight adjustments, but I wish you well. I hope it works. And let them be. Try to stay away from this grimness of the ego that has to depreciate other people to feel okay. Respecting all living things is not projecting any unnecessary violence against the animals, against the plants, and not projecting an intellectual or emotional violence against other people. That's the sacred way. As you enter into that serenity within you, in meditation, prayer, purification, discipline, you begin to appreciate how enormous the God force is, how big it is, how much love is involved and the authority it has, just through its indescribable magnificence. Once you've had even the slightest glimpse of that energy within your feelings, you're going to be an extremely humble person. As I said before, I've seen up that near-death tube on many occasions now, and I've seen what the light looks like at the end of the tube. The God force. There are no human words to describe the magnificence of it. I'm completely lost to explain it. It is utterly the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It's the greatest power that exists. A glimpse of that energy, and every uptight, stuck-up twerp on this earth plane would sit down and shut up because they would be embarrassed. So even if you haven't had a near-death experience, you'll still be able to feel the God force in your heart as you begin to control the ego, and that will automatically make you a more humble person. So respecting all living things is understanding this point in your evolution and understanding the magnificence of it, and doing your best not to allow the personality to create mayhem for you. Respecting the air, the water, the earth, the spirits of nature, the beauty of this planet, and respecting also the unseen dimensions that permeate this physical plane as well. From respect, we generate consideration and love. So by being respectful, we learn about ourselves. The trick here is to be respectful in situations where your natural tendency is to not be respectful. Step 19 is the power rises from within. The initiate doesn't need to push. It's quite a hard concept to grasp in our modern world that's so competitive. But let me explain it to you like this. At the regular tick-tock level of energy, the hypothetical 20,000 cycles a second, you have to force things. You have to push. You have to get people to pay attention. You have to make a lot of noise, yearn, shove, promote, and really try hard. Most of the power you have is internal. As you garner the power, you can pull to you all that you need, rather than pushing to sell things, to tell people about your product, service, or knowledge. You can just allow them to come to you. It's so much easier when you allow life to come to you. In pushing, you tend to move things away from you. You've had the experience, haven't you, where you've gone into a second-hand car showroom and trying to buy a car, and the sleazy salesman comes up to you and is really trying hard to stuff the car onto you and telling you how fantastic it is and telling you how you can't live without it. You've already made up your mind to buy it, but the very fact that he's leaning into you puts you off, and often you walk away. So be careful that you don't have that effect upon people, upon life. Don't push and shove so hard that they deny you just because you're pushing. Once you understand the energy within you is becoming more rarefied, once you understand the power is there, you can visualize and feel the things you need as part of your life, and then take concerted action, moving towards your goals. If you want to heal a situation with a person, you don't necessarily have to tramp across town to talk to them. You can just breathe them in and breathe them out in a meditation. So, pull up that person in your mind's eye, say their name, breathe them in, hold your breath for a moment, exhale your energy and project light towards them. Do it 11 times. And as you breathe them in and out, send them love and healing. Next time you see them, they'll be different, or they'll be gone. Years ago, a company I owned was being audited by the IRS. The agent was giving us hell. He'd been on the one tax form for almost 18 months. 3 of us got together at 4 a.m. in the morning, and we visualized the agent real small, in the palm of our hand. And we projected love to him, and then we blew a short, sharp breath to send him away. Just a blow. 5 days later, he called to say he was leaving the IRS.
And could we help him get a job in the local area as an accountant? The tax matter was resolved in a couple of weeks once the new agent took over. So by working on the situation internally, we fixed it rather than suffering it externally, intellectually, trying to accommodate his needs. Understand that when you have a problem, there is an internal solution. The healing is an internal transformation. So you don't have to shove and you don't have to push to make things happen. You can stay in the flow and move towards where the highest energy is. And of course your serenity and your balance becomes a self-perpetuating affirmation of the power within you. So you have to understand the power is there, and you have to understand that you can move it. You can project love, healing, reasonableness. You can change anything. You can stand tall in silence and just move the energy around like a lighthouse. So begin to think in terms of eliminating struggle from your life. Work inwardly. I wrote a book once that was quite successful called Life Was Never Meant to Be a Struggle. You might have seen it in the stores. It talks about going beyond struggle. Of course, all struggle is part of the manifestation of the personality. It's part of the anguish that the ego creates, yearning and demanding and fighting to sustain itself. Pull back and get yourself into a position where you can control. If, let's say, you have a problem with money, start working your way back from that. Most people think that the way to get out of money problems is to earn more money. But if you're imbalanced at, say, $1,000 a month, you'll be extremely imbalanced at $5,000 a month and totally out of control at 10 grand a month. So how you handle money is to get into control of the money that you do have. If you only have $500 a month to live on, you have to think of a way to live in circumstances that don't cost $800 a month. There's no point in you making $5 grand a month if you're spending $7, because you're still going to be in financial trouble. So if you're imbalanced with money, pull back inside, quieten the ego, and tell it, hey, we don't need all these things. We don't need a fancy apartment. We don't need a fancy car. We just need to first establish control. That way we don't have to push and shove to get what we want in life. We can be balanced, take our time, move towards abundant situations, and think about what you're doing. Developing discipline and moving powerfully, not wasting your energy. When you have a burning need, it destroys your power. So if you absolutely have to sell something to someone, they won't buy it. If you absolutely have to have the job, they won't hire you. If you absolutely have to have this person in your life because you love them and can't live without them, the very fact that you are all over them makes them throw up and flee. So as you understand this, you understand the powers within. You start to act inwardly. Each success gives you confidence for the next situation. You know that you can pull to you whatever you want. You only have to visualize it, concentrate on it, and know it to be granted. Come with me now to the next session, and I'll talk to you about a very powerful concept from the Tao called Wu Wei. Wu Wei is the idea of non-action. Come, I think you'll find it very interesting. Step 20 is action through non-action. It rides hand in hand with step 19, power comes from within. But there are certain aspects and sophistications to this that I ought to deal with that are important. The idea from the Tao, called Wu Wei, is the idea that there is a natural flow in nature and in life, and that by aligning to that flow and disengaging the mind, one allows things to rest inside a natural simplicity and to effortlessly unfold in the space of time. Let me read you a few lines from the Tao. Perfect activity leaves no track behind it. Perfect speech is like a jade worker whose tool leaves no mark. The perfect door has neither bolt nor bar, yet it cannot be opened. Taking the idea of non-action, you can see in Taoist paintings very few brushstrokes, simple lines, diffused lights, pastel colors. You see wu-wei in the art and the simplicity of the pottery, in the effortless grace and gentle tranquility that is the hallmark of Taoist creativity. Originally, wu-wei was taken to mean sitting in a monastery and meditating for 30 years or whatever. It was said that by doing nothing, you could gain everything. However, in our modern times, this sitting forever doesn't really work. What we can see through this idea of action through non-action is that because the initiate is dedicated, that allows him or her power. Non-action is being outside the emotional molecule of your people, that collective emotion. It's outside the desires and frustrations that most people go through. It's the lightness of touch that comes from confidence, grace, and a settled heart. So, for example, as I was saying before, if you want to sell something and you push it upon people, buy this, buy that, that is action. By pulling back and subjugating your ego, your needs, for the customer's emotional wants, that is non-action. If you're a salesperson, or if you handle a sales force, you're going to want to tattoo this idea of subjugating the ego on your staff's forehead and on your own forehead. If you teach your salespeople to learn to get underneath their customers, they will improve their performance dramatically. They have to subjugate their ego long enough to sell whatever it is that they're selling. A salesperson that goes into a shop and starts talking about himself, is all over everybody, is rah-rahing and pushing, that naturally causes people to defend. What's this guy after, they ask. They become protective. If you can teach a salesperson to get psychologically under the customer, to keep quiet, to let the customer talk, ask questions. Who is the customer? She's a buyer, but first and foremost, she's a woman, a mother perhaps, a parachutist, a rock climber. Find out, what does she want? What does she need? What are her considerations? Be there for people. By getting underneath, you sell them. By pulling them into the deal rather than shoving the deal upon them. Why? Because you're supporting them. When someone gives you their money, they are letting go of a small part of their security. Paying out at a deeply subliminal level actually takes them closer to financial collapse and an ego death. If I pay out this money, will I have less? Will I be able to eat? If I don't eat, I'll die, and so on. People have to be secure to transfer their funds to you. Never forget that. How you make them secure is to not come at them from above, telling them how marvelous the product is, or how marvelous you are. Instead, work on their comfort zone. Tell them that everything is cozy, safe, and secure. Work on their positive energy. Tell them about the good fortune that is about to descend upon them in these exciting and positive times. Then, and only then, mention your product. So non-action is really the act of watching the ebb and flow of events and getting underneath life. It's really weird because in the previous session, I was talking to you about being bigger than life. Being bigger than life is an inner feeling. Now, intellectually, you're going to put yourself underneath life. You're going to humble yourself, in the ego's terminology, and subjugate yourself to the needs of others, like your clients, before yours. Just long enough to make sure that they're okay and that you take the order. Being detached, you can see inside people's humanity, and you'll soon understand what they want. Here's another example of non-action. If your body's sick, rather than being in the emotion of it, running around in a frenzy, taking tablets, calling the doctor, if you step back and understand that you're eternal, that the real you cannot be sick, you're in wu-wei. You're in the non-action of centering yourself first and thinking through and feeling through what is your best move. What do you really need to adjust to your former balance, to your former health? Most disease comes from stress, and a lot of disease is an external manifestation of an inner disquiet. So by pulling back and going within, you can start to come to the emotional reason for the disease. And then also, you've got to remember that some disease is good because it shows you what you're doing wrong and gives you a chance to pull back and adjust your actions. So, if you're not well, rather than panicking, go quiet and listen to what the inner you is saying. Listen to the healing it's offering you. Now, think of this. You are always in the right place at the right time. And each thing that comes along can be perceived in that light. If you're balanced, you will move into a probability pattern that precludes pain and injury, because that is a manifestation of imbalance. To some, life seems like a type of roulette, where people wander about and some get hurt and some don't, and some get killed and some don't, and some get sick and some don't. But that comes from an externalization of people's feeling. They feel that they're in a crapshoot. Once your feelings are healed, there's no more Russian roulette. Once you have accepted responsibility for your life, what you have to do is understand that if things are imbalanced, go within and examine the deep inner reasons why. Rushing around trying to fix the dam after it floods doesn't really work. It involves you burning a lot of energy. The source is where you should be. There you can fix everything. Gradually, your external reality will manifest itself according to your new inner patterns. So, Wu Wei is understanding that you don't have to push. When people rush forward, you step back. When they run, you walk. When they cry out and call for attention, you remain still. If you don't desperately want things, no one can move you. You have all the time in the world. Say that to yourself several times a day like a mantra. I am balanced. I have all the time in the world. I have all the time in the world. It's hard to comprehend at first that the external world that you're looking at is actually a manifestation of your inner dream. But once you comprehend that, it saves you an awful lot of struggle and rushing about. Another example I could offer you is when you're dealing with a friend and they're very difficult. You want them to change their mind and, say, support a project that you have. Action would be trying to convince them, standing over them and beating them around with intellectual argument, talking about the good qualities of this project. Perhaps manipulating them emotionally by saying, if you were a good person, you would help me and you would be involved and so on. Dragging them in, saying, you owe it to me or whatever. The non-action is literally standing inside their mind and finding out, what is this person actually saying to me? What is their position? What is their attitude? If they want support, ask yourself, why want they support? What do they need? Who are they? Where are they at this point in life? What is their agenda? So non-action is putting yourself aside and even putting aside your need to have them support your project, say, and momently stepping inside them to discover who they are. Next, you see quite clearly that they're afraid or they're too little to give of themselves. And so you don't waste your energy trying to persuade them. If you need help, it'll show up. If it doesn't, you can either manage on your own, or now is not the time to engage yourself in the particular project. Bag it. You see, everybody wants something. I know that sounds awful, because we like to think of a world where people don't want things. But in fact, everybody wants something. It's not a bad thing or a good thing. It's just the way things are. The ones to watch are the ones who say, I don't want anything. Because when they say that, it usually means that they do want something, but their agenda is subtle and hidden. If they really didn't want anything, they wouldn't need to say so, would they? Usually what people want is recognition, respect. They want to be built up, more energy. They want to feel more secure. They want you to endorse them. They're basically out there avoiding death. And that's what the ego's doing most of the time. Not necessarily physical death, but death of a rhythm, death of an idea, death of something that you're used to. So give people what they want. If they want you to endorse them, do so. If they need to feel secure, support them. Supply their ego's needs, and they will come to you effortlessly. And when they show up, figure out something to sell them and bill them. So non-action is a different way of looking at things. It's saying, first I'll go within. Rather than building a stockade to protect myself, I'll go within and feel secure. If you resonate solidity, you won't need the stockade. When people say, we're building a stockade, the Mongols are coming, why don't you help us? You can say, I don't need a stockade, because the day that the Mongols come, I won't be here. But I'll be happy to help you with your stockade if you like. But please don't take it personally if I leave a few days before it's finished, if that's okay with you. Why is this attitude possible? Because the advancing energy of the Mongol army, as it starts to come down upon your village, you'll feel it months away. You'll say to yourself, my subtle feelings feel odd today. I can feel 60,000 Mongols in the near vicinity. It's time to visit my friend George in Bujumbura. And off you go. So, pushing and not pushing, action and non-action, psychology and reverse psychology, and of course silence, the sacredness of your life. That's how you create non-action. Let's go to step 21, which is dedicating your life to the sacred way. Once you accept the infinity within you, life becomes sacred. In the world of the ego, nothing in particular is sacred. So respecting your life, respecting all living things, and beginning to act in a sacred way, your actions become an affirmation of your intention, an affirmation of your dedication to your infinite self. So it's important for you to develop a sacred way, and that may involve religious ritual or sacred rituals or rituals that are meaningful to you. Okay, how do you make a thing sacred? You make a thing sacred by basically saying, this is sacred. So if you take some ancient religious relic, like you've got St. Matilda's toenails in a box or something, if everyone in the congregation considers St. Matilda's toenails to be sacred, they become sacred. Because people agree that these toenails in this little box that came from the 12th century are sacred. That's the only way you can make things sacred, is to concentrate upon them and invest them in a special kind of energy, a special kind of awe. So, to make your life sacred, you only have to look in the bathroom mirror and say, this is sacred. Try not to laugh. This is sacred. Then start acting in a sacred way. Act deliberately. Act with intention. You're guarding your energy. You're not trashing it. Be zen. Be ordered. You can have rituals and ceremonies that you do each day as part of your discipline. The discipline of rising early is a sacred discipline. The discipline of prayer, the discipline of silence, the discipline of looking after yourself. Concentration, remember, is love. When you concentrate upon something, you're loving it. If you want to create a sacred path for yourself, start to act in a sacred way. A lot of my philosophy has been influenced by the Native American tradition. I particularly like the fact that the Native Americans are close to Taoists, and like the Taoists, they revere nature. So when I go to my spiritual home in Taos, New Mexico, I gather with my friends, and they're all from different races and walks of life. They're not necessarily Native Americans, some are, most aren't. But we gather, and we perform ceremonies together. We perform talking stick, which is a Native American ceremony that takes place round a fire. Or we perform sweat lodges for healing, prayer and meditation. Or we get together at 3 o'clock in the morning and we have a special meditation or a special process that we perform at night in the mountains. We're not a religious order or an ashram. We're just ordinary people. One guy works in a publishing company, one lady's a mother, one guy's a lecturer, which is me, one guy works for the local garage or whatever. But we're just ordinary people, but we gather together and act out our respect for each other, our planet, our evolution, and we act it out in a sacred way. I like to create that sense of sacredness with me wherever I go. Little things. I don't overdo it. For example, if I'm in a hotel, I pull out a flag from my bag which has a sacred symbol on it, and I pin it up in the hotel room. I might put out a little candle and place the candle beside the flag. Before I go out to my morning's business, I stop and I kneel before the flag and say some sacred things. Just a word or two. Maybe I have an intention that day to deliver a product or a lecture or go to a meeting. Visit with the bank manager perhaps. So I review it in my mind and I see things going well. And what I'm saying is, I'm in the ego's world, doing ego things, like earning a living and meeting with the bank manager, but these mundane acts are sacred to me because I'm concentrating upon them. So seeing your life as sacred is really no more than developing that attitude and having some small place that's special that you can call your own. It can be a small room in a house or even part of a small room is enough. But in that room or in that place, you put your holy objects, the Bible, the Tao, or something that's been written that you feel has value. You make it like an altar to the inner self. And then you act that sacredness out during the day by seeing the inner self as sacred and seeing your life as sacred, honoring it and respecting it. And of course, seeing the planet as sacred. And from that sacredness comes even more humility, which I've already talked about, and a natural sense of gratitude. You have to take time to be grateful. Gratitude is not only a beautiful and humble thing, but it is a part of that affirmation that says, I'm in control, I'm eternal, I'm not in a rush. This is a beautiful journey with all its ups and downs. It is still beautiful and I'm grateful. In aligning to the sacred way, you embrace the infinite self. Develop sacredness in everything you do. That means concentrate on the things you do. Washing the car can become sacred if you make washing the car into a prayer. If you just roll out with some soap and water, washing the car can be a drag. But if you make it sacred, here's the bucket, here's the brush, here are the soap suds, here are the rags, and they're all lined up in little rows, and you pause for a moment to notice the way you've laid everything out, and there's the car, and you concentrate, and you infuse this car washing session with a sense of sacredness. This is how I'm experiencing or expressing my humanity for the next 20 minutes. So washing the car becomes a sacred prayer where you acknowledge and accept yourself and the God force and the beauty of this human journey. So, turn your life from mundane and meaningless into sacred and special, and accept the sacred way as a part of your life. Step 22 is understanding that inspiration and creativity come from within. As a part of the journey on Earth, you're going to have to handle your survival stuff. You have to cook the food, wash your body, pay the mortgage, so on. But beyond all of that, and beyond your involvement with your friends and family and your responsibilities and whatever, the one purpose for you in this lifetime is for you to express and create. The hardest thing in the world to do is to think things up. To think up of a new idea, to think up a poem, to think up a painting, to compose a song. But when you get deep inside of you, you touch into the total creativity that there's ever been. I think in neuro-linguistic programming, they call it modeling, where you think about or notice what successful people do, and then you do the same thing. That, in the external sense, would be modeling. I suppose it's a good idea, except there is a danger that you wind up as boring as everybody else. In my lectures, I sometimes ask people to think of an idea that's never been thought of before. There's a long silence. Try it. It's quite hard, but the infinite self is rammed-jam full of stuff that no one's thought of before. Also, all the energy of the very greatest creators of the past and present is still there. It hasn't disappeared. The creative splendor of this earth plane is infinite. It doesn't waste away. So whereas Mozart is now dead and buried, the inspiration that was Mozart is still alive. So, if you're into classical music, you can pull upon the memory of Mozart and use that inspiration to improve your music and make it more original. All of Mozart's compositions, his memory, is still in the collective unconscious, which is infinite and eternal. It's in the perpetual global memory of our people, and you can call upon it and tap it. Just ask. Once you understand that creativity is infinite, you can see that creativity is putting the ego to one side and allowing subtle ideas and feelings to flow from within, to hear the song in your feelings, to feel and see the painting before it's finished, to see this thing that you're carving finished and complete and pull it out from within you. You know, when you see paintings in a modern gallery, they're very intellectual, aren't they? They're often quite busy and neurotic, and you look at them and they don't necessarily please you. Often they repulse you. Then you see a simple painting of a child sitting in the dirt on a railway track, and it's very beautiful because you can see the simplicity, the pathos. You can see the emotion, you can see the feeling. In the end, your mission in this life is to create and express yourself. Creativity is not necessarily painting, music, art, or books. It can be carpentry, bricklaying, nurturing children, education, healing, whatever. But you're here to create. The best way to create is to discipline yourself. You need order and silence, and you have to be in touch with your subtle feelings. Then the creativity comes up from within. Most of what people create is fairly boring, isn't it? So they think it through and they say, well, this guy painted the tree green and to the left, so I'll paint it greeny brown and put it on the right. And people look at it and think, there's a greeny brown tree on the right. Yawn, yawn. Real creativity is an inner thing. Go past your resistance. Go past the natural laziness of the mind and get settled and get ready. And it's amazing how prolific and original you can become. The mind will slow you down. It will have excuses. It will want you to be disorganized. But your feelings, your infinity, is ordered. And it's all there, completed and ready. All you've got to do is pull it out. It flows endlessly. It's original. So put your thinking aside and call upon your subtle feelings to show you an originality, a new idea, or even an old idea that you express in a new and refreshing way. If you want to create, get the tools around you that you need. Lay out your paintbrushes. Get them in order. Lay them in a sacred way. Bless them if you like. Give thanks for your paintbrushes. Give thanks for colour. Give thanks for your sight that shows you the reds and the greens and the blues. Put your paintbrushes in a special place. If you say, I'm going to paint at 8 o'clock because my word is law, then go and sit and settle and center within and feel the painting complete and finished. Up from your feelings will come a painting that is unusual, strange, different and complete. All you've got to do is rub the brush on the canvas a few times, and there it is. People will love to buy it, or it'll just give them pleasure, because it's different. So creativity is awkward. It's uncomfortable. Rollo May wrote a great book called The Courage to Create, in which he said that you have to go beyond your natural inhibition. Let's face it, the personality has normal inhibitions about creativity because the personality hates to be evaluated. So the personality wants to paint something complicated and have everybody adore it, praise it. The personality is keen on things like its expression. This is my art. This is my statement. I'm not going to change for anybody. I'm going to do my slightly green tree over there on the right. This is me, and everybody has to stand up and salute. There are loads of writers, artists, painters and creators that, in my view, are full of it. When you listen to that stuff about my art, my poetry, my film, it always makes you want to throw up because it's so ridiculous. All creativity comes from the God force. You can't own it. It belongs to everybody. So my art, my film, it's just pompous. The fact is, when you get inside yourself, you won't be inhibited anymore. You won't feel like my art, my statue. You'll just want to create. People are going to like it or they're not going to like it. But if you have to sell your creativity, then you might have to adjust. There's loads of artists out there suffering from an eating disorder called too much ego, too little God force. Sometimes you have to adjust if you want to eat. So creativity will depend very much on, do you have to sell your creativity, or can you just create for the pleasure of creating? If you have to sell it, adjust it to what the market wants. I have certainly found that I've had to do that over the years, because if I really wrote the books that I wanted to write, that were deep inside of me, people wouldn't understand them. So I've had to adjust my books by putting them into a language that people can comprehend. And that's just a matter of merchandising. One day, when I've got some time, I'll write some books that tell the story of these inner perceptions, these inner worlds. And if people don't understand them, it won't matter, because they'll have all the other books to read in the meantime. That's just one of the compromises I've decided to make. Anyway, creativity is one of the main reasons for being on the earth plane. Think in terms of what will I create, and start making yourself create things. Take time out to create something. It doesn't matter if nobody will ever see it. Just practice expressing yourself. Because when you create, sooner or later, it's going to be very likely that you're going to have something brand new and fresh and different to sell. You've painted something, you've carved something, you've written a program on a computer, you've created some music. There it is. Creativity is money in the bank. You can become prolifically creative once you get the mind out of the way. So get organized, be creative, silence the mind, and realize that as you create, you're inside an eternal prayer. Feel out what it is you want to do, see it complete, and then express it in the external world where people can admire it or buy it. Be courageous. Try it out. It doesn't matter if you have to do 10, 15, 20 paintings that are absolutely ghastly and you trash the lot. Just as long as you create, and eventually you'll create one that's beautiful that you can keep or sell. So creativity is a discipline, and it's a marvelous way of expressing yourself and the God force within you. Seek it out, try things out, don't be scared, practice, train, go on courses if needs be, and move yourself towards some kind of creative expression. You'll be amazed what you can do. Step 23 is always maintain freshness. Watch nature and align to nature. As you exist in the circumstances that you find yourself in the energy pattern that you are today, you have to constantly pump energy to sustain the situation. When you feel bored and fed up and stuck, what it means is you've used up the energy of the place where you find yourself. When you go into a new neighborhood and it's really exciting and really beautiful and there's a really cool cafe on the corner and the people are neat and there's a Jamaican band playing in the bar on Saturday night and you're really excited. But then after a while, it starts to lose its energy. You go into the bar where the band was and there's a cockroach walking across the wall and the little cafe isn't so cool and the people aren't really neat anymore. This is because you can use energy up. If you're just tick-tocking along at that sort of slug in a puddle energy, you can stay in a place forever and ever. It doesn't really make any difference. But if your energy's alive, you're going to use up people. You're going to use up places. You're going to use up philosophies, diets, disciplines. You're going to change cars, change clothes. Keep staying fresh. And when you see the energy around you dying and stagnating, move, change, or enliven it in some way. Paint it a different color. Move to a new neighborhood. Act differently. Watch nature, because nature's your teacher. It moves and flows and moves again. There's an incredible beauty out there, and it's there to teach you. Its silence, its beauty, its humility. Stay aligned to that. Stay aligned to the ebb and flow. Stay aligned to the seasons and understand that winter is not the time for starting a new project. Winter is the time to turn inwards, to think, create, and get ready. Now the spring is coming. Now you can pull energy from the flowers, the rushing streams, the buds that come out. Now is the time to start a new project, the springtime. Move and put your energy into the spring. And now comes the summer, which is the time for the harvest. It's the time to collect the bills that are unpaid, to sign the contracts, to complete the stuff you began in the spring. And then on to the fall. When it comes to the time of the autumn or the fall, take time to think in terms of, hey, what kind of crud did I collect this year? What needs to fall away? And so as you watch the leaves fall, feel that same process going on inside your heart. Yeah, I can release these things. I don't need to hold on to that. This stuff is finished with. This stuff is stagnant. These relationships are over. The things you finish with, pass them on to someone else. Some of the things may be valuable and you may want to sell them. If not, just give them away. Everything's on rental from the God Force and you can give it to somebody else. Say, here, I've finished with this coat, you have it. So by watching nature and aligning to nature, you can align to that infinity within you. Nature doesn't have a concept of death. That is why the world of the animals is so pristine and beautiful. An animal can experience momentary fear as it gets itself into a situation in which it is vulnerable, but the cow in the field isn't sitting there thinking about its insurance policy, thinking about dying. The cow is just being. It is. It's alive. It's munching grass. It's walking around. It's standing under a shady tree. That's the eternity of the cow. And that is the eternity of the raven. The eternity of the little crawly things on the earth. They are free of ego, so they don't have a concept of dying. Therefore, they're free of agony. From nature, we learn serenity. We learn security. We learn stability. As you stay aligned to nature as much as possible, you learn from it. You may want to try the discipline that I tried, which was rising at 4 a.m. every morning and walking in silence in the forest. If you don't have time to do that for 3 years and you don't fancy it, do it for a week. But by noticing and staying with the natural rhythms of this plane, the sunrise and the sunset, if you're up before dawn, you're ready. You're in a quiet energy. The rest of the world isn't up. Their ego and their mind haven't polluted the psychic atmosphere around you. You're ready for the day. I'm eternal, immortal. Here comes the sun. I'm ready. And as you watch and learn, you constantly police your energy. You see what is fresh. You see what needs changing, what needs to be reinvigorated. You can see if a friendship starts to fall apart. And you'll know that it's probably because you haven't put any energy into it. So call that person, invite them out, meet them for coffee. Put energy into the places where it's getting sluggish. Anything you finish with, release it and let it go. There's a little rule that a friend of mine who's a teacher lives by. And her rule is that anything that you haven't used or handled in the last 6 months that you're not going to use immediately in the next few weeks, get rid of it. Give it away. What the rule says is, you will only surround yourself with things that are alive with energy, that you touch and animate and maintain. Things that you're using. Everything else, you're going to liberate yourself of the weight of it. It's quite a nice little rule. This way you remain simple. You stay with nature. Look at the birds. They don't carry anything around. They don't have garages full of stuff. They're simple, and they know. They wake up in the morning, and they're not thinking, how am I going to make it today? They just fly around and peck. A peck here and a peck there. Everything's provided for them. Understand there's an enormous abundance everywhere. Keep your life uncluttered and simple, and that abundance flows to you. It's an uncomplicated process. Constantly move away from clutter towards simplicity, and it's there that you will experience the infinite self. Come with me to the next session, and I'll show you some concepts that will liberate you from 90% of the anguish in this world. Thank you.
Step 24. Fear not death, accept it. Live life. From the ego's opinions come its considerations and needs. From its considerations and needs come all the contradictions of life. Because it has considerations and needs, the ego can be contradicted. Contradictions create anguish and emotional upset. Perhaps by now you've had a chance to read the booklet that comes with this program, Weight Loss for the Mind. In that booklet, I discuss how you can, by changing your expectancy, having less opinions, by working on your emotions and desires, you can eliminate 90% of all the anguish in your life. Of course, the central anguish we all have to eliminate is the fear of death. When you see people walking down the street, they are perpetually concerned about death. Most people have 1 or 2 death thoughts every hour of their waking life. It's not actually physical death necessarily, the act of leaving the earth plane, but as I said before, it's the death of things that scares them. Death of a relationship, death of a rhythm, that sort of stuff. As you begin to embrace this infinity within you, you can get out of most of the anguish of life by being free inside yourself, accepting flow, accepting that today you're here and tomorrow you're not necessarily here. One of the meditations that I'd like you to do as a part of expanding your awareness is to imagine yourself floating up through the atmosphere into the stratosphere and beyond. And then look back at the earth. Now in your mind's eye, move the earth forward to some future date. Look at the planet and take a moment to see how the planet would be in, say, 200 years' time. Observe the planet with you not there. It's a powerful exercise. As you observe the planet continuing, evolving, children are born, events are happening, societies are rising and falling, love, mayhem, whatever, it's all happening and you are not present. As you observe the world with you not present, you can see the state of the planet's evolution when you aren't here. You come to an acceptance of the fact that being here and not being here isn't any different. You have contributed to the world mind. You contributed to the emotion. Hopefully you contributed in a positive way to the spirituality of all our people. You are a memory, and you are an eternal memory, so you will be eternally remembered. Not necessarily by the people who are alive 200 years from now, but in the Akashic record, in the totality of our human evolution. The collective unconscious. Your place is there. It's sacred, holy, spiritual. It's a part of all things. So by meditating from above, you can get to the point where you realize, one day I will not be here, and that's okay. So by not being fearful of death, you can make death a friend. In your meditation, you can go down deep inside yourself and visualize death as this grim little gremlin or dwarf that's rather bothersome, constantly running around and causing you trouble. Make death a friend. Get death to walk up to you. Get death to walk with you in life. That way you can put it to one side and accept it without any resistance. In your mind's eye, call the dwarf of death over and tell it you want to kiss it. Run your finger through the dwarf's hair and pull its head back, and then kiss it, and when you do, bite its tongue out and spit it out and push the dwarf down and make it sit in the corner. Say, listen, you little tongueless dwarf, you sit here in silence till I call for you, and don't bug me. When I'm ready, we'll go to the next dimension hand in hand as friends. Please don't take it personally, my biting your tongue out like that, but I need you to be in silence. I love you. Wait here. I shall be back for you one day. Half of the fear of change that we experience is actually the fear of not knowing. By now, you will already be, hopefully, in a state of not having to know. You don't have to know all the time. So if you don't know how it feels after death, it doesn't matter. You didn't know what life was going to feel like before you got started. So accept and pull out of the insecurity. Then pull out of the insecurity around the death of things. Nothing is permanent. Enjoy your relationships while you can. They may last a lifetime, they may not. Enjoy the place you're in while you can. It may last a lifetime, it may not. Enjoy the job. And know that when things change, they change to help you. They change to liberate you and take you to a different place. Don't hold on and don't worry about things coming and going. If you try to hold on to a person, you suffocate them and they flee. Remember, love is like the 49 bus that runs down through London along King's Road, down Oakley Street and into Battersea. There will always be another one along in a minute. There's 2.5 billion people out there of the opposite sex. And if you're bisexual, there's 5 billion people to bat at. So there isn't any shortage of love. You can find another partner. Remember, the person that you're with isn't absolutely totally the only one out there, especially if your energy is going up. If you have the energy of a slug in a puddle, I'm sorry, because it might be tough for you. But people are attracted to energy because energy is life. Energy is the only real currency, the only real security. When you create energy, you create life for yourself. And in creating energy, you heighten other people's security. It makes them feel safer. So think about what you're going to do today that creates energy. In creating energy, you're affirming life. And people respond to that very positively because they're petrified of death. When people are walking along, remember, they're thinking about dying. That's one of their main concerns. Because keeping you alive is the main function of the ego. And it takes to its job with an enormous amount of emotion and anguish. So, what will you do today to affirm life? What will you do today to create energy? Is there a friend you can ring up and inspire them a little? Or cheer them up? Is there something you can paint today to clean, to freshen up? What can you do for your physical body? What can you do for your emotions? What can you do today that says, I embrace life? Get used to the idea of the planet's eventual condition with you not here, and bit by bit, the fear begins to back off. Say to yourself, I accept being here, I accept not being here. There's no difference in the condition because there's no high and there's no low. There's no life and there's no death. There's just a perpetual infinity within you. As you come out of the ego and you come out of the intellect and logic, you won't care anymore. It's only the intellect that seeks to live on earth perpetually. It's only the intellect that has fear. Within the infinite self, you can't die. You'll never be more alive than the moment after you're dead. It will be an amazement to you. One of the other things you're going to find out is how light you are, because the physical body is jolly heavy to schlep around. Every morning you wake up and you think, oh my God, I've got to schlep this 150 pounds around somewhere today. Gravity is heavy. It pulls you down to the earth and makes you exert muscular effort. If you've ever had an out-of-body experience, you'll know that when you come up out of the body, the first thing you notice is the incredible lightness of being. So develop that lightness of being. Be like a spirit, rather than a dumpy, heavy, physical ego. Be a spirit. Take life in a light-hearted way. Laugh a lot. Be responsible. Be ordered. Be disciplined. Laugh, laugh. Remember that seriousness is a disease of the ego. When you meet people that are terribly serious, what they actually are is very insecure. They are deeply trapped inside the intellect. What happens is, over a period of time, they begin to buy their own intellectual cleverness. At the beginning, that works very well, and they see how marvelous they are. They can impress people with their knowledge and with their wonderful intellectual brilliance. But then gradually what happens is, there is no place for the intellect to go. It peters out. Einstein invented everything he was ever going to invent by the age of 25. The rest of his life was spent in a futile chase to find a force he couldn't find, called the fifth force, the unifying force. He died a bitter man. He couldn't get to God through his mind. What happens to people is that they become terribly cerebral, intellectual and serious, and they try to make their mind their God. And bit by bit, the mind can't sustain being God because there's a limit to what the intellect can discover and know. In the end, they become angry and fearful. So if you really fear death, you've probably made your intellect your God. Take the mind to one side and tell it, hey, little intellect, you're jolly handy when it comes to working out the bank balances, but you're not God. You're just a mind, and there's a limit to how much you're going to discover in this lifetime, and there's a limit to your usefulness. So back off and shut up. Once you come out of mind, then you come out of stagnation, you come out of hatred, you come out of frustration. You go past the anger you experience when people don't see your mind as being as incredible as you think it is. You come out of the fact that people don't respond to this terribly arrogant mind that is swooping down on them from a great height. You become a real person. In the end, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to go from the neurotic aspects of the intellect to becoming real. Living in truth, accepting the truth, accepting what is real. Not buying the ego's vision. Not buying the mind that comes up with these enormous arrogances and makes itself into a false god. Thou shalt not have false gods, and the false gods thou shalt not have is your intellect. Embrace spirit. Embrace the infinity within you. It's beyond coming and going, beyond life and death. Step 25. Avoid becoming a guru. As your energy starts to climb and as you begin to release the crud from your life and move towards the infinite self, you're going to become a teacher. You may not stand up on a podium and teach, and you may not necessarily write books that teach or record audio programs, but you will be a teacher because you will teach by example, by energy. You teach others because you know the Tao. You know doing and not doing. When you become a teacher, I want you to be careful that you teach from humility, that you teach as a magnanimous person, not from ego. I've been in the sphere of the human potential movement for many years, and I've probably met 75 to 80% of all the most famous gurus, writers, motivationalists, psychologists, and whatnot. If they're on the seminar circuit, and they're well known for the books, at some point, I will have probably met them. Some of them are incredibly beautiful. They're human. They have weaknesses. They fail and they rise. And they're genuine. But a small percentage that are in the field are utterly, utterly grim, pompous, manipulating, hypocritical. And in normal circumstances, it takes all of your detachment and resilience not to throw up. I mean, I'm talking up Chuck City. Why? They raise their energy, people are drawn to them, then they use that power base to sustain themselves. They become money grabbers, they become egotistical, full of themselves, or they think that their philosophy is the only philosophy that exists. There is no one philosophy. Philosophy is common to everybody. It's part of our greater knowledge. You can't say, this is my philosophy, or this philosophy is better than that philosophy. Some philosophies are preferable in the sense that they liberate. Philosophies that liberate are more useful to you and I than ones that restrict. But all of them serve a purpose. Restriction serves a tremendous purpose because it allows us to understand freedom. Manipulation serves a purpose because it allows us to eventually become magnanimous and free. You can't have one without the other. Traveling around and meeting the teachers, you can see how some of them have literally bought the idea of themselves being the God. So they stand up there and attempt to do God for people. They don't do silent, I am God, like I mentioned in step 1. They stand on stage doing serious amounts of, look at me. And they couch it all with a fake humility and cheesy grins and phony displays of love. And deep down, they're oscillating extremes of yuck. So, as you become a teacher, be careful with your energy. Because you don't want to raise your energy and then come to the end of your life and look back and see how you manipulated people. How you used your knowledge to frighten people, to scare people, to maneuver them. Avoid becoming a guru. That's what this all comes down to. Don't become a guru, because if you're a saintly person, if you're a powerful person, the last thing you need is a bunch of people kissing your feet. You've got to be seriously imbalanced and seriously out to lunch to go for that. I appreciate in the Hindu philosophy they revere gurus, and I respect the ways of the Hindu, but for Western people, forget it. It isn't our game, sitting in an ashram kissing some character on the foot. No way. Teach from energy. The greatest teaching you can ever present is your example. It's you as you. Be strong. When people say it's awful, it's terrible, everything is falling apart, you say, no, it's not. It's rather beautiful. And from this falling apart will come change. And from that will develop more. Stand and teach from energy. Teach by example. Serve humanity from inside your silent charisma, your silent power, your knowledge. Teach people and build them up. And remember, you can't pick them up, because if you do, you're going to dangle their little legs in the air. You have to get underneath them and figure out who they are and what they need. So avoid becoming a guru. Teach from truth. Teach from energy. Teach from humility. So avoid becoming a guru. Don't be seduced by power and money and showbiz and glamour, because one day you'll drop dead and you'll be seriously embarrassed standing in the light of God, watching how you had this indescribable audacity to set yourself up on earth as a God. Don't use your power over people sexually or psychologically. Don't use fear. Don't rip people off. People on the path are often vulnerable, aren't they? They're trusting. Respect that. Take each person that's pulled to you, take them to the crossroads, kiss them on both cheeks, and send them on their way, wishing them Godspeed. That's the sacred way. Step 26 is physical discipline. As you probably understand now from listening to these sessions, the journey towards the infinite self is one of discipline. So it isn't an easy journey.
You know, when you watch TV, people promise you the world. Send $39.95 and you can have thin thighs in 30 days. You can have this, you can have that. They tell you it's effortless. The spiritual journey is not effortless. It's a tough journey because it's the journey wherein you're going to wrestle the ego into control. It involves discipline. How much discipline you can impose upon yourself is up to you. At the beginning, you need a lot because the mind is tough. Later on, you can forgo quite a lot of the disciplines because by then, you'll have gotten into an absolute control of your mind and your emotions, and you will have a very strong sense of that infinity within you. So the disciplines can be eased off. But without discipline, you really don't have much of a chance. So you have to agree to discipline, or at least some of them. I've divided them up in the next few steps. Steps 26 to 30 are the main disciplines you need. Physical discipline is understanding that this physical body of yours is a manifestation of that infinity within you. As your energy moves up, you're going to have to become your own healer. You're going to have to understand the physical body and learn about it and care for it. You're going to have to create physical disciplines in order to not only heal your body, refresh it, but to take it to a new place. You have to make it ready to accept a new power, a power that can burn you if you're not ready. And you need the physical discipline to calm the emotions and control the ego. The first of the physical disciplines is to understand, study, and know the physical body. I've asked people in my seminars to put their finger on their pancreas. About 50% of the people in the room don't know where the pancreas is. One woman put her finger behind her ear. If you think your pancreas is behind your ear, forget it. You haven't come to an understanding of this evolution. So if you don't know, get a book on the organs of the body and study a little bit how this thing actually works. Then you have to take the body into some kind of nutritional discipline. One of the easiest ways of controlling the ego is not giving it the things that it craves. So discipline means moving from a diet that is ego-related, unhealthy and dysfunctional, to a more rarefied diet where you're eating less and sustaining more alkalinity. Carbohydrates, fats, oils, proteins are all very acid. You don't need a lot of acidity in your body. In fact, the perfect diet is more than likely going to be 80% alkaline foods and 20% acid foods. If your work is very physical and you dig ditches for a living or whatever, then perhaps 30% acid and 70% alkaline. The alkaline foods are all the foods that don't satisfy you emotionally. Fruits and vegetables, that kind of thing. They're naturally alkaline. The carbohydrates and proteins are acid. So what you have to do is begin to reduce the acidity in your body in order to have a balance. As your energy goes up, you're going to have to become your own healer. You won't be able to schlep your body around to the local doctor because the doctor's going to come out of pure TikTok. There's nothing wrong with modern medicine, but in the end, you're always your own healer. The point of physical discipline is, if you can maintain it, if you can begin to create a physical strength around yourself, your energy rises very quickly and so does your confidence. There is no one particular thing that you can do that is more powerful than physical discipline. That involves exercise, it involves understanding your physical body and getting into control of it. You don't want to be too harsh on yourself, too tough. Some people that have very, very rarefied diets actually wind up getting very sick. It's true, isn't it? Some of the sickest people you ever meet work in health food stores. What happens is their body becomes so pure that it reacts to everything. They become allergic to fumes, paint, toxins, dyes, that kind of stuff. They become allergic to the central heating system. They become allergic to the whole of life. I know people that have gone on extremes of nutritional discipline that have started off having tremendous amounts of energy because their body detoxified and became purer, but bit by bit, they come into the law of diminishing returns. Their body becomes so pure that it doesn't really have any crud to work on. It begins to react to everything, especially those pollutants that are part of modern life. And the people become hopeless. So the cure for that is to start eating a bit of crud. If you're so refined that you're ill and allergic to everything. Going on from nutritional discipline and studying the physical body, understand that you can direct energy and light in your meditations into your physical body to enliven it. And as you center within, its energy is going to go up. The cells are going to oscillate with more power. So be kind to it. Give it as much rest and balance and as many alkaline foods as you can. Don't strain it. The other thing that's marvelous for controlling the ego is fasting. When I first started on my spiritual path, I fasted for 2 days every 9 days. Then twice a year I fasted for 5 days. I still fast from time to time. What's beautiful about fasting, if you've never done it, is it really quietens the mind. Eating is how the ego feels secure that it isn't dying. When you fast, the ego goes very, very quiet. There are loads of good fasts you can choose from, and you don't necessarily have to fast with a total absence of nutrition. You can have a juice fast, or you can have a fast which is just water. In fact, most fasts are better if you drink loads and loads of water, as it helps you detoxify. Alternatively, you can make a broth of vegetable juices and drink that. I take loads of vegetables, especially ones that are high in potassium, and make up a soup of potatoes, green beans, onions, cauliflower, parsley, and I boil it up and skim off just the juice and drink that during my fast. Fasting really helps you get into control. Of course, it works as a weight loss technique. However, it doesn't help you with perpetual weight loss, because although you might be losing a pound a day while you're fasting, when you start eating again, it's really easy to put the weight back on. But it certainly allows your whole digestive system to relax and release. If your digestion is slightly out of control, fasting is a great way of bringing it back. So try it. If you've never fasted before, try a one-day fast. And say to yourself in a sacred way, I'm going to fast on Saturday. It's good to pick a weekend or a time when you're not working, because you've got time off to concentrate upon yourself, to walk in nature, to remain silent. You could do a one-day fast, leave it for a week or two, and then do a two-day fast. Once or twice a year, try a 5-day fast. If you have blood pressure problems, low blood sugar, that kind of stuff, you should get advice from a professional before you begin your fast, so they can advise you of the best way of handling it. Once you stop eating, the body starts to eat itself, and what it eats first is the crud. So if your body feels imbalanced, the simplest way to heal it is to fast. And while the body is busy eating crud, the mind is also quiet, so you can get in touch with what your body really needs. You'll know which vitamins and minerals you're missing, where the toxicity is. You'll be able to seek out the treatment that you need. Obviously, don't use fasting instead of proper medical advice if you have a problem. Use the technology that's available if you need to use it. But most everything that goes on in your body, in the day-to-day sense, is fixable. That's enough for physical discipline. Now, come with me to the next session and I'll talk to you about emotional, mental, and philosophical discipline, which will help you with how you handle fear, how you handle emotion, and how you process your feelings so you can liberate yourself from debilitating opinions and step into a more infinite perception. Thank you. Step 27, emotional discipline. I've talked a lot about emotion in this program, so I don't have to go into it an awful lot. But here's a few things that I'd like to add. The tribal emotion is the tribal emotion. They're in their evolution. You have to understand and sympathize with that. You have to understand that they're going to be out of control, scared, pompous, silly, and you have to let them be without judging or criticizing them. You have to distance yourself from the tribal emotion. So when you see those newspaper headlines that say inflation shock, you don't get sucked in. In fact, if you buy the stupid paper and read it, you'll find that inflation's gone from 1.11% to 1.15%. And it's no shock at all, and it isn't going to make a blind bit of difference to your life. You have to stay balanced in a society where the governments and the finances and the markets are bouncing around perpetually. None of that stuff is getting any better, is it? So don't get sucked into the emotional lack, and don't get sucked into your own emotions. Remember this, when you feel negative, immediately nip that emotion in the bud. Extremes of a negative emotion are like a nuclear bomb going off inside your metaphysical energy. You have to control balance first. So as soon as you find yourself getting out of control, pull back, sit down, visualize yourself standing above the situation, standing above yourself, and look back at this lovely person that's you and ask yourself, what's upsetting her? Or what's he angry about? The little booklet that comes with this program is all about healing emotion and the reasons for emotion. For example, in one of the chapters I talk about confusion. All confusion comes from asking questions. You have to ask a question in order to be confused. Think about it. Confusion comes from complexity, and complexity comes from the intellect. If your life is very complex and you're asking yourself loads and loads of questions, you'll be confused. If you want to heal confusion, simplify your life. Take a minimalist approach, a less cluttered approach, and ask less questions. Just be and flow. Anger comes from loss. You've got to lose something to be angry. So as soon as you've lost something, sit down and figure out what it is you've lost, and agree to lose it. Frustration comes from the intellectual disease of having to put things into time frames and little boxes that aren't necessarily reasonable. So frustration is a disease of not understanding your infinite self, not understanding time, not having enough patience. If you don't have enough time to do all the things that you need to do, it's a sign of your lack of control. It's a manifestation of the fact that you lack good boundaries. You have to set boundaries and get rid of some of the things that you've chosen to do or that you're obliged to do, and pull back and get into control by eliminating the less important stuff and staying inside the actions that are profitable or pleasing or comfortable. Being a workaholic is a disease of the ego. Don't become a power freak and don't become a money freak. Get a life first and do the other stuff as much as you need to do or want to do. Everything in moderation. Back to emotion for a minute. If you're going through an emotional time, ask yourself, what is your opinion? You might say, I'm insecure, Stu, because I think I might be losing my job. Okay, stop and pull back. What can you do about it? The way it is the way it is. You're perceiving that things aren't going well at work. What's the next step? Action. Rather than running away because of the emotion, rather than being the little child that gets scared and flees, when you feel scared, when you feel insecure, step forward, not back. Write that down and put it up on the refrigerator. When I feel insecure, I will step forward, not back. I will immediately review the situation and take action. If there's trouble at work, what can you do to fix it? Who can you talk to square things away? The factory may be laying off people, but probably they won't lay off everybody. So what can you do to improve your performance? What can you do to fix the troubles? Well, first you can create more energy. But if that doesn't work, what's the worst that can happen? You're going to get chucked out of this job and find something else to do. So maybe the universe is helping you by releasing you from one dumb job and opening up the doors to find you something more creative and profitable to do. Maybe when you take a long, hard look at it, it's time to chuck the job anyway. You've been there too long. It's got too crazy. You're too involved with people. You've lost your respect. Maybe they've lost their respect for you. If you don't watch carefully, things get polluted. Sometimes you have to leave and start again for people to see you in a new light. So emotional discipline is not buying the popular emotion, not buying the collective ego concepts of lack, fear, insecurity. Who's going to provide for me? That kind of stuff. Not accepting the emotions that are nationalistic and warlike, and staying inside the serenity, the infinity that you are. You're in flow. You're in the arms of the God Force. You are the God Force. So never forget that. And understand that if you take to this infinite self, your life will be one of perpetually not knowing and perpetual change. And that won't bother you as you've learned to hold on to nothing. So when your mind rebels and says, I don't want anything new, I don't want change, just step back and say, come, it's safe, come. Then make it do something it hasn't done before, or change something. Now the lounge is in the bathroom. And as you step to more and more energy, silent power, you begin to perceive other worlds, other dimensions completely. A dimension beyond the contradictions and limitations of the ego. Beyond desire, beyond feeling, beyond what you think you know, beyond the popular emotion. Gradually, by processing emotion and understanding the psychological technology involved, which you'll find listed in the booklet, Weight Loss for the Mind, you'll understand how to handle it. It isn't complex. It may just feel complex to you, because at the moment you may belong to your emotions. You think they're yours. They aren't. They belong to the ego. The infinite self cannot be insecure. Step 28, mental discipline. Throughout this 33 Steps program, I've discussed the journey from negativity to positivity, the journey from ego to spirit, and a lot of that hinges upon mental discipline. Sometimes being very intellectual is a huge spiritual disadvantage. If you're very clever, you tend to dwell in the mind. It's reasonable to do so. It's pleasing to do so. It's the same as if you're very good at running. You may find yourself 6 hours a day on the track enjoying your abilities. But being very intellectual can be a hindrance, but it's not a death blow to the spiritual quest. If you're not very bright, take a moment to kneel down and thank the God Force. Thank it for not making you too intellectual. That's a great gift. In the Tao, they revered the disadvantaged. There's a strange concept which says the tallest tree is the first one to be cut down. The crooked, gnarly tree that's ugly and bent is of no use to the woodsman, so it grows for 1,000 years. The cripple doesn't have to go to war. He isn't required to build things or to perform. So the cripple in the Tao is revered the same as the gnarled, crooked tree. The Tao says, to remain whole, be twisted. To become straight, let yourself be bent. To become full, be hollow. Of course, hollow means free of stuff. If you don't have a lot of intellect, you're free, because the journey from ego to spirit is the journey from intellect to feeling. In a very general sense, men deal with copious amounts of intellectuality and less feeling. So their journey is one out of the intellect into feeling and beyond, into a metaphysical, spiritual perception of the world. And in a general sense, women are more aligned to feelings, and their journey is really to quieten the feelings and go beyond their insecurity. It's interesting that we are required to be secure in a dimension that is intrinsically insecure. The journey of the female is different to the journey of the male. The journey of the male is one of outgoing, pushing, conquering, ejaculating outwards, winning people over, selling things. The woman's journey is generally speaking quieter and more nurturing, and that's why they live longer. Their journey may incorporate some of the masculine traits, but more often than not, her spiritual trial is entering into this physical dimension in which she's often physically smaller and weaker than a great chunk of the population, and therein she has to develop a metaphysical, psychological, intellectual security inside a dimension in which she's insecure. So the woman's spiritual quest is to process her feelings, especially negative feelings, and become a radiant light of positivity. The man's quest, it's simple. He's just got to close down the mind. So mental discipline for someone who's very intellectual is the idea of not making your mind God and becoming too arrogant. Somehow you have to pull out of too much thinking. Excess thinking is a disease. It's what I call overthinking on life. When you get too mentally involved in questioning and intellectual activity, it keeps you from touching who you really are. You're a feeling. When you depart this earth plane, you depart as a feeling. You do not depart as 21 volumes of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Intellect is useful because it can earn you money. It can help you study. It can help you remember things. But in the end, you're a spiritual being and therefore an eternal feeling. So mental discipline breaks out into several different subheadings. The first is you've got to agree to feel secure in a dimension that is intrinsically insecure. The second thing is you've got to cure yourself gradually of the disease of overthinking. So when you find your intellect going potty, stop it and start pushing your feelings into things. That is nothing more than visualizing the circumstances, let's say back at the office, and ask yourself, how does it feel? How does the sales director feel? How does this campaign feel? Because the God Force permeates everything, so everything gives off a feeling. Even inanimate objects have a personality. They have a feeling. How does this airplane feel? Do you think I'd get on an airplane and just wander along in the great crapshoot of life? No way. I look at the energy of everything before I get on. I don't get on if I don't feel all right about it, even if it means I'm going to miss my appointments. Once, many years ago, I didn't feel good about a flight from London to Switzerland that I was taking. I got on anyway because I was committed to getting there. Sure enough, going over to the Alps, one of the engines blew. It wasn't a life-threatening situation because we just turned around and went back to London on one engine. But we flew about an hour and a half all the way to the Swiss border and then an hour and a half back to London. Waited for 2 hours while they dragged out another plane, and finally we made the journey down there. I should have got off the plane, and I knew it before I got on, but I was scared to act. So when you know something's wrong, stop, retreat, take a good look at it and act. If you don't feel it's right to get inside the cab, don't worry about being impolite to the taxi driver. You can always give him a $1 or $2 tip and say, sorry guy, I've changed my mind. Act on your feelings. When things don't feel right, be careful. When you don't know what action to take, do nothing. Remember that, and put that on your fridge. When you don't know, don't go. When in doubt, do nout. Nout's a term from the north of England. It means nothing. Do nothing. If you don't know what to do, wait. Build energy, clean up things, organize things, seek out more information, but don't act until you're certain. Think about this. If you operate out of feelings, you're never really going to make any more decisions. Decision-making for most people is an intellectual process. The fact is, either something feels right and you proceed, or it feels wrong and you don't proceed. Or there's a neutral feeling and you either don't proceed or you move very, very slowly and cautiously. So, either it feels right to marry Harry and you say, I love you, Harry, yes, I'll marry you Thursday, or you say no. If you don't know, wait. If it feels wrong, definitely wait. So you can see how decision-making changes from an intellectual turmoil to, hey, does it feel right? If it feels right, proceed gingerly, carefully, slowly. Keep asking yourself as you go along, does it still feel right? If you're an intellectual person, your mental discipline is to ask yourself 6, 8, 10 times a day, how does it feel? How does this taxi feel? How does this office feel? How does this shopping mall feel? Look for the feeling. Bit by bit, you can wrestle the intellect to where it is supporting you, with its knowledge, with its ability, but it's not dominating your life or taking you up a dead end or into a place that's unsafe or wrong for you. In addition, the intellect will suck you into personal criticism. It will get you involved in judgment. It'll make you dissatisfied. You will have a triumph, and 5 minutes later the intellect will trash that triumph into nothing. It will show you all the things you missed out on. So you make $20,000, but you could have made 24, and the intellect will bitch. And if you don't control it, it will drive you mad. So mental discipline is in effect wrestling the intellect into stillness. Your meditation disciplines, your quiet time, your introspection are vital components. Without those, it's very hard to get the ego or the intellect to back off and to allow you to feel your spirituality. That spirituality is beautiful. It's enormous. It's a vast energy, vast power, vast amounts of information. As you seek outside of yourself for the feeling of things, you'll gradually be able to replace much of the intellect. When you're coming just out of the intellect, you're always guessing. It doesn't matter if all the graphs and all the charts tell you this, and this is supposed to happen. There's lots of people out there who've lost millions of dollars because of some squiggly line on a page. What happened before doesn't necessarily describe what is going to happen next, but your feelings know. So rather than having to go through life guessing, which is what the intellect has to do, go with your feelings. If you're already deeply in your feelings, then purify your feelings. Become stronger. Get into control of your life so that your emotions are solid. Stand tall, silently, tall inside your feelings. And there's your discipline. Don't allow yourself to worry about things that are coming down line. So many people are fine. Their life is absolutely brilliant, but they can't bring themselves to admit it. If you look at your life, you'll probably find 3, 5, 20, 50 things that are absolutely marvelous. You have a roof over your head, you have some money to spend, a nice family perhaps, nice friends, lovely pursuits, your body's ticking along pretty good, you got a car to bumble around in. You know, what else are you going to need in this lifetime? What you need is serenity, not a bunch of mental drivel that moans and groans and makes you dissatisfied. You're with one person, and you're constantly wondering if it would be better to be with another person. Then you go to that person, and you find it's exactly the same. And then you're off to the next. It can drive you crazy. Intellectuality is useful because it assists you financially and to learn. But too much intellect is a terrible disease. It brings on chronic symptoms like seriousness, which of course is utterly revolting. This life isn't serious. It's a comedy. It's an awesomely beautiful journey. But it certainly isn't serious. Serious is an egotistical concept. It's a disease from which I personally flee at the fastest speed that my little chubby legs will carry me. Let's go to step 29, philosophical discipline. Philosophical discipline is really simple. You have to develop a mindset that works, that liberates you, that doesn't generate negative emotion and insecurity, that doesn't involve too much control from outside of you. So you can read all of the great writings, but the essential thing about the philosophy that you decide to acquire is that it has to have simplicity in it. One thing that I don't care for from amongst the sacred writings is that many of them are so full of dogma, rules and regulations. Every rule and regulation is a fence in the prison that you create for yourself. There's a huge difference, isn't there, between rules and disciplines. Rules are something that are imposed to you from above, by the government, the IRS, the church, your family, whereas disciplines are something that you joyously take on because you know they raise your energy and quieten the mind. So once you understand that, you want a philosophy that doesn't have a lot of rules. My religion is don't have too much religion. There's nothing worse than a person that is dogmatic and full of stuff. In the enormity of the God force, too much stuff looks really silly. I'll never forget the very first time I had an experience up the other end of the near-death tube, where I actually saw for the first time the light of the God force. Now this isn't thinking about the God force or a faint feeling, it's actually seeing it. The enormity of that energy is indescribable. It's exquisite beyond words. The love and compassion. There's no way to quantify that amount of love. It's overwhelming. What that experience did for me was, it made me instantly throw out about 75% of the stuff that I believed. At the time that I had my first vision of that light, I'd been working upon myself for many years. So I'd already liberated my psychology and my philosophy from a tremendous amount of crud. Yet standing in the light for just even a second, I felt embarrassed because a lot of my philosophy was pathetic compared to the view of the God force itself. So, move to the lightness of being, develop a psychology that works, and stay away from pomposity and arrogance and righteousness. Stay away from talking about your philosophy to other people. Stay away from trying to win people over with your philosophy or demonstrating it. It's completely different if somebody comes up and asks you something, then you can tell them what you know. But don't become a demonstrator of philosophical or spiritual wonderfulness. Develop a philosophy that works, and anytime the system doesn't work, take a really long look to review what you're doing. What do you believe? What's in your philosophy? Bag it if it doesn't work. The second part of philosophical discipline is that I think it's important at least to study the rudiments of psychology. I don't want to intimidate you and make you think that you have to go to university and plow through endless dreary text. But you could study and buy books on the basics of psychology, because a little bit of knowledge really helps you understand why people act the way they act, why they do what they do. If you study a bit about the way the mind operates, you'll understand function and dysfunction. You'll understand why people are complex. You'll understand the various psychological manifestations of man. You'll understand, for example, how transference operates in people's minds. To put it in its simplest definition, transference is when the ego or the personality feels uncomfortable and the individual tries to transfer that discomfort to somebody else or something else. People that are psychologically crippled will tend to say that it's the fault of other people. It's the Jewish people. It's the Afros. Men are doing it to me. Women are doing it to me. The government's doing it to me. Of course, no one is doing it to you. The ego is doing it to itself, and that's why you feel restricted. In order to get rid of that restriction, you transfer it, or you attempt to transfer it, and load it up on somebody else. So discrimination is actually a manifestation of an irritated, insecure ego, and that's all it is. So by looking into psychology, you understand motivations, you understand what drives people sexually, what drives their dysfunctions, their compulsions. I suggest you study psychology because it certainly helped me in my life, learning how people are going to act given a certain circumstances. Human beings on the surface are complex, but once you go past the surface, we're extremely simple to understand. In the tick-tock mind of the ego personality, there are not that many urges and traits that you have to learn about. Whereas everybody considers themselves incredibly unusual and different, in fact 99.99% of all the people you're ever going to meet are more than likely 100% predictable, even if they're acting unpredictably. What's predictable is that they're going to be unpredictable. What looks like actions that are difficult to understand are not difficult to understand once you comprehend a little bit of the psychology. So, if you have a moment, pick up a book or two on psychology. There are loads of them in the shops that are written in simple terms that describe archetypes, psychological traits, compulsions, urges, etc. Buy the little thin ones. That's always been my policy, because it shows that the author can put their point across without waffling. To wrap psychological discipline, the name of the game is to have as few beliefs as possible, to have as little dogma as possible, and as few rules and regulations as possible. The name of the game in psychology is to have a psychology that's light, breezy, flowing, changeable, accommodating, and easily bagged. One glimpse of the God force, and 75% of your rules will go out the window. On we go to step 30, spiritual discipline. The central point of spiritual discipline is to remind yourself that this life is a sacred journey, that you're not a physical body, you're not your emotions, your intellect, your beliefs, your tribe, your sexuality, your religion. You're an infinite being that is renting this body from the God force. You've come to experience and to transcend. The central discipline is transcendence. What will you do today that will assist you to go beyond the physical experience? What will you do today that will assist you to comprehend this journey better? Spiritual discipline is no more than keeping your eye on the infinite self, the God force. One exercise I recommend is, every so often, when you find yourself in a quiet moment, close your eyes and visualize the divine light hitting you in the forehead and in the heart. Bathe your body in light. Just visualize it for 5 to 10 seconds, then stop. Then do it again. You'll find that in this simple exercise, you'll begin to pull more and more of that infinite God force into your life. Spirituality is invisible. Never forget that. If you can see it, if it's dressed in funny robes, if it's up there to be looked at, if it's making a big performance of itself, if it's sitting there doing extremes of look at me, I'm so holy moly, it's not spiritual. Flee. Spirituality is having the Tao in your heart, embracing the little things, embracing the softness and the silence, being like water, flowing to the lowest place, the yin. It's not acting and becoming a showy person. It's not the boisterous, outgoing energy of yang. It is the process of becoming an invisible person. You can't necessarily see it on the surface. The trash man who comes round at 5 o'clock in the morning might have an enormous spirituality that you can't see. He is what he is. He is within himself. He's doing his job diligently and serving the community by hauling their crud away. So the trash man can be an incredibly godlike figure. Unfortunately, we tend to think that spirituality has to perform in a certain way. You can be rolling drunk in a bar and still be incredibly spiritual. Because at that moment, when you're totally sloshed, your brain, your personality, your ego all out to lunch. And you're in touch with your spiritual self. Drunk in the physical manifestation of this evolution, but completely aligned with the God force because your mind is gone temporarily. So be careful and don't get too stuck in these dogmatic perceptions of spirituality. Become the crooked tree. Stand at the back. Be silent. Don't talk unless people ask you to. If you have a perception and you look at a person on the street and see their life story right there, don't say anything. If you know the answer, keep quiet. Don't show it to people. If they ask you, give them a little bit. Just enough to take them to the next step. But don't dump 10 tons of your wisdom upon them, because it isn't necessary, is it? A little bit here, a little bit there, that's all you ever have to do. So spiritual discipline is staying inside the God force, believing when you can't see it, knowing when you can't confirm it, being secure when everything around you looks insecure, being silent in a noisy world, being abundant when people tell you we're running out of everything. Stay inside that spirituality, and if you lose it, come back, pull back, organize, silence, meditate, pray, take a steam bath or some kind of nurturing body work. Go on a fast. Constantly purify yourself. Be humble. Be brave, but don't be too showy. A lot of people that get a little bit of spirituality make a huge fuss of it. There's nothing more revolting than a person that doesn't really know anything, trotting around like they're the sage on the mount. If you teach, teach from a distance. Teach from your energy and then leave. But don't stay around for the applause. Be mysterious. Keep moving. Don't tell people where you are or what you know. Just give them enough to keep them moving along. That's spiritual discipline. Staying with the God force and not using your heightened power for unreasonable gain or to keep the ego happy. There's nothing worse, is there, than going to one of those New Age conferences and watching all those people strut about. Grim. Absolutely grim. People have such a strange idea about spirituality. They think it's this holy-moly thing, clanking little bells, putting on vestments and robes. As I said, spirituality is the garbage man who believes in himself. The bag lady who has nothing, but she knows who she is. She's living an uncluttered life because she's sleeping under the bridge in Central Park. That's spirituality. When you become the simplicity of the raven flying overhead, the simplicity of the little animals in the forest, at one and at peace with all things, at one and at peace with yourself. Now we'll go to the culminating steps of this program, which are quest, fusion, and the initiate. Thank you.
The last 3 steps are not actually steps. They're more like energies or perceptions. Step 31 is quest. Step 32 is fusion. And step 31 and 32 coming together create the 33rd energy, which is the initiate. So I'm going to take you through these 3 aspects as one and discuss them in this session. Quest is, of course, that sacred journey from ego to spirit. But it's more than that. I believe that when you make the decision to seek that hidden doorway within you, the infinite self, you're joined by a special inner energy. You can call it a guide, an archangel, a spiritual intuition. You can call it a golden wind. You can call it what you like. It's almost as if, in reaching up, requesting, deciding to become more, the energy clicks in and joins you. There's an inner process that is beyond our perception that goes on that I believe comes from outside this dimension, outside this world, from another world. Suddenly you're joined by an ancient, holy, very sacred power that is older than time, that comes into your consciousness, into your spirit, to allow you the ability to transcend. In your meditations, call upon the power of quest to join you, and feel it coming into you. It will show you things. I have a great respect for it helps to form a bridge from this world to the inner worlds of the infinite self. It is a part of the great mystery. Where it comes from, I know not. It's a reservoir of energy that many never tap into properly, but it's there to help you transcend. At the end of this Earth's evolution, we're all going to have to transcend, because otherwise we're going to create mayhem here on Earth, an absolute living hell. So the final journey for everybody on this planet is to reach the point inside of themselves where they are spirit rather than ego. At the moment, we're inside this definition, this physical body. We're Italians, Germans, French, African, Asian, whatever. In the end, we just become spirit that happens to be inside a physical body that was born in Vanuatu or wherever you were born. So quest is a sacred energy that you engage and call into your life. It isn't really there for you to make money. It isn't there for you to gain power, to have more sexual experiences. It's a sacred energy that helps you leave the emotion of this existence. It helps you depart and complete the evolution. I talked to you earlier about the mythical parchment where you have written your name down as wanting to evolve. When you made that momentous decision, what you actually agreed to do was to kill off the ego. In other words, to evolve beyond the earth plane, but still be here, still alive. That is a great prize. You get all the benefits of this incredible evolution, the beauty of it all, but you're not sucked in to the pain of it. That's your prize. That's your goal. But in order to claim your prize, you have to agree to melt your personality, to kill off the ego. As you get into the spiritual disciplines, and as you begin to meditate, fast, and go through all of these processes we've talked about in the previous 30 steps, you begin to disenfranchise and disempower the ego. What you're really doing is disappearing your personality. So, if while you're on this journey, you have morbid thoughts, or you feel like you're dying, or you feel like you're falling apart, know it's part of the process. More than likely, you're not dying or falling apart. It's just that the ego's world is melting away. I've had people describe it to me in my seminars as little bits that are falling off themselves, like little bits of ice in an ice flow that melt and crack and flow away. As you become lighter, your energy goes up, and you will kill off your own personality. In many ways, the symbol of Jesus Christ on the crucifix is a symbol of the death of the ego. You have to give yourself away in order to find yourself. In the story of Jesus, we see this human man, this ego personality, dying and rising again after 3 days. While the crucifixion was taking place, at his feet were Mary Magdalene and the other women. This was a way of saying that while the ego is going through its death, the femininity inside of you, the yin, the softness, the silence, the Tao, the sacredness, has to just sit and watch and wait. There's nothing it can do to save the ego, because your spirituality cannot be truly born until you enter upon the decision to kill off the ego, so to speak. So there is Jesus on the cross for 3 days, and the women waiting at his feet, ready to accept the death of the ego, so that the spirituality can come forth.
And now Jesus is placed in a tomb or in a trance state, a meditative state, a silent place away from the world, away from materialism, Pontius Pilate, the military, the Romans, the followers, away from the razzmatazz or whatever showbiz was going on in Palestine at that time. He's in silence. Then after 3 days he rises again, accepting and embracing the Spirit. At that point he becomes the Christ, the Christos, the Christ consciousness, imbued with the Holy Spirit, transcendent. The process for you is very much the same. Your energy will go up and you'll find yourself in the razzmatazz. You'll find yourself in the glamour. You'll find yourself seemingly performing miracles for people. They may want to follow you and declare you a god, but in the end, you know that you have to kill off the ego, and you will go through your quiet time, and you will retreat within the yin of the infinite self and the spirit within, that is eternal, rising from within and taking its rightful place. You ascend to another plane of existence. You won't be dead. You'll still be in your body, here and simultaneously not here, human and not human, beyond the pain and confusion, in a dimension of pristine clarity, with a dispassionate vision of the heroic evolution of our people. So quest is firstly the agreement that you made when you asked to evolve. Secondly, it's understanding that as you evolve, you will kill off the personality. That doesn't mean you won't have a personality, that you won't remember things or you won't be who you are, but you'll kill off the dominance of the personality, the dominance of the ego, and start to see things in a completely different way. It's like a painting that's painted on some kind of transparent paper, and suddenly you shine a light through it from behind, and you see the painting in a completely different way. You're going to take that light of perception, and you're going to shine it behind day-to-day reality. As the light shines, you're going to see the world in its true evolutionary state. You will see how it actually is, not how it appears to be to the intellect. The process will completely transform your attitude, your emotion, your intellect, your psychology, your spirituality. It'll also change your physical body, because the more spirit you become, the faster the cells of your body oscillate, which will require balance, but the faster it can heal and maintain. So quest is that sacred moment when you kneel down with your God and say, God, make me wise. Make me truly wise. At that point, quest is there for you. Sometimes in your meditation you might see it as a hooded monk that has no face. Under his or her robes, it has no particular gender. It's a brilliant light that shines, that is hidden, for fear of burning you with too much energy. Quest is the 32nd energy of the 33 energies of man. It comes to you as a gift when you make the initial turn. For me, the turning point was when I started to give up my personality traits. I'm half English and half Sicilian. When I was a young man in my 20s, I really did Sicilian. I lived in London, and I was pretty successful in the jeans business. There was a lot of criminals around in those days, so I used to travel around with an entourage of roughnecks and bodyguards and weird characters and girlfriends and people. The perfume circus, I used to call it, because it was so mafioso and out of control. One day I woke up and thought, wait a minute, I was educated in Britain and raised in Africa. I'm not Sicilian. My name is Wilde, not Corleone. What am I doing all this for? It's ridiculous. I remember deciding to trash Sicilian. In those days I wore a black hat everywhere I went. I loved that hat, but I decided I was going to burn it. I poured a bottle of brandy over it and set it alight. That was my way of releasing being Sicilian. I think quest comes to you when you get out of, I'm Irish, I'm female, I'm old, I'm young, I'm Afro. You get out of those definitions and realize that you're an eternal being inside a body that may have been born in Ireland. So quest comes at that sacred moment when you agree to quit. It's a beginning and it's an ending at the same time. It's that sacred moment when you agree to quit the fight, the struggle, the emotion, the world of the ego personality, and you step. And as you do so, there's an absolute power that joins you from within, that assists you. It isn't going to lay out the path for you for the next 20 years, minute by minute, day by day. It shines a light in front of you. It's like a miner's lamp that shines a yard or two in front of the miner to show them the rock face upon which they're digging. Step 32 is fusion. From quest we go to fusion. Fusion's hard to understand. Fusion is the consolidation of power. Radiating from your body is an energy which is not normally visible to the naked eye, but it's definitely there. The name I prefer to call it is the etheric. Some people call it the subtle body. It's the totality of the electromagnetic energy that flows from you, imbued with the total feeling that you are. You can train yourself to see it if you can reactivate your peripheral perception. Peripheral vision is, of course, perceived with the side of the eye. Over thousands of years, we've lost much of our peripheral perception. The cells in that part of the eye have become less and less aware because we don't need peripheral perception to keep us safe in the forest anymore. You can wake those dormant cells back to life and usefulness if you care to. It's nothing more than constantly asking yourself, what is to my left and what is to my right? Then look in that direction without moving your eye to one side. Stare straight ahead and notice what is left and what is right. Doing this, you begin to reactivate the rods in your eye. I'll explain. There are two types of cells in your eye. The ones in the center are called the cones, and the ones to the outside, which are more sensitive, are called the rods. Peripheral perception comes from the rods. The rods are colorblind, but they can pick up the etheric. You just have to practice. Put both of your hands up either side of you and start moving them behind you. Notice when they disappear from your view. Broaden your field of vision by looking to the side constantly, without moving your eye, of course. And over a few months, your peripheral vision starts to come back bit by bit. Let's talk about the etheric. In a regular TikTok person, the etheric is all over the place. It's flying out from them, responding to emotion, responding to thought forms, responding to their physical energy. It's flying around like steam. But unlike steam, it's fast. It moves like little bolts of lightning, and they're burning energy left and right. When you come back inside of yourself, the etheric consolidates. You come back through intellectual and emotional discipline, through physical control, through understanding yourself, and suddenly the etheric is defined. That takes you away from the tribal emotion because your energy is now not permeating other people as you walk along. There is a defined place where you are that is different to where everybody else is. Now there's a gap between you and the rest of the world. Fusion takes place inside that gap. It's almost as if the various components inside of you come together and another defined click takes place. Right now, more than likely, your inner dialogue is sometimes contradictory and negative. I don't mean this in a bad sense. Let me explain myself. Because of the insecurity and the programming that we acquire and the experiences that the personality remembers or has heard about, most people will have a negative inner dialogue. So someone will come up with an idea and say, I think I'll organize a seminar in 3 weeks' time at the Diddly Diddly Hotel, and the mind says, no good, it won't work. You'll never get the price. You'll never make a profit. It comes from a negative stance. Sometimes you'll feel good and the ego says, no, we don't. It's in a state of perpetual inner doubt. There is a point on this journey, at the point of fusion, where your quest takes on critical mass. You've processed yourself, you've worked upon yourself, you've gone through the discomfort of it all, you've gone through the psychological process of looking at yourself, you've disciplined the mind, and suddenly a synapse takes place. You suddenly flip from negative to positive. It's almost as if you, as an electromagnetic field, suddenly move gradually back from one polarity, the negative polarity, back to zero, neutral. And suddenly you flip to the other polarity, like the magnetic energy of the Earth does sometimes. At the point where fusion takes place, that is where the flip takes place. You're then more spirit than personality. You're mostly spirit and partly a physical body and a personality. That's what fusion is. It's that moment in time when your inner dialogue flips to a completely positive dialogue. You'll be walking along and thinking, I'll put on a seminar in 3 weeks' time. I'm not sure if it's going to work. I wonder if we'll get enough people. I wonder what it's going to cost. And your inner dialogue will respond saying, it's fine. Go ahead. Do it. It'll work. Invest. The inner dialogue will actually come forward and be totally positive. Intellectually, you might be negative or uncertain. But now the inner dialogue contradicts the intellect, whereas before, the intellect would contradict the inner dialogue. And suddenly, you come from a totally positive view of things. Your intellect says, I don't feel good, I don't feel strong today. And the inner dialogue will respond, we're fine. Drink a pint of carrot juice. Usually your intellect will match your inner dialogue and be positive. But on the few occasions when it isn't, you'll be amazed to discover that the inner dialogue is 100% positive. There's no doubt, not the slightest doubt. There's no hesitation, there's no fear. The dialogue knows. Even when the inner dialogue needs to warn you or show you that you need to adjust, it doesn't do it in a negative way. It doesn't say, warning, warning, fear, fear, danger, danger. It just says, proceed cautiously. Or, take a look at the knots in this rope prior to stepping off this cliff. And you take a look at the knots, as I did once, and I noticed that the knots were not inside the carabiner. And you think, wow, that's good news. I better put the rope inside the carabiner before I climb down this cliff. Fusion is a great moment. It's that place where you consolidate your power, where you stand and say, I am what I am, and I accept that, and you mean it. It resonates eternally throughout your feelings. There's no part of you that says, no, you're not. Fusion shows you an enormous world that is not normally visible, and fusion follows on after quest has been established. Then you're joined by another energy, a different energy, which is created by quest and fusion melded together. The 33rd step is not a step. It's more an energy, the conclusion of this whole journey. It is the energy of the initiate. The energy of the initiate is hard to describe because it is beyond the mind, beyond the subconscious, beyond the waking intellect. It is outside what we consider the Earth evolution. It's here and not here at the same time. Trying to put it into words and descriptions is a futile exercise. Like the first words of the Tao that say, the Tao that can be defined is not the Tao. The grace of God that can be defined is not the grace of God. The spirituality that you can define is not spirituality. The philosophy that you can define is not a complete philosophy, because in the end, it's a feeling. The initiate is outside human evolution. It's beyond. It's another place. Permeating this evolution are countless other dimensions. The physical experience that we describe as humanity is just one molecule, one thought form. There are countless others, some of them right here. There are people walking this earth that were originally in the physical 1,000 years ago. There are energies here beyond the mind. The 33 energies of man are 33 energies that make up one total energy. The way to visualize it is to imagine 33 pieces of string wrapped around each other. As they're wrapped around each other, twisted in a spiral, they make a rope. The 33 energies are like that. They're a part of our evolution. They form the highway out of this evolution and into this evolution. They've been there, I believe, since the beginning of time, and they will be here beyond the end of time because they're infinite. As I worked upon myself over the years and as I went through the processes that have been described in this series, the inner doorway opened for me. I began to comprehend what is truly happening here. And what is happening is awesome. In a way, for a little human mind, it's terribly scary. But in a way, it's very beautiful also. For me, the decision was easy, because even as a young man, I'd been everywhere and done everything. And if I didn't search for some other place to evolve, I would have been finished. I more than likely would have projected myself out of the Earth plane. I would have pulled something to me that would have allowed me to end this existence. As it was, a doorway appeared. Each time I got to the end of a set of energies, a set of experiences, a set of comprehensions, just at the point where I sat down and thought, well, that's it, Stu. You might as well kick the bucket and go. Another doorway clicked open. For many of you listening to this program, that is your process as well. You're done with a lot of this earthly stuff. You're done with the crud of the physical plane. You don't need to die. What you need to do is to have the courage to evolve. The 33 energies of man is a sacred power that isn't to be found in books. You can't get it in a seminar. It's an understanding beyond the mind. The intellect will say that none of these worlds exist. But as you approach, you'll know that they're there. You probably already know that they're there. I remember walking in the mountains of New Mexico, close to a place called Sipapu, where every year we gather. I meet with my friends and present seminars up there high in the mountains. I was walking near there along a mountain track with my dog. The dog suddenly became agitated and stood rock still. Its ears pricked up and it looked across the road. up an embankment towards some fir trees. I looked up, expecting to see perhaps some little animal, and what I saw was mysterious and stunning. About 30 yards off to my right was a geometric shape, violet in colour, that hovered in the air about head height, rotating ever so slowly, almost like in slow motion. When I say it was geometric, it was not part of any geometry that I know of. So it wasn't a square or a triangle or a cube or an oblong, but it had the feeling of geometric proportions. I watched this thing rotate. It was incredibly beautiful. It moved in a very purposeful and composed way. It seemed to me that it had intelligence. It knew what it was doing. After a while, my dog became satisfied that nothing that it might be interested in was happening, and the dog wandered off. I continued to watch the geometric shape as it hovered and turned. Suddenly, it shot across the road, instantly. I mean, it was 30 yards away, and suddenly it was in front of me. There was no appearance of motion between the two places. It was over there, and suddenly was hovering at head height, 3 feet in front of me. I didn't see it actually move between the locations. It had hovered in front of my eyes, rotating incredibly slowly. It was showing me aspects of itself. The geometric shape was very, very complex, yet very beautiful. And the more I looked at it, the more I saw there were shapes inside shapes, colours inside colours. It had what I can only describe as personality, a vibrance. It had character. It had a sacredness about it, an evolution. It wasn't just a mechanical diagram in motion. It was like a being, but it was geometric. It had an enormous amount of what I can only describe as spirituality, and it had a way of pulling my concentration inside it. I could feel that it exuded goodness. It hovered there for a moment, and then it gave me a gold-coloured ring. It didn't actually give it to me, it just hovered it near me. The ring was about 8 inches in diameter. The gold ring was a clue, a key if you like, that would unlock a door that came 3 years later. The geometric shape hovered the ring about 18 inches above me. The moment after it gave me this strange ring, the shape leant towards me, ever so subtly, almost as if it was saying, I am what I am, and you, Stuart, are what you are. It was like a silent prayer, a silent acknowledgement. The process of it hovering in front of me and the gift of the ring took about 30 to 40 seconds. And then the shape shot off to my left, across an embankment and past a grassy area through which a stream flowed. It hovered in mid-air on the other side of the stream at about 20 to 25 feet. I watched it. It hovered there for about 8 to 10 seconds, maybe slightly more, and suddenly it disappeared like a soap bubble that had burst. It was there, and a millisecond later, it wasn't there anymore. From that experience, I came to realize that there are many things that we don't understand. Since that geometric experience, I've had 8 more of that type of experience, as well as seeing comparable inner visions and symbols that are part of the ring's teaching or message. A lot of it is way past my knowledge and my understanding, but what I find happens is I see something I don't understand, and then over a period of a few years, I slot it together like a jigsaw, and then I understand it. I go into details, but most of the time it's impossible to describe. So many things are indescribable. There are places that don't exist, dimensions that are moving backwards, dimensions that are folded inside themselves. There are beings that are here and not here. What it all means, one day perhaps I'll know. On the other hand, most of it I'll probably never know. But in the sight of it, in the privilege of it, I learn things I don't know. And even though I may never be able to explain it all, someday, someone, you perhaps, will explain it. So as you step towards that 33rd energy, as I have, the visions will guide you. Quest will guide you. Fusion will allow you to make the transcendence. Once you do step across, you're not dead. You're not finished. You're not sitting up a mountain with a little robe on, clanking a bell, 500 followers kissing your toe. You're the garbage man. Eternal, immortal, hauling garbage, looking up the street and seeing through the people, like they're transparent, being a part of those angelic dimensions, being a part of the spirit of nature, understanding the evolution of water and air, earth and fire, living inside the etheric dimension on the one hand and the evolution of the garbage collector on the other. If you ever come across a person that has absolutely mastered this 33rd energy, you'll never know it, because basically they'll be invisible. I know I will never master it until I can step past teaching, step past having to appear in places, step past having to talk about it. Little by little over the years, I've begun to make less and less appearances and show up in less and less places. So I'm thankful, because I'm getting there. But one day, someday, I'm going to buy a taxi and I'm going to retire inside the world of the 33rd energy of man, if it will allow me to do so. And I'll drive my taxi. And who will be sitting in the back seat smiling? You'll be sitting there. And you'll say, "Hello, Stu. What are you doing here?" And I'll say to you, "I'm practicing like you are. I'm practicing in becoming nothing." Thank you. God bless you, and Godspeed on your journey.